Zhang Yi's alcohol tolerance had always been good, and at some point during his drunken stupor, his preference immediately shifted from the glass of milk to an alcoholic beverage. That night, he and Bailey Chongqing drank many bottles compared to the others. It was not until midnight that the group left the bar. So Bailey Chongqing led a drunk Zhang Yi and Liang Yu to an apartment that receives mutants from the outer cities as guests. It was not known whether it was intentional or accidental, but Bailey Chongqing only booked a room for them for one night, leaving the two to have a good rest. Liang Yu drank less, so her mind was still clear. But as she stared at Zhang Yi lying on the bed, her face flushed slightly. Liang Yu was contemplating on where to sleep. Just when she resigned to sleep on the sofa, Zhang Yi suddenly sat up from the bed. Although his eyes were a little erratic, his mind was still clear. That little bit of wine was not enough to make him drunk. After all, with Zhang Yi's personality, it was impossible for him to get drunk in a strange place. Have they all left? Zhang Yi yawned and asked. Liang Yu took a seat and replied leisurely. They left. Were you pretending to be drunk? Zhang Yi replied lightly that that was not the case. Even if I'm drunk, my mind is still clear. You see, Zhang Yi did drink a lot, but only at the beginning. The rest, however, he secretly used the ability of his alternate space to pour most of the wine in. Anyway, speaking of alternate space, he took out a bottle of milk from there and asked Liang Yu to heat it up for him. Liang Yu took the bottle and left the scene as Flower approached Zhang Yi. He stroked Flower while thinking about the information he had obtained not long ago. His eyes were bright and shining with wisdom. This time, the region only summoned the top mutants from the outer cities instead of summoning various forces like last time. This shows that the tactics have begun to change. It is no longer a battle of encirclement and annihilation using the advantage of numbers, but an elite team. In other words, the advantage of numbers is no longer useful. Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. This approach is indeed correct. When a mutant reaches the level of Delta, especially the combat mutants, their power also starts to far exceed the scope of human understanding. Even most of the light thermal weapons can be ignored. In this state, low-level mutants and ordinary humans, even well-trained warriors, are difficult to play a role in front of them. After the 10 mutant organizations were destroyed, the Jiangnan region realized this and began to change their way of approaching this fight. Their next strategy was the Celestial God Squad to lead the charge, while the mutants from the outer cities most likely assist in the battle. But Zhang Yi truly wondered what the responsibilities of himself and the other mutants from the outer cities were. Cannon fodder? Zhang Yi whispered these two words, but he soon denied this idea. If cannon fodder was needed, a large number of ordinary mutants and elite warriors were the best choice. And this time, the people who were summoned were definitely stronger than the mutants from the first batch of the top 10 mutant organizations. Although the overall combat capability of the mutants from the outer cities were not as good as the professional team of Blizzard City, their individual combat capability may not be much weaker than theirs. And according to some of the intelligence obtained earlier, the Eclipse Moon has only 13 members. In any case, their numbers were at an advantage. So, the district's consideration was to let them contain those people and then create opportunities for the Celestial God Squad. Anyway, Liang Yu returned with the bottle warmed up. And as she handed it to Zhang Yi, she stated that they might be there to make sure that the Eclipse group doesn't escape. After all, once they find that something is wrong, they may just run away. Chasing them was much more difficult than annihilating them. Zhang Yi nodded slightly, took the bottle, opened it, and drank a mouthful of warm milk. It is easy to tell the winner, but this was a war, and there are bound to be people who won't fight to the death. They will use all kinds of conspiracies, and if you can't defeat them, they will run away. He suddenly thought of an interesting fable and looked at Liang Yu with a smile. Teacher Liang, I want to ask you a question. If a mouse runs into an ammunition depot with fire in its mouth, what should be done? Liang Yu blinked and quickly reacted. This was a very classic story, from a film and television work decades ago. Then a cat should chase with water in its mouth. She replied with a knowing smile. Of course, we are the cat and Eclipse Moon is the mouse. Zhang Yi smiled and continued, but in this story, what are water and fire? Liang Yu shook her head slightly, a little puzzled by this question. Well, the fire should refer to the various negative impacts they bring. As long as they exist, the region will not be stable, and to the outside world, people will think that our Jiangnan region is incompetent. As for the water, I'm not sure. Water is used to put out fires. How does the Jiangnan region plan to deal with the Eclipse group? Zhang Yi spoke up in a deep voice. Perhaps, the water is us, the mutants from the outer cities. We? I don't quite understand. Liang Yu was confused, so Zhang Yi, rubbing Flower's head softly, explained. We're required to act together with the God team, but the main force is naturally them. So we may be the objects of sacrifice. If possible, I believe that the senior management of the regional headquarters will not mind using our lives to exchange for the demise of the Eclipse group. Don't you think so? This is Zhang Yi's biggest concern. He doesn't mind facing danger and competing with the Eclipse Moon. But he doesn't want to be cannon fodder either. Liang Yu's eyes shook violently. She wanted to say something, but when the words came to her lips, she didn't know how to start. Indeed, according to common sense, this is the case. I don't think there's anything wrong with what the Jiangnan region plans to do. Even on the battlefield, there are ways to lure the enemy deep into our territory, so that some soldiers can be sacrificed as bait. War is always like this. In order to achieve victory in the overall situation, small soldiers and even large vehicles can be sacrificed. Everything is, after all, for the final victory. But Zhang Yi emphasized his tone. He lowered his head and stroked Flower, feeling the soft warmth of its fur, which has always been his favorite. I'm not that great. Especially with you and Flower, when we are together, we need to be more careful. No matter what happens, you must remember one thing. That is to put our own safety first. Once you find that there is a danger to your life, escape to a safe place as soon as possible. Liang Yu was silent for a moment after listening. She suddenly raised her head and asked Zhang Yi seriously, "Even if the mission fails because of our escape, do we still have to do this?" Zhang Yi glanced at her with a playful and teasing look. "Don't think too highly of yourself. If the Jiangnan district really wants to destroy the Eclipse group, they can do so at any time. They are just weighing whether the price they have to pay is worth it. There is even a grim possibility that if the price they have to pay is too high, they may negotiate with the Eclipse group and allow them to survive on this land. It's the end of the world now, and everyone has their own interests to protect. Even the high-ranking officials of Blizzard City are no exception." Liang Yu was shocked. She loudly stated that such a thing was impossible. If the Jiangnan region does that, they will be despised by the entire country. Possibly the whole world. Zhang Yi raised a finger and pointed out that ever since the day when Blizzard City convened all the mutant organizations in the Jiangnan region to hold a meeting and established a superpower federation, it meant that Blizzard City was unable to govern the entire region. This is not just the current situation of this land, but the whole world. The country was strong and can still maintain the stability of each base of the 6 districts. But the regions as a whole, well, that's a different matter. Currently, in other regions, many are falling apart, and there are many mutant forces of all sizes. Even Neon itself is divided into 2 major organizations, the Pelican in Kansai and the Izumo in Kanto. There are also many mutant organizations, such as the Eclipse Moon, that are surging under the tide and intend to overthrow their superiors. Conflicts and chaos will become more frequent with the emergence and growth of mutants. To use the classic words of the 3 kingdoms, it is the general trend of the world. After a long period of division, there will be unity, and after a long period of unity, there will be division. Zhang Yi knew this reality and had prepared in advance. However, although Liang Yu had experienced the previous changes, and her character had also changed a lot, it was difficult for a person to change their nature. This was the main reason why Zhang Yi never considered Uncle Yu for this mission, and was currently emphasizing each explanation to Liang Yu to prevent her from getting too excited at the critical moment. After all, it was not the first time that she took risks because of excessive enthusiasm. Liang Yu understood Zhang Yi's reason for telling her this, but she felt a bit down given she had already made it clear to do whatever Zhang Yi asked of her when the time comes. Anyway, thinking that there would be a meeting tomorrow, Zhang Yi patted on the large double bed with a knowing satisfaction. "It's already late, so let's rest now. It's so cold outside, and I'm sure the apartment managers should all be asleep. Also, it's not appropriate for either of us to sleep outside. This bed is so big we can make do with it." As he said this, Liang Yu's face suddenly turned red with embarrassment. She certainly didn't dare to squeeze into the same bed with Zhang Yi. At their age, it's normal for them to accidentally go all the way. And although Zhang Yi hasn't been lacking for a long time, the same couldn't be said about Liang Yu. Seeing her unyielding stance, Zhang Yi swiftly grabbed her hand and pulled her under him. Liang Yu tensed up, her face red as a cherry tomato. Just as she was made to believe that the current situation might progress further, Zhang Yi suddenly grabbed a blanket, covered her lying figure, and motioned for her to get some sleep. He then got up and casually headed towards the sofa opposite the bed. When Liang Yu saw this, she questioned if he really intended to sleep on the sofa. Of course, he replied, "It's getting late. Go to bed." Although he denies it when asked, Zhang Yi was still quite the gentleman when it came to his family. On the other hand, Liang Yu, blushing profusely, was trying desperately to calm herself. She reminded herself repeatedly to go to sleep quickly and not think about anything else. So with those thoughts, she fell asleep shortly after. When she woke up the next morning looking a bit disoriented, Liang Yu sat up, and as she stared in Zhang Yi's direction, She thought about being in the same room with him last night. Liang Yu felt a little complicated. She didn't expect Zhang Yi to be so honest. Could it be that she is not charming enough? Although she was a little worse than Zhou Qi and Yang Min in terms of appearance, she was better in other aspects. Wait, what? What am I thinking? Shouldn't I be happy with this outcome? I need to throw away these rubbish thoughts immediately. Liang Yu was terrified by the idea and shook her head vigorously to get rid of such thoughts. In fact, it is not her fault. The huge pressure caused by the external environment, coupled with her age at this time, will inevitably make her have those thoughts. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, got up early the next morning. He didn't rest very well that night. When he thought of the troubles he was about to face, he also had hidden worries in his heart. Everything was unknown, and the unknown was the most terrifying. He sat in the small living room opposite the bed and turned on the TV. In the Jiangnan district, they had their own TV channels. After all, the city was still operating normally. And TV entertainment programs are the cheapest way for residents of Blizzard City to entertain themselves. But basically, there was no new program and they watch all the old movies and TV shows. But every day, there will be a news broadcast on Jiangnan TV. Zhang Yi was currently on that channel where a female anchor gave a brief and surface update on the Eclipse group. Zhang Yi watched with relish. Although the content was boring, true or false, it was living news after all, and he hasn't seen it for a long time. Anyhow, when Zhang Yi saw Liang Yu shaking her head violently, he asked what she was thinking about so early in the morning. There was still some time before the meeting. Did she want to eat something first? Liang Yu replied in a calm and composed demeanor she could muster. I'm not hungry yet. Since she was not hungry at present, Zhang Yi got up from the sofa and told her that they needed to head out. Bailey Chongqing had informed him to report at the combat center at 9 o'clock. When the two arrived inside the apartment building of the combat center, someone was responsible for welcoming them. Anyway, on the waiting floor, the two happened to encounter two other people waiting patiently by the elevator. Zhang Yi looked around, and it was so quiet that he could hear a pin drop. There was no one else except them, therefore, he concluded that the two people in front must be mutants from the outer city. Zhang Yi and Liang Yu kept their distance. It's best not to get close to someone if you don't know their abilities. The man, Yuan Hao, looked not more than 25 years old, not tall and wearing a long green jacket. And the woman next to him, Xia Lingling, was slightly taller than him. Not long after, Xia Lingling suddenly spoke up. You two should be from Tianhai City, right? When Zhang Yi heard the question, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Do you know us? The woman smiled disapprovingly. The last time you came to Blizzard City, you were very famous, although it wasn't a good reputation, but it's really surprising that you can still come here this time. She stared at Zhang Yi with a condescending look. Chun Jingguan's defeat made a lot of people from the outer cities believe that Tianhai City was weak. But Zhang Yi's current appearance showed that the strength of Tianhai City couldn't be further from the truth. Zhang Yi didn't bother to explain. He knew that the destruction of the Mutant Alliance in Days City has been overshadowed by the current situation in the region. Zhang Yi soon recognized them to be mutants from Seeing City. During the first gathering, everyone just got acquainted with each other and knew almost nothing. The impression left by the two people in front of him was even shallower. No matter who sees them, they would think that they were a normal couple, difficult for them to make people wary. However, being able to appear in this place at this time has already shown that their strength is definitely extraordinary. Sure enough, you can't judge a person by his appearance. Zhang Yi thought of this with a stern look. At this moment, the elevator arrived on the floor. So with a bright smile, their guide respectfully told them to follow her inside. The meeting room was on the 16th floor. After the elevator door closed, the distance between the 5 people in the narrow space was very close. This also gave Zhang Yi the opportunity to see the couple's appearance clearly. Xia Lingling had a standard boy-girl look, a baby face, and fair skin like a girl, while Yuan Hao was small and had round-framed glasses. At first glance, it was difficult to tell the man from the woman. Fortunately, not long after, with a ding sound, the elevator reached the 16th floor. Xia Lingling placed her arm around Yuan Hao's shoulders, and the two walked towards the meeting room. Unexpectedly, Flower suddenly hissed loudly, staring straight at the couple with a piercing look. It seemed that he had discovered something unusual, and it was a pity that Zhang Yi didn't understand cat language. But he became more alert and walked towards the meeting room with Liang Yu. Soon they arrive at the meeting room, but the moment they entered, Zhang Yi found that many people were already waiting inside. Including them, there were about 12 people. This small conference room was arranged in a usual pattern, and almost everyone kept a certain distance from each other, although the seats were paired. Zhang Yi quickly looked at them, and he couldn't tell much from their appearance. After the others looked at the newcomers, they quickly retracted their gazes, and then the whole conference room was silent. Zhang Yi took Liang Yu and found an empty space to sit down. He didn't see Bailey Changqing or Deng Shintong and the others. According to his guess, these people should come with Zhu Zheng. Sure enough, things went as he expected. A minute to the designated time, there was a sudden burst of dense footsteps outside. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a heroic middle-aged man striding into the conference room. Behind him, there were 5 people. This person was familiar to everyone. It was Zhu Zheng, the supreme commander of the Jiangnan region. Behind him were his personal guard Sun Lushuan, his secretary Lan Xinqing, the director of the operations department Tu Yunlai, as well as the captain of the heavenly god team Deng Shintong and the current captain of the black robe team Bailey Changqing. After Zhu Zheng came in, he took a seat. And after confirming with Lan Xinqing that everyone was present, Zhu Zheng put his hands on the table, glanced at everyone present and said seriously, "Everyone, I believe you all know the purpose of calling you here today. Just a few days ago, the vanguard we sent to Linhai City to wipe out the Ronin organization, the Eclipse Moon, failed." He knocked on the table. This defeat was a wake-up call for us. The Ronin organization that appeared in Linhai City is very powerful and should not be underestimated. That's why I have drawn elites from the entire Jiangnan region to participate in this operation. In other words, everyone here is the elite among the elites. I am very pleased that you are here. Especially some comrades, without any hesitation, came here resolutely, expressing their willingness to do their best to expel these unwanted bandits. I am deeply moved. Zhu Zheng opened the meeting with a short and an impassioned speech, because everyone present knew what had happened. Deng Shintong stepped forward and saluted as Zhu Zheng continued. Next, we will form a special force with the God Squad as the main force. It will be responsible for handling this incident. Zhu Zheng then proceeded to Bailey Changqing. As for the Black Robe Squad, since they have just completed the mission in Tianhai City and are still in a state of rest, they would not directly participate in the operation for the time being. But Bailey Changqing, as a veteran, can provide tactical support in this operation. Bailey Changqing saluted and confirmed his commitment to this mission. The mutants in the outer cities were prepared for the above contents, so they had no opinion and just listened silently. From the perspective of identity and status, they only needed to obey the arrangements of the headquarters. But Zhu Zheng spent time and effort to explain to them, which was also a form of respect. Zhu Zheng pressed the table and said, "If you have no objection to the arrangement of this operation, then the next is the highlight of today." When the first batch of mutants we sent out were on duty, the video recording devices they carried with them took precious videos. These are the important intelligence we have collected about the Eclipse Moon. Everyone, watch the video first and have a general understanding of the enemy we will face next. Then I want to hear your opinions. After Zhu Zheng finished speaking, he motioned for Lan Xinqing to play the video. Everyone's expression really became serious. Gathering intelligence was crucial for the upcoming battle. They also want to see how powerful the Ronin were, that they can destroy 10 mutant troops from the outer cities in just 1 hour. This will have a great impact on their next actions and may even determine their life and death. The lights in the conference room went out, and a huge projection appeared on the wall, playing the video that was preserved that day. At the beginning of the motion picture, everyone saw the mutant organization in Hang City, which was led by Peng Jelua. The video was very long. Although it was edited, it was still played for more than 3 hours to ensure that no key information was missed. From the perspectives of many people, it basically restored the battles faced by the 10 major mutant organizations that day. Even so, the video was still not complete enough. Because some battles ended too quickly, the video could not even capture the shots completely. During the whole process, everyone watched very carefully, and even couldn't bear to blink. After watching the video, Lan Xinqing stepped forward and said solemnly to everyone, "In addition to the information collected on the scene, our headquarters has also collected information about the Eclipse group through various intelligence channels. Please take a look. I will pass all the video materials to everyone later." Zhang Yi was relieved when he heard this, and felt more at ease. During the viewing process, many details may be missed. He needed to watch it repeatedly to study the ability characteristics of the enemy. Lan Xinqing then proceeded to open a data file and conveyed it to everyone through the projected screen. The Eclipse organization is from the Neon Kanto region. It has a total of 13 members. Before the end of the world, they were all various professionals in society rather than professional combat troops. After the end of the world, the leader of the Eclipse group, Huhuin Jin, began to gather powerful mutants to form a powerful and vicious organization named Eclipse Moon. When they were in Kanto, they were already feared executioners. Moreover, they were not fighting for survival, but to slaughter mutants in Kanto in a cruel way. According to some information provided by Kanto's current management organization Izumo, the reason why they launched such a large-scale mutant slaughter was because they were the first to discover that mutants above the Delta level can absorb the origin of other mutants to complete their own evolution. Because of this, the Izumo organization began to rely on the power in its hands to launch a siege on the Eclipse Moon. According to Izumo, the Eclipse group was defeated by them and had to flee to the sea. Lan Xinqing pushed her glasses and continued in her usual tone. There is another saying that they are loyal believers of the Neon Landing faction. It was not that Izumo drove them away, but they chose to land on their own and come to our country's territory. Zhang Yi learned a lot of new terms such as the current division of power in Neon and the Landing faction. Although it is very novel, it sounds confusing, which is not a good feeling. Zhang Yi raised his hand and questioned politely. "Excuse me, what does the Landing faction mean?" Lan Xinqing replied calmly. The Landing faction is an extreme ideology that has always existed in Japan. Since the Reform movement, some people in Japan have proposed the idea that archipelagos are not conducive to the development of the Japanese race. The most far-reaching and widely known idea is the theory of the sinking of Japan. This idea holds that as an island country, Japan is far away from the continental shelf and will one day be affected by the movement of the continental plates and sink to the bottom of the sea. And the final destination of the Japanese must be to land on the continental plates in order they can survive. In short, in the eyes of the Landing faction, they must leave Japan. And the most ideal new habitat should be on the other side of the sea. Zhang Yi murmured to himself, "On the other side of the sea? But this is also unreasonable." He analyzed carefully and pointed out that landing from Silla and Beach is undoubtedly the easiest if they want to land. And that small place, I'm afraid there is no strong force to defend it, right? Lan Xinqing nodded. "You're right. If it was the Landing faction in the past, they would indeed start from Silla and Beach, and then plot against the territory of China. But now is the Ice Age. The situation has become different. The leader of the Eclipse group once sent a video asking us to give them a piece of land in the Central Plains to live in. This means that they are worried that after the glaciers melt, the coastal areas will also be submerged by the surging seawater." Lan Xinqing added, "The Landing faction is originally a group of lunatics with a serious sense of crisis. If it weren't for the fact that the living conditions at high altitudes are too difficult, I even suspect that they would set their sights on the plateau area." After listening to Lan Xinqing's explanation, Zhang Yi couldn't help but frown slightly, because he had the same idea as the Landing faction. There was no sign of the arrival of the Ice Age, and human power could not compete with nature. No one knew when it would end. When the global Ice Age ends and the temperature rises, it will inevitably lead to a huge torrent sweeping the world as the ice and snow melt. At that time, Tianhai City, located on the coastline, will definitely be submerged by seawater. It has to be said that the Japanese are very foresight in this regard, which is also related to the special living environment of their island country. Of course, Zhang Yi will not sympathize with them. Since the natural disaster has come, who can survive depends on their own abilities. They want to occupy the fertile land of the Central Plains, which is completely wishful thinking. Zhang Yi suddenly heard a cold snort, accompanied by the sound of a hand smashing a table. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, only to see a man who was tightly wrapped in gray and black clothes, wearing an exaggerated hat, and almost the whole person was wrapped up. He said with a fierce look in his eyes, gritting his teeth, "These damn bastards dared to plot against the Central Plains. They are simply courting death. We must kill them all, and then let those bastards on the island see what happens when they offend us." Although the man disrupted the rhythm of the meeting due to his excitement, no one criticized him. At this time, everyone was filled with righteous indignation, wanting to beat up those Ronin and deter those scoundrels around them who had other plans. Lan Xinqing waited until the man calmed down before continuing. In short, this is the origin of the Eclipse Moon organization. They are not composed of professional members such as soldiers and special police, but are true Ronin. However, its leader, Fengguangyuanjin, has 5 years of military service experience. We will talk about this later. Now, I will introduce the information of each of them. Neon also provided some intelligence, but due to concerns about the authenticity of the information, we will not refer to it. The following content is all from our own channels. It is a lot of content, so please check it carefully. Everyone couldn't help but check the content in the information word by word. The first was the team leader, Fengguangyuanjin, a 36-year-old male who served in the Neon Maritime Self-Defense Force for 4 years. Fengguangyuanjin is a reinforcement-type ability user with unknown abilities. The second was Mayumi Takeuchi, a 22-year-old female, heir of the Takeuchi family in Japan, a novice ancient shrine maiden. Her ability is also unknown. The third is Nobunaga Tsukamoto, a 33-year-old male, formerly known as Tsukamoto Oki, later changed his name to Tsukamoto Nobunaga, a martial arts fanatic who served 7 years in prison for killing his opponent in a duel. Tsukamoto Nobunaga is a reinforcement-type mutant, and his ability is unknown. The fourth is Dangu Yenin, a 33-year-old male, and a former neon sumo wrestler of Yokozuna rank. Dangu Yenin is a beastman-type ability user, and marked as an extremely dangerous mutant. The fifth is Jinguji Saikairo, a 42-year-old male. Jinguji Saikairo is a release-type ability user, ability unknown. The sixth is Akutsu Shinichiro, a 29-year-old male, a former core member of Chiba Prefecture Yafeng Group, and a reinforcement-type ability user, a melee mutant who fights with a baseball bat. The seventh on the list is Kamayan Ikonamiki, a 38-year-old male, a former professional baseball player, and a beastman-type ability user who can transform into an ancient giant snake of 15 meters long. The eighth is Shishimono Satoru, a 19-year-old male, a high school graduate, and his ability is unknown. The ninth is Nanako Agatsuma, a 26-year-old female, a special ability user who can create illusions through music, and can also use sound waves to attack the human body. The 10th is Takashi Takizawa, a 27-year-old male, a former network engineer of the Shindoji Group, and a release ability user who can manipulate electric current to fight. The 11th is Hanyo Naruse, a 24-year-old female, a descendant of the Japanese ninja family, proficient in ninjutsu, and her ability is unknown. The 12th is Akira Kurosawa, a 34-year-old male, a former member of the Japanese Maritime Self-Defense Force, a user of the release system who can release supernatural powers through special weapons. The 13th is Sakuraba Yushir, a 28-year-old male, and his ability is unknown. After reading it, Zhang Yi felt speechless. There is too little information, and it is impossible to get a means to defeat the enemy from it. At most, he will be more careful when encountering the Eclipse members. It seems that so many people died in the first battle, but not much meaningful information was obtained. After reading the information and videos, Zhu Zhang looked at everyone carefully. Everyone, now we have finished reading the information in our hands. Do you have anything to say? If you have any good suggestions for the next action, or if you still have questions in your mind, you can raise them now. Let's discuss it together. After all, compared to the Blizzard City soldiers who are better at group operations, you are the experts in the field of lone wolves. This also expressed Zhu Zhang's true thoughts. From the way the Eclipse group fights, it can be seen that they are not good at group operations. After all, each of them was a lone wolf gathered together by the Phoenix Academy. And this time, the dozen or so Delta-level mutants summoned from the outer cities were the same kind as them. With Zhu Zhang's encouragement, someone really spoke first. The first person to speak was a female mutant. And as if to facilitate fighting, she kept her hair very short, and her oval face always had a serious and focused expression. This was Chun Xiaoxiao, a mutant from Baking. She graduated from a key national university and served as the president of the student union for many years. She did not have too much bureaucratic atmosphere, but always gave people a feeling of being energetic and never tired. This positive spirit also allowed her to quickly pull up a large team in the end times, making her the leader of the 7 forces in the 4 associations and 3 factories of Baking. Chun Xiaoxiao spoke up after her brief analysis. From the video just now, I sensed a hint of something wrong. Although the strength of these Ronin are very strong, they should be at the Delta level on average. But even so, they should not have solved 10 fully armed mutant organizations so quickly. I had this suspicion before, and after watching the video today, my suspicion had even deepened. Zhang Yi couldn't help but look at her twice more, and Zhu Zhang looked at her sideways. Oh, what do you doubt? Chun Xiaoxiao continued. The reason why the first 10 mutant troops we sent out were so easily dealt with was because they all encountered the type they were least good at dealing with. We all know that mutants have all kinds of abilities, each with its own strengths and weaknesses. So there is an extremely obvious restraint relationship between different abilities. Those who are good at long-range attacks are afraid of being approached, and those who are good at strengthening are afraid of being kite, and so on. Zhu Zhang nodded approvingly. You are right. We have already discovered the problem. Chun Xiaoxiao stared at Zhu Zhang curiously. Then you should understand what my concerns are. Zhu Zhang said to Chun Xiaoxiao and everyone present with a serious face. I can assure you, in the first battle, absolutely no one leaked information. This is not only a trust in all the personnel of the Jiangnan Regional Operations Command Center. It is also a trust in the network defense system of the headquarters. No one can break through it and pass information to the Eclipse group. Chun Xiaoxiao frowned. If that's the case, it's bad. If there was a spy inside the headquarters, then the problem could be solved easily. As long as the spy was found, we can prevent the defeat like the first battle. But if our information is not leaked, we can only understand that the other party has a very terrifying ability to obtain intelligence. Among the dozen people at the scene, more than one person had the same idea. They all realized that something was wrong, just like Zhang Yi and Qin Xiaoxiao. It's easy to catch the spy, but if the other party has this ability to see ahead, no matter how they fight next, they will be discovered by the other party in advance. At this time, a man with a crew cut and sharp eyes sitting not far from Zhang Yi raised his head and spoke. He was from Yunzhou and his name was Zhuo Feiyu. Zhu Zheng, we have received too much information today. We're unable to give a better opinion for the time being. Can you give us some time to study the information carefully and then discuss it? Zhang Yi's gaze shifted to Zhuo Feiyu, and he agreed with this proposal. If you just read it once, you can't remember many things, and it's not easy to ask relevant questions on the spot. Other mutants also raised their hands to show their agreement with Zhuo Feiyu's proposal. Zhu Zheng thought about it and agreed. That is fine, but you don't have much time to think, because time waits for no one. If we delay for a day, those wanderers will run to who knows where. By then, our compatriots on this land will be in danger. Compatriots? Bitch, please. A strange look flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes, as if to convey this thought. As the commander of Blizzard City, Zhu Zheng has no problem thinking so. But the people in the 12 cities had killed many people while robbing supplies in order to survive. Do they really care about the lives of other people? Talking about this now, isn't it a little strange? But after a careful consideration, Zhang Yi also felt that it made some sense. Although he was ruthless, he was still considered to be a good person if the current state of the world was taken into account. Then Zhu Zheng said again, I will only give you 1 day to study this information carefully. After that period, we will be ready for battle and go to defeat those damn Ronin. Now that everyone is here, I will announce the basic division of the battle. Due to the strong strength of the mutants in the Eclipse group, the risk of individual action is too great, so the 12 people here today will be divided into 3 groups to act. Your mission is to support the God Squad. The God Squad will be responsible for the main attack. In addition, in order to act conveniently, each team will have a captain. In the absence of orders from above, all team members must obey the captain's orders. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Do I want to work with these people? He couldn't help but glance at the people around him, and others were also doing the same. This mode of action is not bad. Since they are all mutants with outstanding strength, they can gather together and delay enough time, even if they encounter an extremely powerful enemy. It would be best if they can give the God team a chance to attack. The worst outcome can also gain more information about the Eclipse Moon. Next, I will announce the grouping. Zhu Zheng took out a list from the pocket of his military coat and read it in a steady and powerful voice. Team 1's captain is Zhang Yi. The first person mentioned was Zhang Yi, and Zhu Zheng made him a captain as well. Obviously, this made everyone look at Zhang Yi curiously. Deng Shentong looked at Zhang Yi with a playful smile, and an admiring look was evident on his face. The captain of the God team, the famous nobleman, has never given up on winning Zhang Yi into his team. Zhang Yi just coughed lightly to ease the atmosphere. The team members are Liang Yu, Chen Xiaoxiao, and Peng Li. Liang Yu acted very calmly. She was originally Zhang Yi's person. However, when Chen Xiaoxiao and Peng Li heard that they had become Zhang Yi's team members, they both looked a little dissatisfied. Chen Xiaoxiao was a little more sophisticated and quickly regained her composure. But Peng Li stared at Zhang Yi. Her suspicion and dissatisfaction were evident in her gaze. They were all powerful people in their own territories, so why should Zhang Yi control them? Zhang Yi could sense Peng Li's gaze, but he didn't give a shit. Anyway, it's always better to manage others than to let others manage you. At least you can have the power of autonomy. As for the subsequent actions, if they don't listen, just simply discard them. Anyway, it's enough for Zhang Yi to have Flower and Liang Yu by his side. Zhu Zheng began to announce the configuration of the other 2 groups. Everyone listened carefully, and everyone hoped that they could be the captain, which represented the recognition of them by the Jiangnan regional headquarters. The second team's captain was Zhuo Feiyu, and team members were Yu Zhengyang, Yuan Hao, and Lu Yuchen. The third team's captain was Wu Shifeng, and the team members were Mo Zhongning, Li Weihai, and Jia Heding. After the group list came out, the atmosphere on the scene became a little stiff. As the captain, most of them are a little proud of this insignificant recognition, and at the same time they were worried whether their team members will listen to their orders. Subsequently, the team members are also thinking about the strength of their teammates, and they have doubts about the captain to some extent. They are used to being the boss and in charge of command in their own territory. Who would be happy to let others order them? But at this time, Zhang Yi's focus was on another matter. There were only 12 people in the announced list, but there were 13 people from the outer cities at the scene. His eyes fell on the pretty boy Yuan Hao, and then quickly shifted to his girlfriend Xia Lingling next to him. Xia Lingling was not mentioned. Zhang Yi frowned. He didn't think the headquarters would make such a low-level mistake. After all, Liang Yu was someone he brought here, but she was also assessed by the headquarters as a qualified person to be a combat force. Even if Xia Lingling was not the leader of the force, she should have her name. Unless she's actually some kind of combat pet like Flower. Xia Lingling felt several strange stares around her. She folded her arms in dissatisfaction and snorted. "What are you looking at? We are husband and wife. Do you have any objections?" Yuan Hao looked flustered. "Lingling, don't be angry." Yuan Hao stood up, sweating profusely, and bowed to apologize to everyone. "I'm sorry. My Lingling is a very straightforward person. She didn't mean anything else by saying that. I'm sorry." Zhu Zhang crossed his hands on the table and said seriously, "The team allocation is determined. We have configured the team according to your abilities, and the selection of the captain has also been carefully considered. I hope you can cooperate well and complete this mission together." He then glanced at his watch. Unknowingly, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. "Let's stop here for today. We will gather here at the same time tomorrow afternoon. At that time, I hope you can carefully analyze the intelligence of Eclipse Moon and find the most advantageous way to fight, because in 2 days we must set off. Obviously, the Eclipse group will not wait obediently in place for them to go to encircle and suppress. Every extra minute and second may lead to new situations. Moreover, the impact of this incident is also more subtle. If the Jiangnan district is not handled properly, not only will the status of the Jiangnan region among the 6 districts plummet, but it will even lead to a decline in the influence of all districts in the world. This matter is no longer a simple encirclement and suppression of Ronin. The meeting was temporarily over, and Lan Xinqing added that the information would be transmitted to everyone in a few minutes. Zhu Zhang stood up and left the meeting room with his people from the headquarters. Only the 13 mutants from the outer city remained there, each with their own thoughts. Zhang Yi was the first to stand up, his hands in his pockets. In a calm tone, he told Liang Yu that they should leave. They needed to study the transmitted information carefully. Liang Yu nodded and followed Zhang Yi outside. When passing by Chun Xiaoxiao and Peng Li, their sword eyebrows were raised slightly. Chun Xiaoxiao pursed her lips and planned to say a few words when Zhang Yi comes to find her. Peng Li still looked alert and unconvinced, ready to fight back immediately if Zhang Yi pretends to be pretentious. But what they didn't expect was that Zhang Yi didn't even look at them and just walked straight out of the meeting room. Chun Xiaoxiao and Peng Li were dumbfounded. He just left like that? Chun Xiaoxiao was very confused. At such an important moment, they were about to go to the battlefield to fight those powerful and brutal Japanese Ronin. Zhang Yi acted as if he didn't care. Chun Xiaoxiao suddenly felt angry. Did Zhang Yi take this mission seriously? Did he take his position as the captain seriously? She suddenly stood up and said to Peng Li, who was also stunned, "Let's go find him." Peng Li reacted and hurried to follow Chun Xiaoxiao as the two caught up to Zhang Yi. At this time, Zhang Yi and Liang Yu were walking in the corridor, and was a couple distance away from the elevator when suddenly, a clean and sharp female voice came from behind. "Zhang Yi, please wait a moment." Zhang Yi knew exactly who it was without a backward glance. However, out of politeness, he turned slightly to the side and asked lazily, "What's the matter?" Zhang Yi's indifferent attitude made Chun Xiaoxiao even angrier, but she was a smart girl, so she didn't show any of her dissatisfaction on her face. Although she was wondering why on earth Zhu Zhang chose such a person as a captain. Chun Xiaoxiao politely took a step forward and squeezed a smile from her face. "We are now a team and you are the captain. I think at least we should know each other better. Besides, it would be convenient for us to study the Eclipse group's data together and discuss it, right?" Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows. Chun Xiaoxiao's vigorous and resolute appearance is somewhat like Xiao Honglian, and it seems that she also has a character of a heroine with a straightforward personality and a strong will. Chun Xiaoxiao opened her arms and smiled. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Chun Xiaoxiao, and the person next to me is Peng Li. We are from the same organization in Bazhou." After introducing herself, she looked around cautiously, and then said to Zhang Yi, "Look, it's not very convenient to talk here. Why don't we find a place to talk slowly? How about it, Captain?" Zhang Yi knew that Chun Xiaoxiao and Peng Li were a little dissatisfied with him being the captain. But so what? This was Zhu Zheng's order. If they have the ability, they could go find him. However, although they were somewhat competitive, Zhang Yi did not find them annoying. Thinking that the four of them would work together in the future, as long as they had no ill intentions, it was not a bad idea to build good relationships with them. Zhang Yi nodded and gave them a thumbs up, Okay, let's go to the password bar, I will treat you too. Zhang Yi was very generous in offering to treat everyone. But Chen Xiaoxiao just simply waved off the offer and shook her head slightly as Peng Li remained silent. Forget about drinking. Why don't we go to your room and slowly have a talk? Although the two were the leaders of a faction in their city, they were still cautious about drinking with someone they just met. Anyway, the suggestion Chen Xiaoxiao just made inevitably sounded a bit misleading. And Zhang Yi suddenly started having infinite fantasies when he thought of what he just heard. Why does this sound so strange? Is she greedy for my body? Peng Li saw the strange expression on Zhang Yi's face and quickly explained in an angry tone. It's not what you think. We are not familiar with this place and have nowhere to go. So we have to go to your room. Since the people from the other cities were not familiar with the local area, it was not an easy task to find a quiet and secluded place to chat. Zhang Yi scratched the back of his head and awkwardly apologized. He also agreed to Chen Xiaoxiao's suggestion as well. So the four immediately left the scene and went to Zhang Yi's room. Inside, Zhang Yi sat down in the middle of the most comfortable sofa, while Liang Yu sat on the armrest of it. Chen Xiaoxiao and Peng Li pulled 2 chairs over and sat opposite Zhang Yi. Peng Li crossed her legs, and because the chair was higher than the sofa, she could look down at Zhang Yi from above. In her eyes, she did not hide her arrogance, as if warning Zhang Yi not to try to command them. Zhang Yi didn't care at all. These 2 so-called teammates were fine to have or not. Okay, there's no one else here now, so what do you want to talk about? Zhang Yi reached out and stroked Flower's fur, looking at the 2 with a smile. Chen Xiaoxiao replied earnestly, since the district has assigned us together, we'd better follow the rules. Everyone knows that the mutants of the Eclipse group are all very powerful, probably better than you and me. Zhang Yi smiled but said nothing, so Chen Xiaoxiao continued. I greatly suggest we work together to ensure that we all survive on the battlefield and successfully complete the mission. And at the very least, we must also know each other's abilities to ensure convenient cooperation at that time. Of course, if you agree, I can tell you about my abilities first to show sincerity. How about it? Liang Yu glanced at Zhang Yi, waiting for his decision. Okay, I think this is a good suggestion. With a raised finger to emphasize, Zhang Yi just smiled faintly and agreed without any hesitation. Obviously, he was not going to reveal everything, and he knew Chen Xiaoxiao and Peng Li would do the same. Okay, then, I will introduce my ability first. Chen Xiaoxiao placed a hand on her chest and said seriously, my ability is called Ice Dancer, a strengthening mutant. Because I have studied Brazilian war dance for 10 years, I am good at using kicking skills to fight in battle. She then turned towards Peng Li next to her. Peng Li's ability was a priest, a user of the release system. You should know from the name that her ability is inclined to assist in amplification, which can greatly improve their basic physical fitness and heal injuries. If it is not a fatal injury, she can quickly heal it. Zhang Yi glanced at Peng Li after hearing this. Turns out that the 2 are a combination. A powerful strengthening system close combat expert, combined with an enhancer and a sort of nurse, is indeed a very perfect match. Peng Li's ability is somewhat like a weakened version of both Xing Tian and Zhou Qir's abilities. Zhang Yi knew that wasn't all. The 2 were definitely hiding something. Zhang Yi smiled slightly, then it's our turn. I'm Zhang Yi and I have a spatial ability. Basically, I can open an alternate space for storage and defense. I can also use dimensional gates to travel through space. After Zhang Yi was done talking about his abilities, Chen Xiaoxiao and Peng Li's faces became serious. Space ability. Chen Xiaoxiao couldn't help but murmur aloud. You see, space-related abilities were extremely rare, because their comprehensive and powerful abilities have always been a legendary existence that people yearn for. So far, the only space-related mutants Zhang Yi has seen besides his are the person in the martial arts field in Blizzard City who remained unknown, and the deceased female mutant who can pass through walls at West Mountain Base. Chen Xiaoxiao's murmuring continued. No wonder Zhu Zhang let you be the captain, a Delta-level mutant with space-related abilities. The 2 who had some opinions about Zhang Yi being the captain at the beginning gradually understood at this time. Zhang Yi smiled and stated casually, it seems my ability is quite popular. Isn't that natural? Chen Xiaoxiao said seriously. You have to know that your abilities are very useful in the end times. Peng Li curled her lips and said sourly, that's right, people always don't know how good they are with what they have. In the current icy and snowy world, even if the space-related abilities are only used for auxiliary purposes, their convenience makes all other mutants jealous. Chen Xiaoxiao looked at Zhang Yi and said suspiciously, Zhang Yi, what is your fighting method? Even if you can't tell us everything, you're keeping too much of it in the dark. Zhang Yi smiled faintly. My means of attack is very simple. It's a gun. Gun? Chun Xiaoxiao and Peng Li shouted simultaneously as they stare at Zhang Yi suspiciously. For high-level mutants, ordinary firearms have no effect at all. Zhang Yi ignored their suspicious expressions and explained calmly. My space ability can help me assist in shooting, increase the range and attack power. Can even cause some damage to mutants, unless they are the enhanced and beast-type mutants with extremely strong defense. Not to mention that Zhang Yi now has a large number of origin bullets and holy silver bullets in his hands. Chen Xiaoxiao nodded slightly, a bright smile clearly evident on her face. We are so lucky to be on the same team with you. With a space mutant in the team, logistics and supplies will not be a problem. In other words, we can fight outside for a long time. And from your introduction, it is not difficult to see that you're also good at defense than attack. So it seems we will be safer by your side. Peng Li also had a smile on her face, her gaze much softer than before. So that's how it is, she murmured. Zhang Yi gradually understood the personalities of the two. Zhang Yi turned to Liang Yu and introduced her. This is Liang Yu. She is a reinforcement ability user and a martial arts master. There doesn't seem to be anything else worth introducing, right? Zhang Yi said this while looking at Liang Yu with a smile. Liang Yu's ability was indeed quite simple, just the most common reinforcement ability. But her own fighting power was too strong. Peng Li and Chun Xiaoxiao did not react much, but just nodded to Liang Yu. In their eyes, there is nothing surprising about enhanced mutants, even though they didn't quite understand what the concept of martial arts master entails. Then what about it? Chun Xiaoxiao suddenly pointed at Flower, who was sleeping soundly on Zhang Yi's lap. Her eyes flashed with wisdom, and she smiled. Don't tell me this is just a pet. No pet can withstand the ultra-low temperature of -60 degrees. And you don't seem like the kind of man who would not forget to bring a pet out to play at such a critical moment. Zhang Yi smiled faintly and stroked Flower's soft fur. You have good insight. Indeed, my Flower is not an ordinary cat. It is a mutant creature. If it is divided according to the level of human superpowers, it is also Delta level. Flower can evolve by devouring mutants, which obviously meets the standard of Delta level, so Zhang Yi was spot on. That's great. Chun Xiaoxiao stared at Flower with excitement. In this way, our team will have 5 Delta level fighters. And there is also a rare space-based one. Now, our chances of getting mission points will be higher than other teams. Peng Li also added with a smile. This way, we also have a chance to take over Linhai City. Chen Xiaoxiao nodded slightly. Yes, that's it. Zhang Yi just smiled and said nothing, so Chen Xiaoxiao continued. Let's look at the information together a few more times and discuss it together. Brainstorming is always better than looking at it alone. Of course. But shouldn't we talk about teamwork first? Zhang Yi smiled and looked at Chun Xiaoxiao and Peng Li. Then, he spread his hands and slowly continued. What I mean is that I hope you two can understand. Since we have become members of a team, you must follow my orders when we act. Since they met, Chun Xiaoxiao has been actively trying to take the initiative. And Zhang Yi did not object, just smiled and followed her rhythm. He wasn't playing dumb or acting stupid, it's just that he didn't care. This so-called team was not that important to him, because until now, Zhu Zhang and the others were uncertain about his true strength. So, in the upcoming mission, if things go south and he could not wipe out the members of the Eclipse group at his end, he could just leave and no one could stop or hurt him. Anyway, as for these two, Chen Xiaoxiao and Peng Li, if they want to team up with him, they have to listen to him. As soon as Zhang Yi said this, Chun Xiaoxiao's eyes suddenly became sharp. Peng Li also stared at Zhang Yi with a serious expression. In the end, the right to speak in the team as a captain was still a topic that cannot be avoided. Chun Xiaoxiao wanted to control the rhythm at all times, naturally become the person in charge of the team, and let Zhang Yi become the nominal captain. But it is obvious that Zhang Yi will not listen to her so easily. Chun Xiaoxiao spoke up at this moment in a calm tone. I admit that your ability is indeed rare, and as the captain we will respect your opinions, but if you make an inappropriate decision during the mission, we also have the right to correct you. These words seem to be expected. Obviously, they plan to at least try to listen to Zhang Yi, but if they believe he is wrong about something, they have to correct him and let him follow their approach. It seems that after a careful consideration, these two still took the initiative. To put it bluntly, they do not intend to accept the leadership of Zhang Yi as the captain. Zhang Yi's face still had that calm and unbothered smile as he spoke. In that case, there is no need for us to act together. He spread his hands and continued, you two can act freely at that time, and there is no need to be with us. After all, according to the team configuration, I, Liang Yu and Flower are only one person less than the regular 4-person configuration. He looked at Liang Yu next to him, then back at the two. Besides, we were originally a team, and we have a tacit understanding of cooperation. They also act according to my orders. So it doesn't matter if you two are at it or not. People with different ideologies cannot work together. You think so too, right? Chen Xiaoxiao's eyes flashed with a gleam of astonishment. And at the same time, Peng Li looked at Zhang Yi in surprise and shouted, "Are you serious? This mission is extremely difficult. All the 10 teams that took action before were wiped out. We can only increase our chances of survival by sticking together. Originally, the 5 of us, if you include Flower, should have had the best chance of completing the mission. It's not good for any of us to split up like this." Zhang Yi simply shrugged and said casually, "But you don't recognize me as the captain. Everyone is disunited, and being together will only drag each other down. What's the point?" Hearing this, Chen Xiaoxiao replied calmly, "Our contact time is too short, so it is not convenient to get used to each other, but if there are more people, it can always guarantee a higher chance of survival." The arc of Zhang Yi's mouth became bigger. He thought over Chen Xiaoxiao's words with some pity, as if to ask if she's seriously lecturing him on survival chances. Zhang Yi was a top-notch expert in the entire Jiangnan region, especially his unique skill that's so ultra-perverted when it comes to saving his life. Hell, anyone who sees it in action will curse. Zhang Yi didn't want them to follow him, as that would affect his actions. But he couldn't refuse to form groups, as that would arouse suspicion from others. So Zhang Yi agreed with a compromise. "Okay, we can act together. But if there are disagreements, you can act on your own. Don't worry about us." Chen Xiaoxiao couldn't help it. As a shrewd team leader, she thought Zhang Yi's approach was too childish. "Zhang Yi, this is not a joke. This is a life and death crisis. You can't put everyone in danger just because you're angry with us." Zhang Yi sighed softly and said confidently, "I can only tell you that my ability to save my life can definitely keep me and my people alive in this operation. So, do you really think I have an obligation to protect people who don't follow my orders?" Zhang Yi's words were straightforward enough. If they still didn't understand, Zhang Yi didn't intend to waste words with them. "Really? You can 100% guarantee that you and the people under you will survive?" Chen Xiaoxiao held her chin with one hand in deep thought. Shortly after, she took a deep breath and replied that she understands. "So that's how it is." But a confused Peng Li turned towards Chen Xiaoxiao and quietly asked what was it that she understood. Chen Xiaoxiao explained to Peng Li in a calm tone. "He has space-related abilities and can travel through space, which means he can just run away if things go wrong. Given the rarity of the space system, as long as he wants to escape, basically no one can kill him. Also, since the God Squad would attract the frontal firepower, the Eclipse group wouldn't spare any effort to go all out to hunt him down, even if they have a kind of mutant to do so. In this way, isn't he invincible?" Peng Li glanced at Zhang Yi with a strange look in her eyes and whispered in disappointment, "What a coward!" But Zhang Yi could care less about what anyone thinks of him. After seriously thinking things through, Chen Xiaoxiao made a decision. "Okay, in the next mission, we will follow your orders. But if your orders are too outrageous, we will part ways with you. So, if that happens, how about we go our separate ways?" Zhang Yi agreed with a smug look. "Okay, deal." Although Zhang Yi agreed to this, he also plans to abandon the two without mercy if they cause trouble for him. Alright then, let's start studying the intelligence of the Eclipse Moon. Zhang Yi took out his satellite phone and projected the intelligence on a holographic screen. The group started with the recorded fight of Peng Zhelua. Among the 4 people, Peng Li was responsible for taking minutes of the meeting and recording the key points. Anyway, since the group had already watched the video, they were able to quickly skip the unimportant parts and observe the key points. A few hours later, they managed to carefully review the video materials again. Zhang Yi held his chin and spoke up in a serious tone. "Since we have finished watching it, let's talk about our own opinions. As the captain, I will go first." Regardless of whether the two have ulterior motives, everyone's goal was the same in the fight against the Eclipse group. So Zhang Yi did not have too many reservations in this regard. The current video data is limited, and we don't even have complete information on the other party's personal capabilities. But there is one critical thing to consider right now, and that's the enemy has extremely powerful intelligence acquisition capabilities. Since they can understand the first 10 mutant teams, we have to be on guard, and we will definitely encounter the same situation. But this is just a guess. We don't know how the other party obtained our intelligence, let alone how detailed the intelligence they obtained. So it's always right to be fully prepared. Zhang Yi took a deep breath and continued. Like the first battle, they always let their mutants deal with the opponents they are most comfortable to deal with. So it is possible that we will also encounter beings that perfectly restrains our abilities and are particularly difficult for us to deal with. This should be the reason why the region asked us to divide into 3 teams and let mutants with different abilities form teams. Only in this way can we make up for our shortcomings in abilities. In addition, the combat effectiveness of several of these people is obviously much higher than that of others. He turned to the personal projected information of the 13 members of the Eclipse group. Zhang Yi singled out the information of the former sumo wrestler, Dangu Yenin. This Dangu Yenin guy, his strength is at least at the level of the deputy captain of the investigation team. In the video data, Dangu Yenin actually defeated 2 mutant teams head-on with his own strength. That kind of powerful combat prowess and effectiveness made even Zhang Yi look sideways. According to his estimation, this person's strength is even comparable to Bailey Chongqing. Peng Li quickly took a note. Although she occasionally looked like a confused and a bit slow in the area of deduction, she was still quite serious when doing things at this time. She and Chen Xiaoxiao listened carefully and nodded from time to time. They agreed with Zhang Yi's opinion. Zhang Yi picked up his glass of hot water and took a sip, then continued. The next person on his list was the samurai, Tsukamoto Nobunaga, with a long bun among the 13 people. Tsukamoto Nobunaga, a Japanese kendo master, was even known as the contemporary swordsman. Although Japanese people like to exaggerate when describing certain people, we still have to pay attention to this guy's strength. At the mention of Tsukamoto Nobunaga, Liang Yu's eyebrows stood up, and a proud fighting spirit appeared in her cold eyes. As a martial arts master of her country, she has her own pride. In the way of martial arts, she certainly would not be convinced by a Japanese ronin. Therefore, after hearing Zhang Yi's attention to Tsukamoto Nobunaga, her fighting spirit also burned passionately. If possible, I want to fight him. Chen Xiaoxiao and Peng Li looked at Liang Yu curiously, and there was some suspicion in their eyes. Because in their understanding, Liang Yu was just Zhang Yi's subordinate. How dare she say such a thing? Is she even aware that Tsukamoto Nobunaga wiped out a mutant organization with one sword slash, and even captured Li Tianlong alive? On the battlefield, capturing an enemy alive was always more difficult than killing. Liang Yu felt the suspicion of the two, but she was too lazy to explain anything. She was not good at speaking, and as a martial artist, the best way to prove her strength was with her sword. Anyhow, Zhang Yi continued to give his take about the Eclipse group. Besides the obvious ones with powerful strength, there are 3 people whose strength we don't know. He pointed out Fengguangyu and Jin, Mayumi Takeuchi and Shigimono Satoru in the projected picture. These people must be dealt with extreme caution and not be taken lightly. We should be more vigilant against them because they're unknowns. Especially Fengguangyu and Jin as the team leader in Japan, which advocates the rule of the weak overcoming the strong. If he did not have sufficient strength, he would not have been chosen as the team leader by this group of fierce ronin. Zhang Yi's expression couldn't help but become more serious. The first battle did not test his strength, but this second battle they are participating in will. Zhang Yi was not afraid, but as a meticulous person, he was a bit worried about the things he didn't know. Chen Xiaoxiao saw Zhang Yi's worries and said calmly, "When we encounter an enemy of this level, all we can do is to do our part. Don't forget, the headquarters is leading this operation, and the main combat force is the God Squad. Not us." Chen Xiaoxiao stroked her chin and thought for a few seconds with a burning curiosity, then said with a smile, "I can basically understand what the headquarters combat plan is." After saying this, Zhang Yi and Liang Yu couldn't help but look at her a few more times. The corners of Peng Li's mouth was slightly raised, and she felt a little proud in her heart. Although she and Chen Xiaoxiao only met after the end of the world, they became best friends because of their similar personalities. The abilities of the two complement each other, just like their relationship. They supported each other, and step by step, they reached the pinnacle of power in Baking. Chen Xiaoxiao's brain was something she was also proud of. "Oh, tell me about it." Zhang Yi smiled and spread his hands, motioning Chen Xiaoxiao to continue. And she did in a confident manner. "Your analysis is correct. Eclipse Moon did not show its strength in the first battle, and that is why we have to form 2 echelons to act. Considering that the other side has extremely strong intelligence gathering capabilities, they will adopt the best formation when fighting us. The ability restraint between mutants is very serious, just as water can put out fire. If we lose the initiative in this regard, we will be easily broken through." Chen Xiaoxiao continued, "But we have the advantage of fighting at home. That is the number of people." As she said this, she raised 2 of her fingers. "Our 3 teams are the first battle line. The meaning of our existence is to force Eclipse Moon to take action and expose their strength first. Even if they can choose a suitable response plan to attack us based on our formation, we still have a second layer of protection. And that's the Celestial God Team. The headquarters just need to allocate members of the Celestial Team whose abilities and attributes are different from ours, or even complementary to ours, to follow us. Then we can perfectly resolve the opponent's tactics. To put it simply, it's like playing rock, paper, scissors. It's easier to understand if you put it that way, right? So, by doing this, even if the opponent understands our strategy, there will be no good way to break through. This might give us an advantage in this battle, because I think they are not superior to us in terms of raw power. Zhang Yi nodded repeatedly at Chun Xiaoxiao's opinion, and from the looks of it, he agreed with Chun Xiaoxiao's opinion very much. Yes, I think so too, although these mutants from Neon are all at the Delta level. They are not much different from Zhang Yi, Chun Xiaoxiao, and the others in the outer cities in the Jiangnan region. Most of them are civilian mutants who have not received professional combat training. Maybe only a few mutants were weaker than them in the first battle. But all the people summoned this time are all top-notch in the outer city area of the Jiangnan region. Zhang Yi doesn't think they are weaker than them. It can even be said that except for the fact that the leaders of the local factions are not as good as the members of the investigation team in terms of group combat and discipline, on the individual level, their strength are not weaker than that of ordinary investigation team members. Even some of them, like Zhang Yi, might be stronger than, or at very least close to the investigation team leaders. Chun Xiaoxiao was very happy that Zhang Yi agreed with her opinion. So, as long as we fight in this way and prevent the other side from using information asymmetry to fight, our chances of winning are very high. Zhang Yi leaned back on the sofa, glanced at everyone, his gaze especially fixed on Liang Yu next to him, and then said lightly, "If this is the case, the mission this time would be simpler. After all, I am best at being a bait and delaying other people's time. Obviously, as long as Zhang Yi doesn't commit suicide, no one can kill him within the known range." At this moment, Peng Li, who had been taking notes with her head down, suddenly raised her head and looked at Zhang Yi with a surprised and slightly disgusted look. "But our purpose is not just to serve as bait. Don't forget, as long as we can make contributions in this mission, we have a chance to take over the entire Linhai city." Zhang Yi frowned slightly when he heard this. "So what?" he questioned, a bit annoyed. "So what?" Peng Li was surprised. "Linhai city has abundant resources. As long as we can take it, even if we only divide a part of it, the strength of our forces will be greatly enhanced." Chun Xiaoxiao added calmly, "Although the Jiangnan regional headquarters has established a federation, it strictly prohibits fighting between forces in various regions. But you have to understand that this kind of thing cannot be prohibited at all. The Jiangnan region is indeed strong, and no one dares to provoke it. But their power is not enough to completely govern the entire region. Therefore, wars between the large and small forces in the Jiangnan region will definitely become normalized in the future. Only by making ourselves stronger can we avoid being passive." Zhang Yi totally agrees with Chun Xiaoxiao. "What you said does make sense. But I'm not interested. And as I said at the beginning, if you do not agree with my ideas, you can quit at any time. I will not stop you." Peng Li sneered. "You are the leader of Tianhai City after all. If you have this mentality, be wary of someone stealing your hometown in the future. Don't be too comfortable as a person." Zhang Yi smiled and replied lazily, "I don't think there's anything wrong with comfort." Chun Xiaoxiao frowned. She and Peng Li looked at each other and felt that things were getting a little tricky. Their goal was to make achievements in this battle in order to obtain the task rewards given by the Jiangnan region, including the territory of Linhai City. But now, two people in their team do not support their approach. How will they compete with the other two teams in the future? Obviously, they will be at a disadvantage in terms of strength. Chun Xiaoxiao took a deep breath. "Zhang Yi, you should think about this matter again. Linhai City is next to Tianhai City. If you can take over the territory and resources there, it will be the most suitable advantage for you." Zhang Yi didn't want to continue to dwell on this topic. He held his chin mischievously. "Did you forget what we established at the beginning? In this team, I am the captain, and you must listen to me in everything. If there is a disagreement, you can leave at any time, and I won't stop you." Chun Xiaoxiao's tone suddenly stagnated. Indeed, this was what they had agreed to. Even if she had more ideas, she could do nothing if Zhang Yi didn't agree. After all, Zhang Yi was their captain on paper. "You are such a strange person," Chun Xiaoxiao said helplessly. If it were any other team, those mutants would definitely agree readily. Zhang Yi's mouth showed a meaningful smile. He didn't say much about this matter, but just smiled. "If that's okay, let's move on, we have a lot more to cover." Indeed, they still had a lot of things to discuss in depth. Meanwhile, just when Zhang Yi and the others were busy studying the intelligence of the Eclipse group, a message was passed to Zhu Zhang from the intelligence department of the Combat Command Center. When Zhu Zhang saw this message, his brows couldn't help but frown deeply, because it was clearly written that the Nebula satellite system had detected the Eclipse group preparing to leave Linhai City, and probably head towards Jiangning City in the northwest. "We can't wait any longer. These damn lunatics really want to march towards the Central Plains." Zhu Zhang clenched his fists and smashed his desk in anger, his face solemn. The Eclipse group's rampage was beyond his expectations. They don't really think that after winning a skirmish, you can really ignore the Jiangnan region, right? Zhu Zheng's eyes flashed with a sharp light like a blade, and a strong murderous intent permeated. The scene shifted to the city of Jiangning, once a prosperous second-tier city, located in the northwest of Linhai City and Tianhai City. Jiangning City was well known for its commercial district, the Jiangning Square, which was the most prosperous central area in the entire Jiangning City, and was previously occupied by the largest mutant group in the whole city. But now, the streets were littered with hundreds of corpses of this mutant group. Their bright red blood dyed the entire street red, and had quickly solidified into blood ice before it could even flow. Obviously, the group responsible for this massacre was the Eclipse Moon. Fengguang Jin, with his hands leisurely in the pockets of his perfectly fitted pants, whistled and confidently walked forward. We have to find a place with abundant supplies first. We will rest here for a while, replenish our supplies, and then continue to move forward. The next stop seems to be the city called Lingdu. Behind him on the left was Jinguji Saikairo, who had a slicked-back hair and dark-rimmed glasses with a sullen face. Things won't go as smoothly as we expected, he added. In the previous battle, it was obvious that the troops who came were not the mutant troops from the Jiangnan district headquarters, but civilian organizations. After we wiped them all out, we also sent a message, but we still haven't received any response from the Jiangnan district. With some irritation in his eyes, he continued. This shows that those guys are still going to fight us to the end. Fengguang Jin listened to Jinguji Saikairo's complaints, and a light smile appeared on his lips. Jinguji Saikairo, the former stock trader, is a complete pessimist. Since the first day they met each other, Jinguji Saikairo always spread all kinds of negative news to Fengguang Jin. However, it is also thanks to him that the Eclipse organization has developed to its current level, escaping from the encirclement of the Izumo group time and time again in the Kanto region. He was also a firm representative of the landing faction. He firmly believes that the Neon Islands will definitely be submerged in the Great Flood after the end of the world. If it were not for that, he, who was cautious by nature, would never agree to Fengguang Jin's crazy landing plan. Fengguang Jin smiled and said calmly, Jinguji, don't always be so pessimistic. Now that everything is under our control, at most, we will have one more punitive battle to conquer the Jiangnan region. Then, they will fully understand how strong we are. They will obediently give up their pointless resistance and give in to our demands. He spread his arms and turned his back to everyone. I believe there are many smart people among them who will understand this. After all, we are not the only enemy for them now, just like when we were in Kanto. You see, as a Ronin organization, the Eclipse Moon clashed with Izumo, the most powerful organization in Kanto. However, most of those who have mastered the power of Neon's top leaders were former officials. They always consider their own interests first before doing anything. The price to be paid to eliminate the Eclipse Moon was too heavy, which may greatly weaken their entire organization. And if that were to happen, other forces would have the opportunity to replace them. So because of this, Izumo let Eclipse Moon go. Jinguji Saikairo looked disgusted. This is not Neon. Do those people in Jiangnan district have the same brains as the top leaders in Izumo? How do you know? Fengguang Jin raised his eyebrows and said playfully, aren't all the guys like them the same in the world? Jinguji Saikairo pushed his glasses and spoke decisively. So now, in order to prevent attacks from the Jiangnan district, it is necessary to carry out a thorough cleansing of this area. He raised his head, and a cold light like a venomous snake flashed in his eyes. Don't leave a single person alive in a 5-kilometer radius around Jiangning Square. A day passed quickly, and everyone had returned to the combat center conference room. And after a little preparation, they were going to the battlefield to fight against the Eclipse group. However, Zhu Zheng's face was much more serious than the day before when he and his people reported. Zhu Zheng took a seat and did not ask any team about their preparations. Instead, he announced in a very serious tone, Everyone, I have a very bad news to share with you. Just this morning, Eclipse Moon has left Linhai City and arrived in Jiangning City next door. As soon as this was said, someone hit a table with his fist and stood up. What? Zhang Yi recognized him to be Wu Shifang, a leader of the mutant organization in Jiangning City. How is Jiangning City now? Wu Shifang was very worried. His family and friends were all in Jiangning City, and according to the previous actions of the Eclipse Moon, they slaughter all forces in any particular place they arrive at. Zhu Zheng simply waved his hand dismissively. Wu Shifang, don't get excited first. We have already notified the people in Jiangning City to hide, and not to confront with the Eclipse group. At present, they have occupied Jiangning Square, and the organizations in that area have been wiped out as expected. Although Wu Shifang tried to remain calm, he couldn't help but grit his teeth in frustration. It also occurred to him that if his faction was attacked, they would have definitely contacted him by now. But even so, he couldn't rest assured, because as long as those vicious bandits stay in Jiangning City, his faction will be in danger. Staring at Zhu Zhang, Wu Shifeng got up again with a raised fist and said seriously, "Zhu Zhang, I want to go back first and settle the internal affairs of my faction." Lan Xinqing immediately cut in and tried to reason with Wu Shifeng in a rational yet cold tone. "Nonsense. Wu Shifeng, what time do you think it is now? Do you think you can just do what you want? The most important thing for you now is to cooperate with the headquarters and complete this encirclement and suppression of the Eclipse group." Wu Shifeng looked tangled. He was speechless and genuinely worried about his family and people. However, Lan Xinqing scolded. "Worrying is useless. Do you think that you can destroy the Eclipse group with your own strength?" At this moment, Zhu Zheng's gentle voice came from the side as a form to get things back on track. "Relax, Xinqing, he is also worried about his family and friends, which is understandable." "Commander Zhu Zhang," Wu Shifeng murmured softly, feeling a warmth in his heart as he stared at Zhu Zhang expectantly. Zhu Zhang spoke in a deep and commanding tone. "You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Those people have just arrived in Jiangning City, and there are not many of them. It is impossible for them to destroy the major organizations there in a short time. We must finalize the action plan today and set out for Jiangning early tomorrow morning to kill them in the coastal areas as soon as possible, and prevent them from getting involved in the Central Plains. Again, as for the big and small forces in Jiangning City, we have already notified them. Let them hide as soon as possible and shouldn't engage with the Eclipse group. So you can rest assured about the safety issue." Wu Shifeng took his seat. He could do nothing at the moment but take those words as a form of comfort as Zhu Zhang continued, staring at everyone with a stern look. "Now then, let's start the last combat meeting. The captains of the 3 teams would talk about the results of your discussions." Zhu Zhang looked at Zhang Yi. "Zhang Yi, you will be the first to speak." Everyone's eyes turned to Zhang Yi as he stood up slowly. "I'll say a few words since you want me to say something." Zhang Yi briefly told everyone the results of the discussion among his team the day before, related to the success or failure of the operation. Hence, he had almost nothing to hide except his true strength. "We analyzed the data and found that we can crush the opponent in terms of number of people, firearms, and supernatural power. The key is to thoroughly understand the capabilities of all members of the Eclipse group. In particular, we need to find ways to crack their intelligence acquisition channels. That's all I want to say." Zhu Zhang nodded approvingly as Zhang Yi sat down. Zhang Yi's analysis is correct. The most important thing in our war with the Eclipse group is intelligence. In this regard, we are not clear about the other party's intelligence sources, so we are slightly at a disadvantage. Zhu Zheng's voice suddenly became high-pitched. "But in other aspects, we are in an absolute advantage. Whether it is the strength and number of mutants, or the logistical support for local operations. The most important thing is the armed assistance of our region." Everyone couldn't help but look at Zhu Zhang in a confident manner when he was done speaking. "Are you planning to use thermal weapons to carry out targeted strikes?" Wu Shifeng asked with a fiery look in his eyes. Missiles were one of the most important strategic weapons at present, with the power that could crush almost all foreigners. However, its production line was almost cut off due to the apocalypse, and can only rely on the stock to consume. Therefore, units at the regional level cannot use them easily. Zhang Yi and the others have long had doubts in their hearts about why the region does not use missiles to carry out precise targeted strikes on Eclipse Moon. Zhu Zhang seemed to understand the doubts in everyone's hearts, and explained, "The Eclipse Moon has a satellite jammer in their possession. Although our nebula system can roughly determine the area where they are located, it cannot accurately determine their precise location. Apparently, the Eclipse Moon can affect satellite reconnaissance within a radius of 5 kilometers. And it's still a little difficult for the ammunition to cover a radius of 5 kilometers. But don't worry, we have prepared some other things this time, which will definitely give them a huge surprise." Everyone was a little pleased in their hearts. It seemed that it must be the secret weapon of the Jiangnan district. After all, it is a regional-level organization, and it is impossible not to have some hidden trump cards. But Zhang Yi had other ideas. Of course, when the Yuan Konya incident happened, didn't Zhu Zhang want to use missiles to carry out regional strikes? Why didn't he use it this time when the Eclipse group was attacked? Anyway, the captain of the second team, Zhu Feiyu, stood up with a raised hand and announced the results of their team's research. "Based on the failure of the first battle, we have summed up an important experience, that is, we cannot fight separately. Even if we were divided into 3 teams, we had to ensure that the distance between them did not exceed 2 kilometers. And it is necessary to stipulate that when a team encounters an Eclipse group member, the other 2 teams must support it as soon as possible. There is no need for us to let the other side lead us by the nose. Since they are good at intelligence, They are targeting the abilities of each group of our mutants and sending mutants to restrain us to attack. We can also change opponents in time according to the situation on the battlefield. These words made Zhang Yi look at Zhuo Feiyu a few more times. Although his face was a little ordinary, he was able to point out the key points of the failure of the first battle and find a way to deal with it, which showed that he was not simple-minded. Exchange opponents? That's a very wonderful idea. Zhang Yi couldn't help but whisper in a low voice. In Zhu Zheng's mind, he even began to consider adding this strategy to the action plan. He nodded to Zhuo Feiyu. Your suggestion is very good. I will consider it. Zhuo Feiyu nodded, and then slowly sat down. Zhu Zheng just looked at Wu Shifeng, the captain of the third team. Wu Shifeng, it's your turn next. Tell us the results of your team's discussion. Wu Shifeng proposed a more cautious action plan. He believed that the individual strength of the Eclipse group members was very strong. If they were to fight them in the form of a duel between mutants, even if they could win, it would definitely be a miserable victory. Therefore, the best way is to use superior forces to consume their manpower. Wu Shifeng's suggestion was to send 10,000 soldiers to block Jiangning Square. Each person should also be equipped with origin bullets. Then, the use thermal weapons to bombard them and force them out be initiated. In this way, they will either have to endure the bombardment of thermal weapons, or they will come out and face the attack of tens of thousands of soldiers using origin bullets. I believe that no matter how powerful these mutants are, they can't withstand such a battle, right? After listening to Wu Shifeng's words, the scene fell into silence. The people at the headquarters looked at him with an unusually strange look. Even Zhang Yi couldn't help shaking his head at the back of the room. Although this idea was good, it's a pity, Bailey Chongqing thought expressionlessly. If there were really so many of us, would we really need to bring you guys along? Lan Xinqing immediately declared what everyone is thinking. That's impossible. She calmly shook her head as she stares at Wu Shifeng. Do you think the origin bullet is so easy to manufacture? There are only a few troops in the Jiangnan regional headquarters that can be equipped with this kind of bullet because the supply was limited. Let alone 10,000 people, even 1,000 people is unrealistic. So your proposal is simply not feasible. Wu Shifeng's face was a little ugly. He clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, but relying on just a few dozen of us, we may not be able to completely wipe out the Eclipse Moon. It's better to have more people. Zhu Zheng's eyes flashed with a sharp and ominous light. How could he not know what Wu Shifeng said? But Wu Shifeng didn't understand at all that the Jiangnan district didn't have that much manpower now. Even 4 of the 6 major investigation teams were currently carrying out missions outside. Jiangning City is Wu Shifeng's territory, and his nervousness and worry are understandable. However, the Jiangnan district cannot focus all its strength in dealing with the Eclipse Moon. Although our goal this time is to destroy the Eclipse Moon organization, it is not necessary to wipe them out all at once. These guys are very cunning and have been playing hide and seek with us. They can run from Linhai City to Jiangning City, or escape to other places next. To surround and annihilate them, we need to mobilize at least 10 times their troops. And that is equivalent to gathering the top mutants from all cities in the entire Jiangnan region. If we do that, we may be attacked by other external organizations. Wu Shifeng, a little anxious, asked Zhu Zheng what he meant. We need to destroy their organization head-on, find out their details, and then keep them in Jiangning City, constantly consuming them with manpower and resources until they are completely eliminated. Don't forget, we are fighting on home soil, and a continuous war of attrition is to our advantage. Our troops and resources can be replenished continuously from the rear, while they only have 13 people, and their number will decrease as the battle goes on. So this battle will be easier for us the further we advance. Zhu Zheng is a military strategist, and his thinking is strategic. From the beginning, he never thought that he must annihilate all the members of the Eclipse Moon in one fell swoop. This is certainly a beautiful wish, and it is too difficult to achieve. Eclipse Moon will not be so stupid as to run over to fight with the entire people of Jiangnan district when they know that they cannot win. Deng Shentong, who was standing on the side, listened to Zhu Zheng's words, and a hint of impatience flashed in his eyes. He crossed his arms and added leisurely, perhaps we have a more direct way, which is to kill their leader. As long as the Wolf King is killed, the wolf pack will collapse at the fastest speed. Deng Shentong's first speech attracted everyone's attention, and Zhu Zheng smiled at this. Deng Shentong was still as unbridled as ever. Although he is full of fighting spirit and drive, he was not entirely suitable for the current battle. Lan Xinqing spoke up at this moment. We have very limited information about Fengguang Yuanjin, the leader of Eclipse Moon. Even in Kanto, his personal information was sealed. According to preliminary estimates, This person's strength should be no less than that of a captain of any of the 6 investigation teams, so it would be very difficult to complete the decapitation operation against him. Of course, if Captain Deng can do this, it will greatly shorten the progress of our expedition. Deng Shentong smiled confidently, and his long golden hair fell like a waterfall. Leave this matter to me. His eyes were full of confidence. It was not arrogance or conceit, but a clear understanding of his own strength. No prey that has been marked by me can escape. He is already a dead man. Meanwhile, opposite Deng Shentong, Bailey Chongqing, a member of the combat command team, had a complicated expression. He was promoted to captain, but he did not have the confidence like Deng Shentong to say such words. This was the difference in strength. As soon as Deng Shentong spoke, there was basically no doubts from the others. So, does anyone have any other questions? If not, let's get straight to the point and talk about tomorrow's battle plan. Zhu Zheng glanced at everyone, and no one had much to say. The 13 mutants from the outer city knew that they were just supporting, and the main combat force was still the God Squad. So their biggest role was to draw out the main force of Eclipse Moon and create opportunities for the God Squad. Zhu Zheng motioned to Lan Xinqing to tell everyone about the plan. Lan Xinqing cleared her throat and told them the plan they had already drafted. It was just that some extra details were added for today's discussion. The time of action was also set at 2 o'clock tomorrow morning, which is when people enter a deep sleep and are most likely to reveal flaws. Zhang Yi had not expected the urgency of time. He glanced at his satellite phone. It was 3:57 p.m., which meant that in about 10 hours, they would set out for Jiangning City to carry out the mission. Lan Xinqing explained the content of the mission to the 3 teams according to the planned details. The enemy is now active in Jiangning Square in the center of Jiangning City. This is one of the most prosperous commercial districts in the area, and they use the technology of shielding satellite detection so that we cannot monitor them in real time. At that time, we will first carry out a full-scale bombing of the entire Jiangning Square. Anyway, your 3 teams will act as the vanguard and approach Jiangning Square from 3 directions respectively. When the enemies appear, hold them back. The rest will be carried out by the main force. The God Squad. Lan Xinqing only mentioned the specific details of the mission. Zhang Yi understood that the core of this mission was heavily based on the Celestial team, and they didn't need to let too many people know what they were going to do. This was also to prevent intelligence leaks and avoid situations similar to the first battle. After Lan Xinqing finished speaking, he looked at everyone and asked if there was any more questions. Xia Lingling sneered and crossed her arms nonchalantly. The expressions of the others were similar. They were very clear about their own positioning and had been mentally prepared. But what if they were bait? As long as this mission was successful, the benefits they could get were also considerable. Not only could they achieve the righteousness of the country and gain fame, but they could also get a lot of resources and territory. This was definitely worth their risk. After waiting for a few seconds, Lan Xinqing saw that no one raised any objections, and continued, "Then, please prepare for the battle." At this moment, Tu Yunlai announced to everyone in a deep voice, "For this battle, the headquarters will equip you with special weapons. Please follow me to receive them later." He paused and emphasized again, "It is the special weapons used by the Yenyun troops." Suddenly, Zhu Zheng stood up with a serious expression, like a piece of hard black iron, and everyone seated did the same one after another. "Everyone, this battle is related to the reputation of our Jiangnan region and the honor of our country. Therefore, please fight hard and kill the enemy. Make sure to kill all these Ronin." Everyone answered in unison, "Yes, Commander." The loud and firm voice shook the ceiling. No matter where these people come from, no matter if they are kind, evil, mean, cunning, or cowardly, but in the face of the righteousness of their country, they will not be vague. This is a glorious deed that they can proudly say with their chests held high in the future. After the meeting, Zhu Zheng left Deng Shentong, Tu Yunlai, and the others alone. As core members, they still have a more detailed battle plan to discuss. The task of taking Zhang Yi and other foreigners from the outer city to select equipment was given to Bailey Chongqing. To be honest, Zhang Yi felt a little aggrieved when he saw this. After all, he was nominally the captain of the investigation team, at the same level as Deng Shentong. But it was obvious that Bailey Chongqing had not entered the core circle of the Combat Command Center at all. Can only be said that Blizzard City is a place where strength is supreme. The level of ability determines a person's status. Nonetheless, Zhang Yi and the others followed Bailey Chongqing all the way to the armory below. After layers of identity verification, Bailey Chongqing opened the door of the armory. What came into view was a huge armory with rows of weapons and equipment neatly arranged inside. Firearms, grenades, cold weapons, battle suits. There were even tanks, armored vehicles, and armed helicopters in the adjacent background room. Bailey Chongqing turned around and spread his hands to everyone with a smile. Everyone, you can choose any weapons here. Take as many as you can. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows. Oh really? Bailey Chongqing's smile froze, and he quickly changed his words, realizing his slip-up. Actually, I meant weapons that can be carried on the body. Space ability users are not allowed to store their equipment and weapons inside their dimensional space. Zhang Yi was indifferent. He didn't like ordinary equipment anyway. Zhang Yi approached Bailey Chongqing and playfully whispered that his words were unnecessary. He didn't like these ordinary equipment, so he didn't need to worry. Then, he simply walks away to explore the scene. His eyes were fixed on the various battle suits a few distance away. The rest, however, couldn't wait to run into the armory and test out the large number of new weapons inside with bright eyes. Some people had clear goals and quickly found the weapons that suited them, while others were still thinking about what kind of weapons suited them. After Zhang Yi came to the battle suit area, he reached out and took down a black tights from the wall. But after he examined the clothes, his brows frowned slightly. The feeling of this thing was completely different from the battle suit he wore in the martial arts field that day. He tried other battle suits again and found that they all had the same texture. What's going on? Are there no other advanced equipment besides these? Zhang Yi thought of this and looked up at the entire weapons warehouse. Indeed, the weapons and equipment here were very advanced, but they were all general weapons. Hot weapons were not very meaningful to Zhang Yi. He has the White Owl and Thunderbolt customized for him by Liu Karen. It was no exaggeration to say that the power of these two weapons has reached the peak of hot weapons for individual combat. Used with Zhang Yi's ability, it was much stronger than ever. And as for cold weapons, Zhang Yi immediately realized that they were not made of adamantium. It seems that the arsenal opened to them by the Jiangnan region was not comprehensive. Zhang Yi walked back calmly and came to Bailey Chongqing. He lowered his voice and said, "Are you just going to use these things to get rid of us?" Bailey Chongqing laughed. "I'm not perfunctory to you. These are the common weapons of the Yenyun troops." Hearing this, Zhang Yi looked at him puzzled. So Bailey Chongqing explained, "The battle suit you used in the martial arts field before can only be used by the investigation teams and a small number of senior officials with special permissions. As for weapons made of adamantium, the same goes for it. They are not common items." Zhang Yi complained in his heart. The headquarters was really cunning. At this time, they still didn't give them the best weapons and equipment. But after thinking about it carefully, it made sense. After all, if those weapons appeared in the outer city, they would be artifact level. If they were distributed in large quantities, they might cause disputes in the future, and might also lead to technology leaks. Zhang Yi understood this, but he still had to take advantage of the opportunity. He approached Bailey Chongqing and whispered, "No matter what they do, you have to make a set of black tights for Liang Yu and me. With our friendship, this is okay, right?" Bailey Chongqing looked a little embarrassed. Those are all controlled level equipment and can't be given to others easily. Especially the battle suits, which are high-tech products. So I can't give them to you. However, Zhang Yi didn't care about Bailey Chongqing's excuse and simply asked for 2 sets right away, which made it difficult for Bailey Chongqing. Zhang Yi glared and raised his voice all of a sudden. "Difficult? Then don't do it." Bailey Chongqing smiled and placed a hand on Zhang Yi's shoulder. "Don't be angry. Although this matter is troublesome, it is not impossible to discuss. If it were someone else, Bailey Chongqing would have to consider the possibility of his death on the battlefield. But for Zhang Yi, there is no need to worry about this. In the entire Blizzard City, there are not many people who really understood Zhang Yi's strength. Of course, he, Bailey Chongqing, was one of the not many exceptions that understood Zhang Yi, and also personally knows him best. Because Zhang Yi told him personally that his strength is no less than that of the deceased Captain Bian Junwu. Combined with Zhang Yi's usual cowardly behavior, it is harder than climbing to the sky to kill him. "Then tell me, what should we do?" Zhang Yi asked. Bailey Chongqing looked around, pulled Zhang Yi to an empty corner, and whispered, "I will give you Mai and Meng Siu's battle suits first. But when you come back, you must return them to us. As for weapons, you all have your own exclusive ones, so there is no need to ask me for them." Zhang Yi saw Bailey Chongqing's serious expression, and he also understood how rare the black tights were, although it was a pity that he couldn't ask for 10 or 8 sets to take back. But being able to get 2 sets to wear can greatly improve their survival rate in the mission, which is still good. "Okay. Then it's settled." Zhang Yi returned to the armory and pretended to select some equipment. The others also selected their own weapons, and they were fully armed. Although these standard weapons used by the Yenyun Special Forces were relatively ordinary to Zhang Yi, they were all excellent things for them. After everyone had chosen their weapons, Bailey Chongqing told them to wait outside. Someone will take them to the combat center when the time comes. The combat center was relatively large, so there is naturally a rest area. Anyway, The mutants in the outer city separated into their usual groups, some discussing the next tactics, while others went to recuperate and prepare for the battle. On the way out, Zhang Yi suddenly told Liang Yu to follow him. Then the two took a detour and followed Bailey Chongqing to the special rest area of their Black Robe investigation team. Bailey Chongqing handed 2 battle suits to Zhang Yi. One was his and the other was Meng Xiu's. The battle suit is intelligently shrinkable, so there will be no mismatch in body shape. Go change clothes next door first. Zhang Yi handed Meng Xiu's battle suit to Liang Yu. Liang Yu had seen this black battle suit before and had heard Zhang Yi talk about its magic. When she got the battle suit, she couldn't help but secretly praise Zhang Yi in her heart. She thought he was really amazing to actually ask for such a thing. Liang Yu took her battle suit and went to the women's locker room next door without making a sound. Zhang Yi went to the men's locker room and began to take off his clothes. At this time, Bailey Chongqing walked in from outside. Zhang Yi turned around and met his eyes with a bit of vigilance. "What are you doing here?" At this time, he had just taken off his shirt, revealing his muscular upper body. After the end of the world, he had not neglected to exercise every day, so his body was very fit, and there was almost no fat on his body. Bailey Chongqing smiled and waved his hand. "Don't get me wrong. I just want to chat with you before you leave." As he said this, Zhang Yi had already changed into the black and white combat uniform and carefully fastened the Velcro. "Ask any questions you have." Bailey Chongqing's expression became serious. He frowned slightly and stared at Zhang Yi. "What are your plans for this operation? The headquarters doesn't know your strength, and they arranged the operation for you as an ordinary mutant. But I know your strength is definitely not inferior to Deng Shentong. So, are you planning to take action like you did before? Strike at the critical moment, take down Eclipse Moon, and take all the credit?" Zhang Yi had a playful look on his face when he heard this blunt question. "Do you think I'm that kind of person?" "Yeah, quite a bit actually," Bailey Chongqing answered without hesitation. "After all, that's how you played it back in Tianhai City." Thinking about it carefully, this has been Zhang Yi's simple yet fail-proof plan. He pretends to be weak at first, wait for the right opportunity to strike, and then reap the fruits of victory. Zhang Yi gave a knowing look. "This is different," he replied. "Back then, I did it to protect myself and the people around me. But this time around, I'm not very interested in the mission rewards if I'm being honest. They're simply not important to me." Bailey Chongqing loosened his arms and stared at Zhang Yi, a bit surprised. "Then I want to know, why are you willing to go on this mission?" Zhang Yi smiled and replied convincingly, "No reason. It's just because I'm a patriot, that's it." After saying this, Bailey Chongqing looked at Zhang Yi with respect. "So that's how it is. I'm so sorry. I originally thought you had other purposes." Zhang Yi smiled and replied calmly, "Well, that might be the case with our first encounter. If people don't have a sense of collective honor, how can the eggs in the nest remain intact?" Zhang Yi continued, his expression suddenly becoming extremely serious. "This time, with the Celestial Squad as the main force, I won't be forced to expose my true strength. I will only take action when necessary, so you can rest assured." However, he raised a finger to emphasize his next words. "I hope you can keep it a secret for me for the time being." Bailey Chongqing rubbed his neck slightly and sighed nervously. As the captain of an investigation team of Blizzard City, concealing important information made him feel uneasy. But this was a secret between the two, and he must keep it well hidden. He also vaguely understood that this secret could not be concealed forever. So, when that time comes, how should he face Zhu Zheng? This question sometimes gives him a headache. Sure enough, human greed was a terrible thing, which will leave you with endless troubles. For now, he can only take one step at a time. "I understand, so don't worry," he replied. Zhang Yi smiled even more. He believes Bailey Chongqing won't let him down. As Bailey Chongqing turned to leave the locker room, he motioned for Zhang Yi to follow. "Let's go. I have to take you guys to the airport in the early morning." "Airport?" Zhang Yi was incredulous, so he asked curiously, "In this temperature, is it still possible to fly to Jiangning City?" Bailey Chongqing smiled faintly as he tried to explain. "Military aircrafts are different from civilian aircrafts. There are several extremely cold-resistant fighters in the region. They are the models we introduced from the technology of Fremons in the north. Although they cannot be used for a long time, they are perfectly fine for short distances. Also, speed is the essence of war, so it's too slow to take a special train. Besides, Jiangning City has been invaded. There is a possibility of being discovered by taking a special train. Anyway, about Fremons, it's a northern country, so most of its territory is in the cold zone. Therefore, their technology in the field of cold resistance was very advanced." Back to Zhang Yi. Upon hearing this, nodded slightly and replied with a stunned look, "Oh, I see." Anyhow, a while later, Just after midnight, Bailey Chongqing led the 13 outer city troops from the combat center to the airport. Inside the interior of the airport was a huge dome-like space, and more than a dozen huge bombers, fighters, and armed helicopters. As the three teams headed inside the armed helicopters, almost everyone carried a large tactical backpack. With the convenience of an alternate space, Chun Xiaoxiao looked at Zhang Yi expectantly. However, after a moment of hesitation, she decided to carry her weapons herself. After all, she did not fully admit that Zhang Yi was her captain. When necessary, she and Peng Li could choose to leave Zhang Yi and act on their own. Zhang Yi and his team walked into the helicopter without saying much. The interior space of this combat helicopter was not small. It is spacious enough to accommodate more than a dozen of them. The rest did not delay and followed suit. However, Zhuo Feiyu, who was more cautious and meticulous, asked Bailey Chongqing with evident worry, "Can we ensure that we will not be hit in the air? At thousands of meters high, even the most powerful enhanced mutant would be smashed into mud." Bailey Chongqing laughed slightly when he heard Zhuo Feiyu's question. But before Bailey Chongqing could speak, the veteran Yu Zhengyang from Sichuan City explained, "Don't underestimate the defense of the armed helicopter. This is one of the most elite armed fighters in the country. In addition to the factor of the flight altitude, I can't think of any mutant who can shoot it down." Zhuo Feiyu replied calmly that it was better to be safe than sorry. Being an ordinary office worker before the end of the world, it was his first time riding an armed helicopter. "Then at least tell us where the parachute bag is," Yuan Hao asked weakly. "So in case of any problem, we can still parachute." Bailey Chongqing seriously warned everyone when he heard Yuan Hao's suggestion. "Don't even think about it. In this temperature, non-professionals like you are basically flirting with death by parachuting. You will freeze into popsicles before you even land. But if you still don't give a flying fuck, then there is a parachute bag right behind the seat." Yuan Hao found a camouflage backpack when the pair found their seats. Then, he quickly suggested for Xia Lingling to use it when there's ever the need. Xia Lingling frowned slightly and stated that Yuan Hao is too timid. "And such a crow mouth. Can't you say something nice?" Yuan Hao simply replied that he was just worried that something will happen to her. Zhang Yi looked at the two of them as if he were watching a show. What a lively couple. He turned his head and looked out the window accidentally, and just saw a few familiar faces appearing next to another helicopter not far away. The long golden hair fell softly along the back, and the slender and fit figure left no room for any doubt that this person was captain of the celestial team, Deng Shintong, the son of the Deng family in Blizzard City. At this time, Deng Shintong led the 9 members of the celestial team to an armed helicopter. As they talked and laughed together, their actions were in stark contrast to Zhang Yi and the others. At this moment, a messy-haired team member casually stated, "Let's finish the task early today. I'm waiting to come back to have dinner with my wife." Liao Honglei laughed. "It's not even 1 o'clock. Your wife probably won't wake up when you come back." Deng Shintong had a calm smile on his face. "Don't act carelessly. Our opponent this time around is quite strong, so be careful." "Okay, Captain." The team members agreed with a smile. But at this very moment, a black extended car stopped next to the helicopter. A bodyguard came over and opened the door. An old man in a black tang suit walked down from it. It was the head of the Deng family, Deng Yuanbua, one of the giants in Blizzard City. Seeing Deng Yuanbua, Deng Shintong also hurried over. "Uncle, why are you here in person?" Deng Yuanbua looked up at his most respected nephew and replied with a smile. "This mission is very important to you and our Deng family, so I came here to tell you a few words." Deng Shintong smiled and said, "Uncle, don't worry. I am confident that I can eliminate this group of bandits within 3 hours." Deng Yuanbua sighed. "You can't always be like this, so please listen carefully." "Okay, uncle. Please tell me what you have to say. I will definitely remember it." Deng Shintong's expression couldn't help but become serious. Deng Yuanbua smiled, but his tone became low. "Don't underestimate those Japanese ronin. You haven't dealt with them on the battlefield in the past, so you don't know how crazy those people are. They are perverts who can sacrifice their lives for their so-called beliefs. Although I hate those people, I have to admit that they are terrible. So you have to be extremely careful in this battle." Deng Yuanbua placed a hand on his nephew's shoulder. His slender pupils burst into a wild light. "As long as you successfully annihilate the Eclipse group in this battle, your reputation will spread throughout the entire Jiangnan region, and even the world. Our Deng family will have more room for operation." Deng Shintong's face was still full of confidence, and his eyes became much more resolute. He nodded slightly and confidently replied, "Uncle, please rest assured, I will definitely win this battle beautifully." Deng Yuanbua smiled and nodded with satisfaction. "That's good. I will be waiting for the news of your victory here." After the two said their goodbyes, Deng Shintong turned and walked towards the armed helicopter. And as if he had a knowing feeling, he suddenly looked at the other helicopter in the distance and saw Zhang Yi leaning against the window, staring back at him. Then the two just took a moment staring and smiling at each other wordlessly. The noticeable smile from Zhang Yi was a light one, while Deng Shintong's smile was as bright as the sun. As Zhang Yi stroked Flower's soft fur, he had no complicated thought in his heart. After all, the affairs of the young master of the Deng family had nothing to do with him. All he had to do now was to protect Flower and Liang Yu and kill the members of the Eclipse group. What are you thinking about? Liang Yu's cold voice sounded in Zhang Yi's ears. Nothing. I just wondered how strong Fengguangyu and Jin is. Zhang Yi was telling the truth. After seeing some of the images of Dagong Yanjin and others, he had a basic judgment of the strength of Eclipse Moon. The strength of such an organization is between that of the investigation team. However, the strongest person always determines the upper limit of the organization. Zhang Yi couldn't help feeling that that guy must be extremely dangerous. He even thought that the operation would not be considered a success if Fengguangyu and Jin could not be killed in this mission. Chun Xiaoxiao and Peng Li on the side heard this, but Chun Xiaoxiao's expression showed that she did not agree. Let the God Squad handle that kind of thing. Peng Li shook her index finger, looking like an experienced person, and instructed Zhang Yi. The most important thing for everyone is to know their own abilities. Even if we, the mutants from the outer city, can dominate our respective territories, we are ultimately no match for the regular army. But this also has its advantages. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. We just need to help the God Squad lure the enemy and delay time. Zhang Yi's smile became even stronger. He agreed with the pair. Well, you are right. I think so too. Anyway, as the scene shifted to the combat command center, Commander Zhu Zhang stood in front of the big screen, monitoring everything with a stern look. The surveillance equipment carried by everyone recorded the scene in front of him, and he had a full view of everything. Now, let's set off to Jiangning City. Zhu Zhang gave an order, and the two armed helicopters rose up with a slight boom. The huge fan blades rolled up the cold wind, and the airport ceiling spread out like wings to both sides. The two armed helicopters left one after the other and flew towards Jiangning City. Zhu Zhang glanced at the time and ordered, "You can also take action there too." Meanwhile, in Jiangning City, it was past midnight, early in the morning. At this time, all the members of the Eclipse group had not gone to bed, but just clearing some loose ends. At this moment, in an unspecified warehouse, the shrine maiden Takeuchi Mayumi lets out a light exclamation. Then she slowly raised her head and looked up at the ceiling, like she was looking up into the sky. "Fengguangyu and Jin," she called out. "There is danger coming." The laziness on Fengguangyu and Jin's face suddenly converged as he also did the same. "A crisis from heaven, right?" Fengguangyu and Jin laughed teasingly. "Ah, I get it. Those guys in the Jiangnan region must be unwilling to give up and are going to attack us again," Jinguji Saikairo said with a calm yet impatient look. "I knew those guys won't let us go. This is really troublesome. We won't be killed this time, right?" "Of course not." Fengguangyu and Jin smiled confidently, with a smile that was a little crazy and cruel. "They are the ones who will die." The armed helicopter flew across the night sky, and its hard shell froze into a layer of frost in the cold night, but it did not affect its fast flight. However, in this environment, its endurance was greatly challenged, and it was probably only suitable for this kind of short-distance flight. 10 minutes later, Zhang Yi and his team flew all the way from Blizzard City to Jiangning City. Just as they arrived above Jiangning City, through the ice flowers on the window, they could vaguely see the warm yellow light being lit up on the ground. "Huh? What is that? Bonfire party?" Zhang Yi leaned over. At the same time, there was a faint rumbling sound below. Everyone heard this thunder-like movement and couldn't help but get close to the window to watch. When they looked carefully, they couldn't help but be shocked. A vast sea of fire, Jiangning Square, the area in the center of Jiangning City, has now turned into a huge sea of fire. From time to time, there will be violent explosions coming from the ground, and the sound reaches the sky, as loud as thunder. "What's going on?" Zhang Yi frowned, a little surprised. At this moment, Zhu Zheng's voice sounded in the communication equipment at the right time. "Did you all see the explosion in Jiangning City? Don't be surprised. This is the first step of our plan. First, use the Zonglong 5 bomber to bomb the entire Jiangning Square. After this round of bombing, there will be no hiding place in Jiangning Square. Even if we can't eliminate a few Eclipse Moon members, at least we can force them out." Zhang Yi immediately thought of the bombers he saw in the airport, and he understood. Eclipse Moon has special instruments and equipment that can block satellite monitoring signals within 5 kilometers. But it seems Blizzard City also has means to blow up the entire Jiangning Square. Sure enough, all troubles come from insufficient firepower. And Blizzard City was not lacking in this sort of ammunition. Actually, if it weren't for the difficulty in transportation, Zhu Zhang would probably have people pull hundreds of this artillery and directly flatten the entire Jiangning Square. Yu Zhengyang watched the explosion flames below and stated excitedly, "Now it will be much easier for us to move around. If we are lucky, we can blow them all to death." Zhuo Feiyu on the side reminded calmly, "Don't hold out too much hope for this kind of thing. If those guys were so easy to kill, we wouldn't have to prepare for so long before coming here." Yu Zhengyang took a deep breath. His earlier excitement was completely gone. "I know. You don't need to remind me about this matter." As Peng Li briefly stared at Zhang Yi, who couldn't stop watching the chaos below from the window, she asked curiously, "This kind of large-scale fire, unless the other party is very familiar with the terrain and finds an underground shelter. Otherwise, it will be difficult to survive, right?" Zhang Yi did not answer the question directly, so he asked back, "Have you heard of napalm?" "Huh? What is that?" Peng Li blinked her big eyes a few times. Obviously, she had never heard of such a thing. Zhang Yi pointed at the sea of fire below. To put it simply, that's an incendiary bombing. And incendiary bombs have no destructive power, but they can cause large-scale burning. Since the headquarters cannot really use real bombs to bomb the entire area within a radius of 5 kilometers, they result in using napalm bombs in large quantities. This is to consume oxygen and destroy food and other resources in Jiangning Square, which will eventually force the Eclipse group to come out and fight us. Anyway, I don't believe that those guys will be easily burned to death by the fire, especially in this kind of weather. Peng Li blinked doubtfully, and then cast her eyes on Chen Xiaoxiao. Chen Xiaoxiao stared back at her and nodded slightly. "He's right, but it will be much easier for us to find the enemy. At least we won't be ambushed by the other party in advance and fall into the troublesome situation of street fighting." As they were talking, the armed helicopter had already stopped 10 kilometers away from Jiangning Square. Since the ability of the other party was unknown, they naturally had to keep a certain distance before landing, and also to avoid being smashed into pieces on the ground. After the landing, a drone flew over Jiangning Square. A spherical device protruded from the bottom of the drone, emitting a faint blue light. Then, an invisible radio wave instantly swept across the entire Jiangning Square. At the Combat Command Center, a staff member reported to Zhu Zhang and Tu Yunlai, "The communication blockade of the Jiangning Square area has been completed. They can't use communication equipment to contact each other, let alone ask for help from the outside world." Zhu Jing nodded. "Very good. Let them become headless flies first, and then crush them one by one. First, let the other party lose the means of communication, while the communicator in the Jiangnan region is not affected, so that this battle can take the initiative from the beginning." After the helicopter landed, the headsets of several captains sounded from the headquarters. "Team Zhang Yi, enter the square area from the southeast. Team Wu Shifeng, enter the square area from the west. Team Zhuo Feiyu, enter the square area from the north. Remember, your mission is to attract firepower and delay the people of Eclipse Moon. If an encounter occurs, the first priority is to protect your own safety, not to take the initiative to attack." The 3 captains replied affirmatively. "Got it, Commander." On Zhang Yi's side, he immediately took out 2 silver-white pistols from his alternate space. These were the white owls made for him by Liu Karen, which could hold 20 rounds of holy silver bullets. The team had already stepped out of the helicopter. Zhang Yi's tactical headset had instructions about the location and path to enter Jiangning Square, marked by the headquarters, so he doesn't have to worry about getting lost here. At the same time, he can also check the routes of the other 2 teams clearly. The 3 teams are marching in a triangular route. Through a 3-point positioning method, the location of the other party can be confirmed. After all, within a radius of 5 kilometers, the detection effect of the satellite is blocked by the other party's technical means. So below, the location of the other party's general can only be found through manual methods and calculations. And after surveying the perimeter, Zhang Yi said to Liang Yu and the others, "Let's go." Liang Yu followed Zhang Yi without hesitation while Chen Xiaoxiao just observed the scene expressionlessly. Peng Li and Chen Xiaoxiao looked at each other seconds after. They were also very nervous at this time, but this nervousness was also accompanied by a feeling of excitement. Danger and benefits coexist. As long as they can successfully complete this mission, the gains will also be huge. Chen Xiaoxiao nodded slightly. Then the 2 followed Zhang Yi with their tactical backpack on Chen Xiaoxiao's back. As the 3 teams set off one after another, not far away, another armed helicopter slowly landed. In it were the members of the Celestial Team. Seeing the 3 outer city teams heading towards Jiangning Square, Deng Shuntong had a playful smile on his face. "You see, there was a high probability that none of the teams will not come back after this trip. However, if they can hold on until support arrives, then it proves that they are indeed promising talents. At the very least, Blizzard City can recruit them to join the Yenyun troops. Also, it was not impossible for those who perform outstanding to join the investigation team. Deng Shintong thought of the latter and Zhang Yi naturally came to mind. Ever since they met in Blizzard City, Deng Shintong had admired Zhang Yi very much and had always wanted to recruit him into the God team. Let me see how you can perform this time. The Celestial team were calmly waiting for the headquarters to issue the order for them to attack. Meanwhile, as the scene shifted to Zhang Yi's side, after he and his team got off the helicopter, there hadn't been any orders from the headquarters. Zhang Yi understood that the next order would probably be just waiting until the members of the Eclipse group appeared. The sea of fire in front of him had gradually died down, since the power of the napalm bomb could not last too long, and the ultra-low temperature of -60 to 70 degrees at midnight was enough to make the flames disappear quickly. However, no one knew the location of the members of the Eclipse group at this time. I hope I won't be too unlucky and meet their main members. If that's the case, I can only choose to retreat a distance first, Zhang Yi murmured. He couldn't fight the entire Eclipse group alone. After Zhang Yi and his team arrived at the designated location, they had to make decisions according to their own will. Zhang Yi did not rush forward, but stood cautiously in place, observing all the scenes in front of him. Jiangning Square had been burned into a dilapidated ruin at this time, and gray-black smoke rose into the sky. Zhang Yi suddenly asked Flower on his shoulder if she can smell the breath of any living person apart from them. Flower's eyes sharply swept across the ruins in front of them. Then it sniffed and finally shook its head helplessly. Zhang Yi sighed and asked if Flower was finding it difficult due to the fire. And to this, Flower agreed with a soft sound. After the fire, the smell became complicated and it was difficult to distinguish the breath of living people from it. Chun Xiaoxiao and Peng Li came over. Captain, what should we do next? Zhang Yi thought for a moment and made his own choice. We just need to wait here for them to come. Chun Xiaoxiao and Peng Li were both speechless. After all, it wasn't appropriate to just wait. They wondered if they were there to encircle and suppress the Eclipse group, instead of Eclipse group encircling and suppressing them. With a hand leisurely placed under his chin, Zhang Yi ignored them and began to carefully check the surrounding environment. He was good at long-range attacks, not close combat. If he is attacked by close combat masters such as Dangu Yenin or Tsukamoto Nobunaga, it may be dangerous for him. An estimated value of about 0.01% of the danger probability, so this situation, if encountered, must be prevented at all cost. Zhang Yi had to figure out the environment first, then choose a safe position to wait for the opportunity to snipe. Using the Thunderbolt and the Origin Bullet, his range can completely cover the entire 5-kilometer range of Jiangning Square. Zhang Yi's eyes wandered around for a long time before they finally landed on a burnt black commercial building not far away. He immediately determined that building as the perfect location of his ambush. So without a second thought, he opened the dimensional door without waiting for Chun Xiaoxiao and Peng Li to agree. Before entering, he turned his head slightly in their direction and casually reminded the two. Don't forget, he coldly stated. The intelligence-gathering ability of the enemy is particularly strong. I guess they already know our location by now and have dispatched troops to deal with us. However, since we are not familiar with this place and the enemy have the advantage of the first move, I plan to use static to break the dynamic. I will set up an ambush on the rooftop, and your task is to stay nearby and protect my safety. Zhang Yi immediately turned to leave the scene, leaving no room for any objection. Liang Yu, you are responsible for protecting me closely. Hearing this, Liang Yu nodded and rushed to Zhang Yi's side. The two, together with Flower, entered the dimensional door and appeared on the top of the building the next moment. Chun Xiaoxiao and Peng Li were left speechless, staring at the closing portal, then at each other with widened eyes. What the? Did he just abandon us? Peng Li looked incredulous. What kind of a fucking captain is this? So irresponsible. She roared in anger. Chun Xiaoxiao raised her eyebrows, looked around cautiously, and stated solemnly. He knew very well that we were only in a temporary partnership, so he didn't intend to care about our opinions from the beginning. Now that we are in a dangerous battlefield, his behavior is indeed a bit childish. Peng Li sighed and asked what they should do. Chun Xiaoxiao calmly stated that for the time being, they should do what Zhang Yi had instructed. After all, they could be in greater danger if they were to leave the group rashly. The two had no choice but to stick around the building and wait for Eclipse's people to come to them. Meanwhile, their conversation was actually heard clearly at the Combat Command Center. Zhu Zheng stared at Zhang Yi on top of the building and couldn't help but sigh. A bit stunned. This Zhang Yi is too cowardly. but I will admit that he is very smart, and his approach is indeed a good way to test the opponent's ability. Everyone knew that Eclipse Moon had a strong ability to obtain intelligence, but no one knew what the exact ability was. Zhang Yi chose to hide outside Jiangning Square and not take the initiative to attack. If the other party could still clearly find their location, it could basically be concluded that their ability was a terrible ability similar to the nature of prophecy. Anyway, Zhu Zhang looked at the other two outer city teams and calmly asked, "So what are the other two teams doing?" The people on Wu Shifeng and Zhuo Feiyu's side also kept an extremely vigilant attitude as they moved forward. They knew that this operation was full of dangers, so they didn't dare to be careless. As Wu Shifeng and the other three arrived at the designated location, there was not much verbal arrangement between the few people. Compared with Zhang Yi's side, the people in the other two teams had already formulated a battle plan. After all, not everyone was like Zhang Yi, who was fully confident in his own strength but still act cowardly. They strategized a good team battle plan to ensure that there was no mistakes. After entering Jiangning Square area, the first thing to do was reconnaissance. Mo Zhongning from Wu Shifeng's team confidently stepped forward. His eyes were fixed on the large ruins in front of him, and then he slowly squatted down. He was wrapped in a heavy coat, and although his right hand was placed on the heavy snow, he did not feel any cold. His team members around him clearly saw that his sleeves were shaking restlessly, followed by a burst of golden light which immediately condensed around his hand, then flowed to the depths of the earth. Suddenly, gray rodents drilled out of the snow. Mo Zhongning was a release-type ability user, with codename Soul Beast. He can transform his supernatural powers into different animals, and these animals can share his 5 senses with him like his clones. Zhu Zhang watched the entire scene with a somewhat knowing look. Mo Zhongning's ability was really convenient to use supernatural beasts for reconnaissance. However, since he is the leader of a faction, his ability must be more than just reconnaissance. Mo Zhongning must also have strong combat power. Back on the battlefield, numerous small soul beasts actually crawled out of the snow like gray water streams. And in just a dozen seconds, hundreds of them had appeared. They stood on the snow and turned their heads to look at Mo Zhongning with human-like light flashing in their eyes. "Go find them," Mo Zhongning murmured in a low voice. The soul beasts squeaked and then rushed into the burned square. Soon, they disappeared in the ruins. On the other hand, Zhuo Feiyu's team did not have similar reconnaissance methods, but they had an old hand who was proficient in reconnaissance. Yu Zhengyang had been a scout for 7 years, so he was responsible for leading the way and carefully searching for any traces of the Eclipse group. Meanwhile, inside the unspecified warehouse in Jiangning Square, the 13 members of the Eclipse group had gathered. Although they were surrounded by smoke and dark dust, they seemed unbothered at all. They had already taken shelter before the bombing. 12 of them sat in a circle, and in the middle was the middle-aged pessimist Jinguji Saikairo. He took his hands out of his suit pockets and habitually pushed his dark-rimmed glasses. His slender and skinny index finger slowly raised, and a little golden light appeared on the fingertips, then eventually radiated around him. His eyes suddenly became sharp, and his right hand quickly moved in the air, while chanting a spell. Jinguji Saikairo murmured something unintelligently. Something along the line of, "When the soldiers fight, all the formations are in front of the line." Suddenly, the golden light condensed in the air and quickly turned into a huge golden pentagram. In Jinguji Saikairo's eyes, the golden light flickered. As he pointed his right hand to the sky, the golden pentagram shattered and turned into tiny spells that went straight up into the sky. A moment later, with the location of the warehouse as the center, a white majestic mist began to spread around, and in just a few minutes, the entire Jiangning Square was shrouded. The 3 teams discovered the abnormality at first sight and reported to the Combat Command Center. Status report: an unknown fog had suddenly emerged, and the coverage area is very large. It seems to be the people of Eclipse Moon about to take action. Zhu Zhang immediately replied from the command center, ordering everyone to be careful. They need to prevent the mutants of Eclipse Moon from taking advantage of the fog to attack. Needless to say, the mutants in the outer cities will be more careful themselves. This ability was not mentioned in the intelligence at all. Zhuo Feiyu expressed his thoughts with a serious expression. Sure enough, they still kept a lot in the first battle. Veteran Yu Zhengyang added calmly, "This is just a trick to cover the sight. It is not offensive." In Wu Shifeng's team, Mo Zhongning sneered in a mocking manner. "The thick fog can block everyone's sight, but it can't block my soul beasts. It's better to say that this battlefield is more conducive to my performance." In any case, the 2 teams were slowly moving towards Jiangning Square. On the contrary, Zhang Yi, through his tactical scope, took aim on the roof of the building at the edge of Jiangning Square, with no intention of moving forward. He was simply waiting for the enemy to come to him. And it wasn't a ridiculous exaggeration to be certain that the enemy would come to him. At this time in the Combat Command Center, the 3 reconnaissance teams had the authority to act independently. In the state of unclear situation ahead, Zhu Zhang would not verbally order them to do anything. It was the battlefield after all, and the ability to adapt to circumstances was the most important. Zhu Zhang chose to trust the strategy of the mutants in the outer cities. With a stern look, he frowned slightly as he stared at the thick fog in front of him. In addition to fighter planes, the armed forces they sent out also had low-altitude unmanned reconnaissance aircraft. But at this time, the cameras of these reconnaissance aircraft were all covered. Their advantage in local operations was gone. Next, they could only rely on the portable cameras of the outer city mutant teams to grasp everything that happened on the scene. As the scene shifted back to the Eclipse group, Jinguji Saikairo, after using his ability, casually placed his hands back into his pockets. Then, a gray bird which suddenly landed on his shoulder, opened its mouth in a grotesque manner, and slowly spit out 12 identical gray crows, which immediately landed on the shoulders of the others. Jinguji Saikairo turned his gaze towards Mayumi Takeuchi. The impatience on his face never disappeared. This battlefield will become an unknown area. So Mayumi, it's up to you. Feng Wangenjin smiled and thanked Jinguji Saikairo for his hard work. Jinguji Saikairo, he said, your methods are still as reliable as always. Jinguji Saikairo sighed helplessly, said nothing, and silently took a seat amidst the others as the Shrine Maiden took over. Mayumi Takeuchi glanced at Feng Wangenjin, and after getting his approval, she slowly walked to the center of the circle. She gracefully knelt down and slowly took out a familiar scroll from her head, then placed it neatly on the floor. This time, Mayumi Takeuchi only took out her thin long brush, because the previous reserve of the bright red ink had been used up. She stretched out her left hand, revealing her white arm, and with a soft puff, the slender brush in her right hand stabbed her left arm without hesitation. Blood flowed, but not a single drop of blood was wasted. The brush sucked in big gulps of her blood and immediately condensed on the tip. Mayumi Takeuchi looked extremely calm and began to write on the long scroll. A while later, the scroll was already covered with dense blood words. Mayumi Takeuchi's face was a little pale, and it was obvious that the use of this power was also very exhausting for her. But she still said calmly, the enemy had arrived in the west and north with 4 people each. In addition, there are enemies lurking in the dark who have not yet appeared. Feng Wangenjin and Jinguji Saikairo briefly stared at each other before looking at the divine text on the scroll. Jinguji Saikairo frowned slightly and expressed his thoughts. If there are only 2 teams coming, then it seems that the number of people this time is much less than last time. Perhaps they are all elite troops. What if they are just cannon fodder to lure us out and test our abilities? Feng Wangenjin added after a deep thought. Jinguji Saikairo slowly pushed his glasses and stated that it doesn't matter. As long as Mayumi is here, we will not be at a disadvantage tactically. He looked at Mayumi Takeuchi and under everyone's expectant gaze, asked her to tell them what to do. As Mayumi Takeuchi's divination ended, she held up the scroll and stared back at Jinguji Saikairo with a slight nod. Subsequently, the members of the Eclipse Moon also received their combat orders. At this point, everyone was very optimistic about this battle, because as long as they acted according to Mayumi Takeuchi's predictions, they had never failed. In the center of the battle formation, Shishimono Satoru sat cross-legged on the floor with his eyes closed. His ability Enlightenment Demon was activated. The 13 members of the Eclipse organization were suddenly connected by a red thread in his field of vision, and the point of convergence was on him. With his existence, no matter how far apart the 13 members were, they could get in touch in time. In other words, the information shielding function of the Jiangnan district has no effect on them. And with the existence of Grey Crow, the Misty Fog will have no restrictions on them either. However, Jinguji Saikairo suddenly seemed to have noticed something too suspicious to ignore. Why are there only soldiers coming from 2 directions? With the 2 teams arriving from just the north and west, there is a vacant position from the southeast. Is that position deliberately left for us to escape? Or is there something else? This made Feng Wangenjin smiled even more. These guys must have set a trap waiting for us to jump in. They obviously don't understand who the prey was and who was the hunter. Anyway, there is no need to follow their pace. We must seize the initiative on the battlefield. Just believe in Mayumi's divination. Jinguji frowned and thought for a moment, then agreed silently. You are the captain. This problem is left to you to solve. Don't be careless, because one careless thing will kill someone. Hearing this, Feng Wangyuan just motioned for everyone to leave quickly. Let's have a good fight. It's time to let the leaders of the Jiangnan district know that Eclipse Moon is an existence they can't afford to offend. So, one after another, the mutants left the warehouse. Meanwhile, on the western front, Wu Shifeng and the others did not rush forward, but silently waited for Mo Zhongning's reconnaissance results. The soul beasts have been moving forward from the ruins, heading towards the area within the unknown range in front. They share the 5 senses with Mo Zhongning, and as long as they detect the traces of the enemy, Mo Zhongning will sense it too. Wu Shifeng and the other 2 were guarding beside Mo Zhongning. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light appeared in the vision of a soul beast inside the fog. The next moment, it completely disappeared in the ruins. Mo Zhongning opened his eyes suddenly. One of my soul beasts was killed. The expressions of Wu Shifeng and the other 2 suddenly became solemn. Did you find the location of a member of Eclipse Moon? I'm not sure, Mo Zhongning answered. Let me take a closer look. A soul beast was killed, but Mo Zhongning was not in a hurry. He could summon 138 soul beasts at a time. Now that the location of the dead soul beast has been determined, other soul beasts can gather in that direction. Then judge the identity of the person coming. Therefore, Mo Zhongning immediately mobilized the soul beasts around that area and began to explore for intelligence. The other soul beasts were ordered to retreat by Mo Zhongning. The area west of Jiangning Square was not large, so a few soul beasts can quickly explore that area of the ruins. But what was waiting for them was a huge black hand cannon. And the attack method that immediately followed was supernatural shells. The gunner of the Eclipse Moon organization, Kurosawa Akira, wasted no time announcing his presence. The moment the soul beasts appeared, they were killed by Kurosawa Akira one shot after another. Mo Zhongning immediately recognized his identity and knew that he had little time left, so he quickly used the remaining instant perspective of other soul beasts to observe anyone around Kurosawa Akira. In addition to Kurosawa Akira, there were 2 other figures walking slowly towards his side. One was a spirited young man with a sofa-like hairstyle, Sakuraba Yushigwang. As for the third person, when Mo Zhongning saw his body shape clearly, he stood up in fear, gasping for breath. His pupils also shrank suddenly too. It's him. Damn it. How could we be so unlucky? The moment he finished speaking, all the soul beasts he sent out were wiped out. Wu Shifeng and the other 2 were shocked when they saw this. Mo Zhongning, what did you see? What on earth is it that scares you so much? Mo Zhongning's eyes flashed with resentment, and he replied with a panicked look. We encountered that monster here, Dangu Yenin. As soon as these words came out, the faces of Wu Shifeng, Li Weihai and Jia Heading also became solemn. They have all seen the strength of Dangu Yenin. In the first battle, he easily wiped out 2 mutant teams with his own strength. Among the known enemies, he was definitely the most dangerous one. He was also the guy that everyone was most reluctant to meet. But seeing Mo Zhongning's resentful look, Wu Shifeng snorted coldly and silently. Even if you meet a powerful enemy, you don't have to be so scared, right? We all have 1 head on 2 shoulders. I don't believe that the 4 of us can't be his match. As an orc-type mutant of the reinforcement system, Wu Shifeng was also a local hero, and his strength was above Li Guoqiang and Meng Shuqing, who were killed by Dangu Yenin. So, with the support from capable teammates, Wu Shifeng believes that his team can fight Dangu Yenin. Mo Zhongning covered his forehead and added some details he'd failed to mention. The bastard didn't come alone, he hopelessly stated. He brought 2 people with him as helpers. Even if it's 4 against 3, it's even a question on whether we can hold them off, let alone defeat them. We might die. With the exception of Zhang Yi, the other 2 captains of the 3 teams all had extraordinary courage, and the candidates for regional assessment were not randomly selected. Wu Shifeng's character is bold and careful, so he was not afraid of danger. Wu Shifeng immediately informed the command center. The Western team has encountered the enemy, and 3 people have been found so far, namely, Dangu Yenin, Sakuraba Yushigwang, and Kurosawa Akira. At the other end of the line, Zhu Zhang replied to Wu Shifeng's report after a brief pause. Very good. Deal with them according to the original plan. Hold them back and try to force them to use their superpowers. Create an opportunity for the celestial team to break through. Wu Shifeng understood their task and ended the call. Since we are here, let's set aside our fear of death and fight them as hard as we can. Wu Shifeng stated passionately. It's 4 against 3, so we have the advantage. Jiangning was Wu Shifeng's home, and he believes that once this operation fails, his relatives and friends will be wiped out by the Eclipse Moon, so he must fight to the death. Even if he has to sacrifice his life for it, it would be worth it. Mo Zhongning and the other 2 may not have such a great spirit of dedication as him. But now that things have come to this, they can't retreat. Not only will they lose their reputation if they flee from the battlefield, but they will also be liquidated by the Jiangnan region. It's better to fight for a future. Mo Zhongning gritted his teeth and shouted in a low voice, "Okay, let's have a fight with them. I want to see how capable those bastards from Japan are." The four people formed a diamond formation according to their original plan, with the enhanced mutant Wu Shifeng blocking in front, Mo Zhongning and Li Weihai on the left and right, and Jia heading behind the crowd. Soon, a tall shadow slowly emerged from the fog. Dangu Yenin's figure appeared in front of everyone first. Then, Sakuraba Yuzhuguang and Kurosawa Akira, with a playful smile on their faces, soon followed. With the help of the Grey Crow, they could clearly find the enemy even in the thick fog, so this encounter was of little effort. When they saw the four people, the chief engineer Dangu Yenin suddenly frowned, looking disappointed. Aren't they the elite sent by the Jiangnan district? But why do they look so weak? Sakuraba Yuzhuguang crossed his arms and replied with a smile. Perhaps they are just cannon fodder sent to test us. We can just deal with them casually. I think their main force is behind, hiding in the dark. In that case, let's not waste time with them. Dangu Yenin stated after the three wordlessly agreed on a decision. On the other hand, seeing that the Eclipse Moon members did not take them seriously, Wu Shifeng and the rest were angry. Although they could not speak the same language, they could clearly see the expressions on their faces. Wu Shifeng and his team were prepared to fight against the three simultaneously. But unexpectedly, Sakuraba Yuzhuguang and Kurosawa Akira took a few steps back in tacit understanding, indicating that Dangu Yenin was their opponent. And in order to show that they would not interfere in this battle, they actually retreated to a few dozen meters away. Meanwhile, the northern team also encountered two members of the Eclipse group shortly after the western team. Kamaya Negemichi, a short-haired strong man with a fierce square face and rustic black-framed glasses, and Akutsu Shinichiro, a gangster with a red hedgehog hair and a piercing on the right ear. According to the information obtained before, Zhuofeiyu and his team also immediately knew the identity of the other party. Zhuofeiyu was slightly relieved, because the combat power shown by these two people in the first battle was not too terrifying. At least compared with the great factory Dangu Yenin that Wu Shifeng and his team encountered, these two did not show particularly strong combat power. At the Combat Command Center, Zhu Zhang saw the news reported by the two teams and silently observed this new development. 5 of the 13 members of the Eclipse group have appeared so far. In other words, there are still 8 people who have not appeared. Even if we remove the non-combat personnel, there should be at least 6 combat-type mutants. It seems the situation depends on what's going on with Zhang Yi's team. Anyway, speaking of Zhang Yi's team, they had been waiting for a while in the southeast direction, but no member of the Eclipse group had appeared. And as for the two partners, Chun Xiaoxiao and Peng Li, they were also cautiously waiting under the building at this time. The appearance of enemies on Wu Shifeng and Zhuofeiyu's side made them more cautious. They all felt that the enemy would appear soon. But as time passed, the sound of fighting and shouting over there appeared in their communication devices, and even the fog around there did not change at all. Huh? What's going on? Zhang Yi couldn't help but frowned. According to common sense, since Eclipse Moon has a strong reconnaissance ability, they must have discovered his arrival long ago. But why had he waited for so long, and the enemy hadn't made a single move? Could it be that Zhang Yi's eyes widened, and a possibility came to his mind? The ability they possessed. Could it be that they saw through Zhang Yi's strength, and out of fear and vigilance, they didn't dare to send anyone over? What exactly is the ability they possess? Zhang Yi muttered to himself. He was alert, suddenly believing that the opponent was unpredictable and too scary. This is the case in the world of mutants where all kinds of strange and mysterious abilities may appear. The scene shifted to the Eclipse organization side. With Jinguji Saikairo's reminder, Fengguang Yuanjin had also noticed the empty spots when he checked on the map. He murmured to himself, a bit confused. Mayumi's divination can't be wrong. That is to say, there are no enemies between the east and south. What kind of trick is the enemy planning? Fengguang Yuanjin's expression was serious. He didn't like the feeling that things were out of his control. But at the moment, he had no idea about what kind of trap the Jiangnan region had set in the southeast. At this time, Tsukamoto Nobunaga, who was by his side, spoke up in his usual somewhat bored tone. No need to be so troubled about this matter. I'll just go over and take a look. He turned around and looked at Mayumi Takeuchi. After all, Mayumi also said that I will be in the southeast today. Fengguang Yuanjin agreed with a slight nod. Indeed, since Mayumi said so, there must be no problem. Nobunaga, that direction is up to you. See what tricks the other party has. He waved his hand and said to the couple Takizawa Takashi and Nanako Agatsuma beside him, Ryuzawa, and my wife Nanako, just follow Nobunaga." The two had no objections and followed Tsukamoto Nobunaga. The gray crow on their shoulders would guide them in the direction of travel. Back to the battlefield on Wu Shifang's side, the fight was about to break out. At this moment, Wu Shifang's body underwent a strange change. His body began to wriggle, almost vibrating at an insane speed. And soon, Wu Shifang's body began to appear at two places simultaneously. This was Wu Shifang's ability, Duplicate Shadow. He can create an appearance and body shape exactly the same as himself. A doppelganger with his skills and knowledge. Wu Shifang reached out and opened a huge weapon box he brought with him. It was a black wooden box. Upon closer look, one might even think it was a small coffin. Wu Shifang took out a huge silver oxhorn bow from it and handed it to the clone. Then, he took out two huge copper hammers from the other side. The Legu Wangjinshue, the weapon of Ma Yuan, the general of the Han Dynasty, the legendary leader of the Four Fierce Eight Hammers, and the weapon of Li Yuanba, the world's #1 warrior. The size of the copper hammer is twice that of an adult's head. Each one is made of solid alloy and weighs more than 100 pounds. It is equivalent to holding two adults in your hands as a weapon. This kind of weapon originally only existed in legends. But in this era of mutation, there are really people who can use it freely. And the silver-bronze oxhorn giant bow in the clone's hand also looks full of oppression. Dangu Yenin stared at them, his gaze particularly on Wu Shifang. What's the point of this? Does it make you look more imposing? As an orc-type mutant with a beastman-type ability, Dangu Yenin didn't even transform. Whether it was words or actions, they revealed extreme contempt. He casually waved his huge dragonfly blade lazily and motioned at them. "What are you waiting for? Are you afraid of 4 against 1? Cursing, Wu Shifang gritted his teeth and rushed towards Dangu Yenin like a whirlwind. At the same time, his clone also drew his bow and arrow. With a whoosh, the sound of breaking through the air was like a long cry of an eagle. The speed of the arrow was exactly the same as that of Wu Shifang's body, and it attacked Dangu Yenin from two directions. Dangu Yenin's eyes condensed, and as he stares expressionlessly at the two incoming assaults with an eerie calm, he still remained motionless until the blurry arrow came within a hair's breadth of breaching his defense. However, in an instant, his huge dragonfly blade was swung swiftly across, blocking the blurry, blistering arrow effortlessly. Subsequently, Wu Shifang was already in the air with his heavy hammer aimed fiercely at Dangu Yenin's head. You see, when using cold weapons, masters often choose heavy blunt weapons. Because once hit, even if it's only on a small part of the body, it will quickly make the opponent lose their combat effectiveness. Wu Shifang's simultaneous attacks from two sides was for the arrow to obviously serve as a distraction. And since Dangu Yenin wasn't a speed-type mutant, it would be difficult to knock the arrow away and then dodge. Because Wu Shifang believes blocking a direct attack from the heavy hammer would, at the very least, damage Dangu Yenin's defense significantly. Unexpectedly, facing the attacking heavy hammer, Dangu Yenin only made a simple yet shocking move. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Dangu Yenin quickly used his left arm and steadily took Wu Shifang's thundering blow head-on. And accompanied with a dull bang, the huge impact shattered the heavy ice and snow where Dangu Yenin stood, forming a small crater. Not a bad strength. Dangu Yenin, a bit surprised, teased Wu Shifang when he took 3 huge steps in retreat. He was frightened by this scene and suddenly began to break out in a cold sweat. He attacked with all his strength, but was blocked by the opponent with one hand like it was nothing. Damn it, this bastard has an incredible strength and a strong body. Dangu Yenin gave a smug look and beckoned Wu Shifang with a finger. Try again. Surprising enough, Dangu Yenin's interest was ignited. He thought the fight wouldn't be boring since Wu Shifang's strength was pretty decent. Fortunately for Wu Shifang, he wasn't alone. While he was bearing the main attack from the front, his teammates also responded. Unbeknownst to Dangu Yenin, a red crab, out of thin air, had suddenly appeared on his back. Then, the entire body of the crab began to radiate a dazzling golden light. And as it became more and more rapid, Dangu Yenin finally noticed, but it was too late. Because what followed immediately after was a violent explosion on his back. I succeeded, Mo Zhongning exclaimed in pure excitement. He couldn't help but raise his mouth when he saw this scene. It seems that he is not as scary as imagined. In addition to being able to create and share his 5 senses with his soul beasts, there were also some soul beasts that could self-destruct. However, the attack just now was combined with the ability of Li Weihai next to him. Li Weihai, like Zhang Yi, was an extremely rare space-based mutant. But his ability was different from Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi's ability is to store, and Li Weihai's ability was to transfer. In space, he can mobilize objects of a certain mass, even humans. So the attack just now was a combined attack skill launched by him, using his ability to put Mo Zhongning's self-destructing soul beast on the body of Dangu Yenin. After the smoke and dust of the explosion settled, the face of Dangu Yenin was extremely ugly, and although a large area of his back was charred together with his clothes, there was no scar. Mo Zhongning's explosive soul beast didn't even make him feel much pain either. As a former neon sumo wrestler of Yokozuna rank, what he most wanted was a strong and huge physique, and the power to destroy everything. Luckily, he really got all of this when he became a mutant. On the other hand, Sakuraba Yuzagwang, who had been watching the battle on the side, saw this scene and slapped his forehead helplessly. It's over. These guys are really unlucky. They just ruined the big guy's favorite suit. With a huge body shape such as his, did they really not know how difficult it was to find a suitable suit for him? That suit was specially customized by a tailor, and although these guys are indeed stronger than the previous ones, they really shouldn't have destroyed his suit. Dangu Yenin suddenly raised his head with fierce eyes, as if he wanted to devour his opponents alive. He tore off what's left of the suit, revealing his shirt underneath. "You bastards," he roared. "You actually ruined my last suit. I will tear you apart." Mo Zhongning noticed Dangu Yenin's anger, and panicked as all the color drained from his face. It was obvious at this point that his self-destructing soul beast, which was no less than that of TNT explosives, didn't blow Dangu Yenin up, but only managed to infuriate him. However, Wu Shifeng, wanting to replicate the results of the first attack, shouted at his teammates as he rushed forward. The attack was effective. "Let's continue." Wu Shifeng gritted his teeth, roared, and rushed up again with his two heavy hammers in his hands. They fell fiercely from the sky and clashed with Dangu Yenin's dragonfly blade with the force of thunder. The clang sound of metal collision was deafening, and the ground that was burned into scorched earth by the incendiary bomb was directly shattered by this blow. Large pieces of the debris from the shattered buildings and snow rushed into the sky and fell like a waterfall. Wu Shifeng was stunned and flew more than 10 meters away. At the moment, Wu Shifeng felt as if his arms were hit head-on by a truck weighing dozens of tons. They were numb all of a sudden, and the heavy hammer in his hand was directly shaken away. When he looked down, he found that his hands were shaking and bleeding. If he continued to fight, he would definitely die. The difference in strength was definitely not the same. And this was the first time that he felt ruthlessly crushed in terms of strength. Mo Zhongning and Li Weihai did not waste the split-second opportunity that Wu Shifeng had obtained, and planned to self-destructing another soul beast on Dangu Yenin's head. But with a cold face, Dangu Yenin noticed immediately and intercepted. He casually held the self-destructing soul beast in his huge left hand and squeezed it hard. The crab clung tightly in his hand, and then began to self-destruct seconds after. When it did, it wasn't like the powerful TNT explosives earlier, but rather a dull sound like a fart. In the end, only a cloud of golden light shone from his fist. "Is this your only method? It's too weak." The smile on Dangu Yenin's face was mocking. "You dare to come and kill us with only this level? Isn't this courting death?" This terrifying power and defense made the three people stunned. How can they fight with such a huge gap in absolute strength? At this moment, the ground under the feet of Dangu Yenin suddenly collapsed, and his huge body sank into it. A huge gray monster appeared in the soil. It was a super mole with blood-red eyes and more than 2 meters long. This was Jia Heading from Huazhou City, who also happens to be a beast-type ability user with codename Earthwalking Immortal. No matter how powerful you are, you can't use it without a foothold. Jia Heading made a harsh and weird sound in the form of a mole, then pulled Dangu Yenin inside a pit he just created, intending to use its sharp claws to stab at Dangu Yenin's most vulnerable part, his anus. Even a man with iron bones and flesh has a soft rectum. So, no matter who it was, this set of anorectal surgery would definitely not be pleasant. Although the method of digging out the anus was despised by any dignified warrior, in the battle of life and death, any way to kill the opponent was the best. This is also the first time that Dangu Yenin felt the breath of danger, and his anus tightened suddenly. The giant mole made a shrill cry, and its claws, comparable to that of a saber's tooth, pointed at Dangu Yenin's anus and almost stabbed it. You see, while his teammates were fighting in front, Jia Heading was waiting for such a great opportunity. And such a scene even made the people in the combat command center stretch their necks embarrassingly, secretly hoping that Jia Heading could succeed in one blow. But at this very moment, a deafening roar broke out in the sunken hole. Go to hell! Dangu Yenin finally used his ability, transforming into the mythical creature. A hot golden air gushed out from his limbs and bones, and directly forced the giant mole that Jia Heading turned into to let go. This scene made Wu Shifang and the others a few distance away feel as if they were burned by flames. Forced to retreat, the huge gray figure laughed maniacally as it began to dig the ground frantically. "I'm underground," he mocked. "What can you do to me? As long as you give me a suitable opportunity, I will pull your intestines out." At this time, the transformed Tide Tiger, holding a huge dragonfly blade, showed his fangs to Wu Shifang and the others. This time, he was really angry. After all, no one can stay calm after being almost ripped apart from the anus. Dangu Yenin's eyes were fixed on the ground. The next moment, he raised his right leg and stepped down hard, with his right foot as the center. A loud boom reverberated through the entire area, and the ground shattered like glass. The soil deep in the earth began to explode, and the entire land was no longer intact. Jia Heading, who was more than 10 meters underground, felt that the ground had become compacted, and tens of thousands of tons of soil were squeezed on him at once. He let out a wail, and with that, blood gushed out of his mouth, and his internal organs seemed to be squeezed into a ball. Just more than 10 meters underground, he lost the ability to move. Although he had not died yet, he cannot maintain the transformed state for a long time. So, if no one comes to save him, he will die of serious injuries and lack of oxygen. Fortunately, at this time, Jia Heading did not forget that the people at the headquarters were watching. He used his last strength to send a distress message to the Combat Command Center. "Headquarters, support is needed," Jia Heading pleaded. After receiving the message, Zhu Zheng frowned when he heard the news. But he did not give any response, because so far no more useful intelligence has been obtained. They must ensure that the mutants sent by the Celestial Team can eliminate Dangu Yenin. What's more, behind him, there are 2 members of the Eclipse Moon who hadn't taken action, so their abilities are still unknown. Tu Yunlai spoke up at this moment. "Commander, the mission on Wu Shifang's team is a bit difficult to complete, so we must send enough investigation team members to solve it. Should we send Liao Honglei over there?" Liao Honglei was the deputy captain of the Celestial Team, and his combat power was second only to Deng Shintong. Also, his ability is more suitable for dealing with Dangu Yenin. Zhu Zheng shook his head slowly and firmly. "We need to wait and continue to observe. There are still 2 people who hadn't taken action." He noticed the existence of Kurosawa Akira and Sakuraba Yuzugwang. The abilities of these 2 guys are to cooperate with Dangu Yenin. If Liao Honglei faces them, he will not have an advantage in terms of ability. Zhu Zheng's cold attention shifted to another battlefield as he calmly added, "We can't use the God Squad easily. We must ensure that we get enough intelligence first." Meanwhile, on the northern side of the battlefield, another fierce fight was also going on. This was, of course, Zhuo Feiyu's team, and the opponents were Kamaya Negemichi and Shinichiro Akutsu. They were not interested in one-on-many battles like Dangu Yenin. These 2 were real villains after all, who enjoy the pleasure of killing their opponents. As long as they can win, they will use all means. So the moment they appeared on the battlefield, the fight immediately begun. Kamaya Negemichi, a beast-type ability user with codename Big Snake, had actually transformed into a massive green snake about 15 meters long. The giant snake roared and rushed towards the 5 people. Its bloody mouth opened, and inside were layers of dense inverted teeth, which would make anyone shudder. Once bitten, unless the body is torn apart, it's absolutely impossible to break free from its mouth. This visual pressure has made Zhuo Feiyu's team feel a huge sense of crisis. The 5 people quickly dispersed to avoid being crushed to death by the snake. The ground where the green snake passed left a terrifying gully. Zhuo Feiyu remained calm in the face of danger, and carefully took out several dozens of black rifles from his tactical backpack. Each gun tip was equipped with a bayonet that flashed a faint green light. "Xia Lingling!" Zhuo Feiyu shouted at Xia Lingling to take action. "I know!" Xia Lingling frowned, stomped her right foot on the ground and rushed towards the massive snake. Facing the huge green snake, she nimbly dodged its attack from the air and came to the tail of the big snake. Xia Lingling hugged the tail of the big snake with both hands. Then, she actually swung this 15-meter-long behemoth directly, turned it around a few times and threw it far away. Zhuo Feiyu raised his hands, and the 36 rifles were lined up in front of him. Then, all 36 bayonet began to stab at the big snake like lightning. These were specially made weapons, and they are quenched with the most deadly toxins. Just a slight scratch on the skin can kill an adult immediately. When the big snake saw these flying guns, a playful look flashed in its eyes. This crude weapon could not penetrate his hard scales. However, he was a little surprised by the terrifying power of Xia Lingling. After the big snake landed, its tail quickly swung into the air, sweeping across the flying guns like a long whip. However, Zhuo Feiyu's eyes were always fixed on him. When the big snake's tail was pulled out, his fingers just circled gracefully in the air, and the flying guns circled in the air and avoided the snake's whip. Telekinesis? Interesting. A dull sound came from the massive snake's mouth. With the 36 gun blades already aimed at its head, continuous gunshots began to ring out. And with that, dense bullets were fired rapidly at the snake. The big snake mocked Zhou Feiyu for his pathetic attack. Although the bullets used were origin bullets which have a good restraining effect on mutants, the green scales of the big snake was not affected by them. The origin bullets bounce off the scales and couldn't penetrate the skin. But just when the snake was feeling proud, its pupils suddenly felt a gust of wind, and a large armor-piercing bullet hit its eyeball. Although there was a thick protective film on the eyes, it still made the snake's eyes blur. Fuck! Who was it? The snake looked angrily in the direction where the bullet came from, only to see a cunning sniper aiming his sniper rifle at him from a few distance away. Although ordinary sniper rifles certainly couldn't hurt the snake, apparently a strengthened weapon can. And this was the veteran Yu Xingyang's ability, Weapon Master. He could strengthen a weapon and make it more powerful. Anyway, as the snake was fighting fiercely, Shinichiro Akutsu, under the cover of the white mist, used this as an opportunity to aim at the weakest member among the team, Yuan Hao. With a ferocious smile on his face, he held a metal baseball bat in the air and swung it at Yuan Hao's head. When Yuan Hao found out that Shinichiro Akutsu was attacking him, he was so scared that his face turned pale. He closed his eyes and called out for Xia Lingling. The next moment, Xia Lingling, who was still fighting the big snake, appeared in front of Yuan Hao at an incredible speed. Shinichiro Akutsu's metal bat hit her arm with a dull bang. Seeing this, he was a little stunned. He knew very well how powerful the bat was. However, it did not smash this woman's arm and body to pieces. Xia Lingling stared at him, her eyes filled with endless murderous intent. How dare you attack my husband? Do you want to die? Among the enhanced mutants, there are people who fight with their bodies and can use weapons to some extent. What an arrogant little girl. Shinichiro Akutsu laughed, and the power in his hand began to increase. He used the metal baseball bat without any rules, just smashing it violently. As a gangster, he only relied on two things to fight, that is, experience and momentum, so he was somewhat of an expert in actual combat. When Shinichiro Akutsu felt the sudden terrifying power erupting from Xia Lingling's body, he knew it was unreasonable. You see, the reason why Dangu Yenin was so powerful was because he was a yokozuna who dominated the sumo world with his strength. However, the woman in front of Shinichiro Akutsu didn't look very big. So where did her sudden burst of strength come from? Shinichiro Akutsu soon found the problem. When Xia Lingling was fighting, Yuan Hao stood behind her and kept cheering her up. Shinichiro Akutsu understood immediately that Yuan Hao was undoubtedly a support-type mutant. His encouragement from behind gave Xia Lingling a boost of strength. Well, it seems I have to kill the support first. Shinichiro Akutsu tried to attack Yuan Hao first. However, Xia Lingling was staring at him intently, and of course she did not give him such an opportunity. Don't even think about it. Anyone who dares to touch my husband must die, Xia Lingling declared, blocking Shinichiro Akutsu's way like lightning. And her speed was so fast that Shinichiro Akutsu couldn't break through at all. What a troublesome woman. Akutsu looked amused. Let's see who dies first then. As the battle in the western and northern battlefields rages on, the southeastern area where Zhang Yi was located was unusually calm. Obviously, this made everyone wondered what was going on. Zhang Yi listened to the battle report, and his suspicious feeling arose even more. Why haven't the people from Eclipse come yet? Is there a big conspiracy? Zhu Zheng also frowned in the combat command center. Why didn't anyone appear in Zhang Yi's direction? Is there something wrong with Zhang Yi? Or is there something wrong with the people from Eclipse Moon? Although no one knew what exactly was going on, the situation needed to be rectified. So at this moment, Tu Yunlai expressed his thoughts on the matter. Zhu Zheng, if the situation on Zhang Yi's side remains like this, we can't carry out our plan. Why don't we just give orders to Zhang Yi and his team to continue advancing into the square? Zhu Zheng thought about it and agreed. He switched to Zhang Yi's communication channel and issued an order. Zhang Yi, I need you to keep moving forward so that we can spy on the enemy's movements. Their actions in your direction are very strange, so head towards the center of Jiangning Square. Zhang Yi responded indifferently that he had received the order. After ending the communication, Zhang Yi looked towards the depths of Jiangning Square, which was shrouded in thick fog. The scene was unclear and nothing could be seen. If they continued to move forward, they may run into Eclipse Moon's main force. This was too troublesome to take such a risk, given Eclipse Moon still had 8 members who have not shown up. Zhang Yi may be powerful, but he absolutely hates taking such risks. Seeing Zhang Yi's expression, Liang Yu couldn't help asking if something was wrong. What orders did the headquarters issue? Zhang Yi replied with a frown. They said the enemy here is acting strangely, so we need to investigate further. Liang Yu also frowned, a bit puzzled. Investigate further? In that case, the risk will be greater. She looked at Zhang Yi. What are you going to do? Zhang Yi smiled and calmly stated. What else can we do? Since the headquarters has issued an order, we just have to do it. Liang Yu was a little surprised. Zhang Yi had never been an obedient person. So, when she saw the meaningful smile on Zhang Yi's lips, she suddenly realized that this matter was not that simple. Sure enough, Zhang Yi took them out of the building and found Qin Xiaoxiao and Peng Li, who were on guard downstairs. Zhang Yi said to them in a cautious tone, "We didn't encounter any enemies here. The headquarters asked us to continue moving forward." Qin Xiaoxiao and Peng Li looked at each other and thought that it was time for their team to take action. They couldn't just wait anymore for the enemy to come over so they can finally carry out the encirclement and suppression mission. The two women nodded as Zhang Yi took the lead. They walked towards the interior of Jiangning Square. However, after advancing more than 100 meters, Zhang Yi stopped. He motioned to a building in front of him and casually stated, "Let's look more carefully over there. It looks like a great spot for us to defend against the enemy." Qin Xiaoxiao and Peng Li widened their eyes and were absolutely dumbfounded. What? Right here. Didn't the headquarters tell us to enter Jiangning Square for reconnaissance? Liang Yu couldn't help but cover her mouth and laughed secretly. She was too familiar with Zhang Yi's style of doing things. Expecting him to be so obedient was really impossible. Zhang Yi said righteously, "This mission is of great importance, and we must act cautiously. So I decided to observe here carefully before making plans. This is to prevent the enemy from setting an ambush." Zhang Yi only promised Zhu Zhang to move forward, but he did not say how far he was going to move forward. Did Zhu Zhang expect him to really let him lead the team into the center of Jiangning Square and fight with Eclipse's large army? He is not stupid. The other party may even have mutants close to the level of Epsilon. Zhang Yi would not be so arrogant as to think that he could absolutely protect his life, let alone everyone in his team. Anyway, the mutants in the outer city were not the main force. They just took some supplies. Why play with their lives? Qin Xiaoxiao and Peng Li were completely speechless. They also knew that the other two fronts had already started fighting. If they did nothing, wouldn't they just watch the mission points being taken away by others? Zhang Yi, if you do this, won't we come here in vain? Qin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but try to reason with Zhang Yi, although she was extremely pissed off at this point. Her eyes were fixed on Zhang Yi with a look of dissatisfaction. Zhang Yi stated calmly, "There are endless missions, but there is only one life. I think the premise of completing the mission is to protect your own life first." Qin Xiaoxiao's tone sank. "But we came here for a purpose. Sorry, I can't be as greedy and afraid of death as you are. In order to survive, I cannot let the Ronin run rampant on our land." Zhang Yi glanced at her and clapped his hands in approval. "That's a good point. You're really amazing. So, if you're unhappy, you can leave. I'm not forcing you to act with me." The falling out within the group had finally happened. After all, Qin Xiaoxiao had never been convinced that Zhang Yi was the captain from the very beginning. Seeing Zhang Yi act so cowardly, she was impatient and annoyed that he had delayed her from completing the task and earning points. Zhang Yi was not indulgent to her at all and told her that she could leave if she was unhappy. Qin Xiaoxiao stared at Zhang Yi with clenched fists, fuming uncontrollably. She felt unlucky to actually have met such a cowardly teammate. Peng Li pointed an accusatory finger at Zhang Yi and angrily scolded, "Go back if you want to. If we follow a cowardly captain like you, we won't even get a hair of points. People like you will never accomplish anything big in the future. You have no courage." She snorted coldly and stretched out her hand to pull Qin Xiaoxiao's arm. "Xiaoxiao, let's act on our own." Qin Xiaoxiao frowned even deeper. If they acted separately and meet 2 or more members of Eclipse Moon, she wasn't sure they could deal with that situation. But she couldn't agree with Zhang Yi's way of doing things. Seeing that staying here would only continue to be a mess with Zhang Yi, it was better to leave and give it a try. Anyway, their mission was to lure Eclipse Moon to reveal their strength, not to defeat them. This means when they encounter Eclipse Moon members, the God Squad can back them up if the situation becomes too dangerous. Thinking of all this, Qin Xiaoxiao stated regrettably, "Well, we can't work together if we have different paths. Let's separate now." Again, Peng Li pointed at Zhang Yi and stated arrogantly, "When we get points and take over the territory of Linhai City, you will regret it." After the two of them finished speaking, they turned around and left there without hesitation, moving cautiously into the thick fog. With a knowing smile, Zhang Yi stared at their disappearing figures with a raised eyebrow. These two really don't understand the level of opponents they are facing. Not everyone has experienced the level of battle in Tianhai City. Maybe for Peng Li and Qin Xiaoxiao, they were already very powerful as Delta-level mutants. So they don't understand that there is a gap between mutants of the same level. As of now, the human classification of mutants is very vague. And although there is no concept of actual numbering levels, there is a great depth between the same levels. A peak Delta-level mutant can kill an ordinary Delta-level mutant in seconds. Even Zhang Yi dare not be careless, so why are they so arrogant? Do they believe they could rely on the God Squad to protect them? How laughable. Is their lives too much of a joke that they could hand them over just like that? They asked for this, so they can't blame no one if they die. Zhang Yi ignored them, and firmly chose to stay where he was. He will continue to observe the movements around him. It's not that he was unwilling to contribute to this mission. It's just that he understands that the mutants in the outer cities are cannon fodder. The real main force of the action is the God Squad. So why can the God Squad wait for an opportunity to take action in the back? And he, Zhang Yi, can't? When necessary, the combat effectiveness that Zhang Yi can exert is much more important than that of most members of the God Squad. Therefore, he will not act blindly. He needed to be patient and wait for the enemy to reveal a flaw. But there was another question that Zhang Yi still hadn't been able to figure out. Thus, why no one came from his direction? Why hadn't the Eclipse Moon approached him? Zhang Yi held his chin and fell into deep thought. At this moment at the command center, Zhu Zhang was informed about Chen Xiaoxiao and Peng Li's departure the moment they left the team. Headquarters, this is Chen Xiaoxiao. We have separated from Zhang Yi and Liang Yu. They did not obey orders and stayed outside Jiangning Square with an overly negative attitude. We couldn't tolerate their behavior anymore, so we chose to leave the team and continue the operation. When Zhu Zhang heard this report, he approved the request in a calm tone. I understand, he stated. You two can act on your own. Chen Xiaoxiao, a little surprised, previously thought Zhu Zhang would be furious and probably settle accounts with Zhang Yi. But she didn't expect Zhu Zhang's reaction to be so calm. Too calm, actually. Unable to figure out what the higher-ups were thinking, she gave up on the matter. On the other hand, as Zhu Zhang watched the surveillance of Zhang Yi, he felt a headache coming on. He held his forehead with a knowing look and stated helplessly, I almost forgot that this guy has always been a defensive counterattacker. It's really hard for him to be a scout. At this point, it's not an exaggerated fact that the mutants from the outer cities nominally obey the orders of Blizzard City. However, it also does not mean that Blizzard City could order them without restrictions. Especially now, letting Zhang Yi and his team go deep into the fog to find the whereabouts of Eclipse Moon is almost equivalent to orchestrating their death. Knowing all this, Zhang Yi simply chose to play a word game with Zhu Zhang. This way, he was neither defying Zhu Zhang's orders, nor was he acting directly against the original mission. Zhu Zhang had no choice but to focus elsewhere since this incident does not have much impact on the overall operation. After all, the mutants in the outer cities were mainly used as bait. So Zhang Yi wasn't to be blamed that not a single enemy showed up at the southeast of Jiangning Square. Let's just wait and observe first. Zhu Zhang folded his arms and leisurely stated, his eyes fixed on the other two battlefields which had quickly reached a white-hot state. On the western battlefield, the situation on Wu Shifang's side was becoming more and more dire. The earth-walking immortal Jia Heading was stomped by Dangu Yenin, and his internal organs were shattered. At present, his situation underground was unknown. Wu Shifang, relying on the joint battle with his clone, couldn't even block 3 moves from Dangu Yenin. After all, the power of the Yokozuna was terrifying in itself, and after transforming into a mythical creature, his personal bravery alone was enough to sweep everything away. Hold him, Mo Zhongning shouted at Wu Shifang. His plan was to summon a large number of self-destructing soul beasts, believing that, at the very least, it would be enough to significantly wound Dangu Yenin. Wu Shifang's original body has been shattered at the knuckles of both hands. So, in desperation, his clone put away his longbow and grabbed the 2-heavy hammer from the ground. The two, with the clone leading the charge, decided to fight Dangu Yenin together in a close combat. The clone might be sacrificed with this strategy, but at most, it will only cause Wu Shifang to lose some vitality. However, creating the right opportunity for his teammates might yield an unexpected results that may cause significant harm to Dangu Yenin. Wu Shifang and his clone roared and charged forward, vowing not to retreat. Seeing the opponent resisting stubbornly, Dangu Yenin showed a contemptuous smile at the corner of his mouth. Want to stop me? You are not qualified. He rushed towards Wu Shifang and his clone like a speeding locomotive. With a loud boom, a terrifying collision sounded, and Wu Shifang, together with his clone, were trashed across the battlefield in embarrassment. As Wu Shifeng fell heavily to the ground with a loud thud, he clenched his teeth tightly and placed a hand on his chest as blood trickled down from his mouth. Wu Shifeng's internal organs were broken in many places. If he was not a strengthening-type mutant, he would have been dead from that collision. Dangu Yenin approached Wu Shifeng, placed a foot on his lying figure with his blade raised. But just when his dragonfly blade was about to hack Wu Shifeng to death, his entire body suddenly disappeared from the spot. And when he came to his senses, he had already appeared in the air dozens of meters high. At the critical moment, Li Weihai had used his ability to transfer Dangu Yenin away. And in addition to transferring him, several self-destructive soul beasts were also transferred as well. Unexpectedly, Dangu Yenin was suddenly surrounded by hundreds of densely packed crow-like self-destructive soul beasts. They flew around him tightly with their self-destructive sequence already activated. Mo Zhongning raised a finger emitting a golden glow and immediately self-destruct all the soul beasts around Dangu Yenin simultaneously. Then, seconds after, an intense explosion rang out in the air. Unfortunately, as Dangu Yenin majestically fell from the sky, everyone could clearly see that except for some charred hair on his body, there was not even a single wound. Wu Shifeng and his team were filled with despair at this moment. How can they fight against such an enemy? Before carrying out this mission, they were actually curious about how strong the members of Eclipse Moon really were. And although there was limited information from the first battle, that battle itself was a test after all, and the strength of that mutant organizations involved were not at the forefront. This time, however, the dozen people selected were all top-level expert in the outer cities of the Jiangnan district. The four of them had fought against one person, and they couldn't even pose any significant threat to Dangu Yenin, let alone defeating him. Can reality be this cruel? They were both Delta-level mutants after all, but the gap in strength was as great as a chasm. He's simply a monster, Mo Zhongning stated desperately, covering his head. And this made Dangu Yenin stare at them with some interest. Your cooperation was very good. It's just a pity that it's a little too weak. Mo Zhongning's self-destructing soul beasts were good at sneak attacks, and could be carried out without the opponent knowing it. However, the power of soul beasts were difficult to be maximized with just supernatural powers, because they have both reconnaissance and bionic functions. So, facing the top beastman like Dangu Yenin, his ability was completely a joke. Well, it's almost time to end the fun. I'll send you on your way. Dangu Yenin raised the dragonfly blade in his hand, and dashed towards Mo Zhongning like a madman, ready to hack him first. His attack was wrapped in the power of thunder, and this terrifying power made the air explode. But at this very moment, from the distant fog, a dark-shaped object broke through the air and hit Dangu Yenin fiercely. Dangu Yenin's eyes condensed. The timing of the attack was very clever and very vicious. The moment he swung his dragonfly blade, an attack suddenly came from the left side of his body. Dangu Yenin could only stop his hands mid-swing to block. He used his left arm to quickly bulge and directly block the attack. A loud bang rang out as the heavy anchor engulfed in a golden glow hit Dangu Yenin's left arm fiercely. The heavy and terrifying force made the Yokozuna's body shake, and forcefully retreat more than 10 steps to the side before coming to a halt. He was a bit stunned when he noticed the surprised assault to be a huge anchor tied with long heavy chain. And as the flying anchor fell heavily to the ground with a dull bang, Wu Shifeng, Mo Zhongning and Li Weihai, who were in despair, saw this scene. Their eyes gradually lit up with hope. They knew that the God Squad had arrived. The most legendary team with the highest mission completion rate in the entire Jiangnan region had finally joined the fray. In the direction where the chain extended, 3 figures slowly emerged from the thick fog. You guys can retreat first. We will handle the rest. As one of the 2 deputy captains of the God Squad, Bai Chunyu spoke confidently as the 3 got closer. He was in the middle of the 2 with his feminine face, his blue shoulder-length hair with a braided ponytail, and a slight smirk to top it off. On his right was a brown-haired guy with a stern face under his heavy hooded jacket. The other on his left was Li Taichung. He was wrapped in heavy silver armor, holding a thick iron chain. The 3 were all wearing their combat uniforms in an ostentatious fashion, especially Li Taichung, whose silver combat uniform made him look like a war god. Obviously, he was also the one who threw the heavy anchor. Li Taichung raised his hand and slightly shook the heavy chain. Suddenly, the heavy anchor flew into the air, and after drawing a parabola in the air, it returned to his hand as light as a feather and was carried on his shoulder. Even Sakuraba Yuzugwang and Kurosawa Akira, who were watching the battle from the back, narrowed their eyes slightly. The God team. I heard that they were very powerful. How powerful? We will know after a fight. Bai Chunyu told Wu Shifeng and the other two to leave quickly. Your mission has been completed, he declared. The farther you go, the better. Otherwise, I won't be able to take care of you when the fight starts. From his peripheral vision, the three nodded and left the battlefield in embarrassment. As for Jia Heading, who was buried deep underground, no one dared to rescue him under these circumstances. Li Weihai helped Wu Shifeng, who had been beaten like a dead dog, to the medical staff station far away from the battlefield. Anyway, back to the northern front. Zhuo Feiyu and the others were fighting more and more fiercely. The big snake had an extremely terrifying defense and attack power, forcing the team to devote 3 people to fight. And after getting familiar with Zhuo Feiyu's gunblade and locking Yu Xingyang's sniper point, the snake suddenly took the initiative on the battlefield, effortlessly knocking Zhuo Feiyu aside with its tail and heads for Yu Xingyang. It turns out that while Zhuo Feiyu and Yu Xingyang attracted the attention of the big snake, Lu Yuchen, a mutant from Wugu City, had been quietly hiding in the dark for the perfect opportunity to strike. The moment the snake got closer to Yu Xingyang on a building not far away, Lu Yuchen suddenly appeared and opened her mouth. Then, a thin pink mist gushed out like a long dragon towards the big snake, enveloping it within a few seconds. This was Lu Yuchen's ability, poisonous gas. Yu Xingyang subconsciously stayed away from the range of the gas. He knew very well how strong Lu Yuchen's poisonous gas was. An infinitesimal amount could even be fatal regardless of any protective uniform. The big snake shook its head and coughed briefly before questioning Lu Yuchen if the pink mist was poisonous. Lu Yuchen sneered and mocked triumphantly. No matter how hard your scales are, you still need to breathe, right? I believe your internal organs must be softer than your scales. Anyway, the moment the snake was done coughing, it suddenly stared at Lu Yuchen and laughed ironically. Stupid bitch, do you think you can kill me? Instead of avoiding the poisonous fog, the snake opened its mouth wide and swallowed a large amount of it. This scene made Lu Yuchen and Yu Xingyang's scalps numb. What is he doing? Lu Yuchen stammered. The snake looked down at them with cold vertical pupils. What did you expect? I am a poisonous snake after all. Lu Yuchen felt completely useless at this moment. She never imagined that her ability could be completely suppressed. The big snake opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of a dense poisonous gas at Lu Yuchen. The overwhelming sense of dread snapped Lu Yuchen from her shock. She immediately fled in panic. However, her speed could not avoid the assault, and her entire body was soon engulfed by a pink poisonous gas. Lu Yuchen let out a wail of extreme pain, then rolled on the ground like a maggot before her death. Her face was melted directly also. Yu Xingyang's heart sank the moment he saw this horrific scene. Lu Yuchen, a Delta-level poisonous mutant, was killed in an instant with her own poison. How were they going to deal with this prehistoric beast? The snake's cold gaze shifted to Yu Xingyang, who was scared shitless at this moment. Next, it's your turn. As the scene shifted to Shinichiro Akutsu, he was still fighting with Xia Lingling and Yuan Hao at a stalemate. Compared with the mutants like Kamaya Negemichi and Okokai and Jin, Shinichiro Akutsu's ability was mediocre. He was just an ordinary enhanced mutant who uses a metal bat commonly used by street thugs. At the beginning, Xia Lingling could even take a certain initiative in the battle. Her strange power was very terrifying, which was extremely rare among enhanced mutants. But she was able to counter Shinichiro Akutsu's weapon with her pure flesh mainly due to Yuan Hao behind her. Yuan Hao looked weak and had no fighting power at all, but he just stood not far from Xia Lingling, shouting to cheer her on. As he cheered and encouraged, Xia Lingling's pupils also glowed with a strange light, and her strength and speed greatly improved. Shinichiro Akutsu knew that Yuan Hao was like a devoted nanny, but Xia Lingling gave him no chance to break through, so he adopted the simplest and most straightforward way of fighting to kill Xia Lingling. As the battle continued, the speed of his metal bat swinging became faster and faster. Slowly, the initiative on the battlefield changed. Xia Lingling began to fall behind in the power competition again and again. Yuan Hao increased the intensity and cheered like a madman. Suddenly, a strange energy coursed through Xia Lingling's body like lightning. She opened her mouth, and those 2 sharp fangs actually began to grow longer, and the nails of her 10 fingers also extended 10 centimeters. Each one was as black as a dagger. At this moment, she looked like a vampire. Xia Lingling yelled and rushed towards Shinichiro Akutsu. Shinichiro Akutsu laughed wildly, swung his metal bat with both hands, and smashed it towards her body. The game should end here. It is your honor to die at the hands of a great hero like me. Shinichiro Akutsu, a reinforcement-type mutant, with the ability codename Extreme Hero. Shinichiro Akutsu's desire was the courage to fight endlessly, and a heroic spirit of being invincible. So his ability was just ordinary but with a little twist. As long as he continues to fight, his strength will become stronger indefinitely. His growth will have no upper limit. Theoretically speaking, he can even fight with mutants at the level of Epsilon if he managed to survive fighting endlessly. Anyway, facing opponents with similar strength levels, as long as he survives to the end, he will definitely win. At this moment, his heroic value had accumulated enough. So the moment his baseball bat and Xia Lingling collided again, he cunningly avoided Xia Lingling's claws and hit her side with the baseball bat. It is hard to imagine that a blunt baseball bat can actually tear a person's body apart. However, the reality is that when the speed is fast enough, the power of a baseball bat is not much different from that of a samurai sword. So Xia Lingling's body was cut in half from the waist. In her stunned eyes, her body was split into two and rushed out under the action of inertia. The two halves of her body fell to the ground lifelessly. Yuan Hao's face turned even paler. He clenched his fists and shouted, "You bastard! You dare to hurt my Lingling!" Shinichiro Akutsu was speechless when he heard this. She has been cut in half and you call it an injury? But the next moment, he understood why Yuan Hao said that. Because hundreds of blood-colored thin tubes suddenly extended from the middle of her two halves and connected together. As the blood-colored tubes contracted, her two halves merged immediately, and every muscle was sutured tightly. But through the horrible wound, you can see that the flesh and blood are lifeless, like zombie meat that has been frozen for many years. "What?" Shinichiro Akutsu shouted in absolute disbelief. Xia Lingling got up from the ground. Her expression was cold and scary as she stares at Shinichiro Akutsu. It was at this very moment that Shinichiro Akutsu finally understood. "Oh, you turned out to be a zombie." As a leader of the mutants in Seeing City, Yuan Hao is a control-type ability user with codename Zombie Manipulator. He can enhance the strength of his teammates. Yuan Hao came to Xia Lingling's side with a nervous smile, reached out and placed a hand on her shoulder. "Honey, are you okay? Fortunately, you are dead, otherwise you would have been killed by that attack just now." Yuan Hao then hugged Xia Lingling's arm as his smile turned extremely creepy. "Sure enough," he said, "it was right to kill you at the beginning." After the clear admission of Xia Lingling's zombie identity, Shinichiro Akutsu felt extremely disgusted. Turns out Yuan Hao actually fell in love with a corpse for so long. Moreover, if Xia Lingling was already dead and just a walking corpse, then who had been speaking with her body? If you think about it in detail, it's truly disgusting and scary. I didn't expect you to be a schizophrenic, perverted person who is in love with himself. Even with the zombie's undead power, Yuan Hao's ability was limited, and as he continued to fight with Shinichiro Akutsu, who could continuously improve his combat power indefinitely, the outcome of this battle was not in doubt. Xia Lingling was swiftly decapitated shortly after being assembled with some difficulty. Her head rolled in the air with a strange facial expression. On the other hand, the moment Yu Zhengyang died, Zhuofeiyu followed shortly after in the mouth of the snake. Yu Zhengyang and Zhuofeiyu were both killed and swallowed by the big snake. And at this time, Deng Shentong, who had been silently observing the battle from the rear, finally couldn't stand it anymore. "Commander, it's almost over. They are not at the same level as the people of Eclipse Moon. If we continue to wait, they would all just die in vain. It's time for us to act." Zhu Zhang received Deng Shentong's request but was still a little hesitant. Only 5 members of Eclipse Moon had showed up. There are still 8 people in the dark. It seems that they also know our plan and had made some preparations. Deng Shentong replied that they can't expect to have 100% control of all intelligence in every battle, especially this one. And such a task was too boring anyway. Zhu Zhang stared at the big screen and saw that the northern front had almost collapsed. If the God team doesn't take action, everyone on the battlefield will die. Okay, you are allowed to fight. Deng Shentong showed a confident smile at the corner of his mouth, and he glanced at his teammates. "Brothers, it's our turn to play. This time, let's complete the task beautifully." At this moment, Shinichiro Akutsu approached Yuan Hao and raised his bloody baseball bat with a smile. He told Yuan Hao to obediently accept his death so he can reunite with his dead woman. Unexpectedly, the metal bat suddenly fell on the ground with a dull thud. Shinichiro Akutsu lowered his head and looked at his chest. Very abruptly, a deep dent had appeared in his chest, and as blood trickled down from his mouth, he felt a sharp pain. It was as if a big hand had dug into his chest, and then grabbed his lungs and crushed them. The big snake, on the other hand, immediately got tied up into a ball by an invisible force. It understood that the real special forces of the Jiangnan district had appeared. Those guys were their biggest threat. Although incomplete, Kamaya Negemichi transformed back into his human appearance. But before he could prepare for defense, he felt an unbearable pain in his lower abdomen. It was as if his internal organs were put in a washing machine and stirred madly with many steel nails in it. He lost all his strength at once, laid on the ground, and spat out a mouthful of blood. In the depths of the thick fog, a tall and strong figure with a noticeable beard slowly approached him. "You have good abilities," the bearded figure said calmly. "But unfortunately, you met me and you can only be slaughtered." This figure was Liao Honglei, one of the two vice-captains of the God Squad named the God Fist. With just one strike, he defeated both Kamiya Negemichi and Shinichiro Akutsu. And although they had already fought a great battle, the two were no match for him. Also, unlike the Western battlefield, only Liao Honglei came to the Northern Front. Not every member of the Eclipse Moon had showed up, so it was impossible for all the members of the God team to be dispatched. According to the algorithm of the Combat Command Center, Liao Honglei's ability was most suitable in dealing with Kamiya Negemichi and Shinichiro Akutsu, because his ability is a very rare space system, combined with his own powerful traditional Chinese martial art. It derives an extremely deadly killing method named the 100-step Divine Fist. Within 100 steps, his attack can ignore all physical defenses, and even penetrate heavy armor or the skin, and directly attack the internal organs. Liao Honglei didn't say much, but in the depths of the thick fog where the unknown was, a pair of cold brown eyes slowly opened. Sure enough, the God Squad had finally appeared. Just as Liao Honglei's fist was about to strike, there was a violent tumbling in the thick fog, and suddenly a huge 3-headed dog jumped out and rushed towards him. This is a 3-meter-tall and 5 or 6-meter-long 3-headed demon dog. It roared and immediately made the surrounding air dry. However, this did not have any effect on the fog created by the yin-yang magic. Liao Honglei's pupils shrank, and he did not expect that the other party actually had someone in the dark. It seems that no one is a fool, and everyone knows that they have to keep a backhand. Then, it depends on whose backhand is stronger. Liao Honglei blasted out with a punch, aiming at the head of one of the 3-headed demon dog. Unfortunately, the head only managed to just twist slightly. Seeing this scene, Liao Honglei's expression became serious. It was a release-type ability user. This is a bit bad. No one thought that the enemy would still have this trick up its sleeve. And judging from the power of the 3-headed demon dog, the hidden person must be very powerful. It was agreed that the most appropriate person to deal with the enemies on the Northern Front was Liao Honglei. But who would have thought that the other party would have made a backup plan as if they had guessed what they were doing? The 3-headed demon dog pounced on Liao Honglei with unabated momentum, but Liao Honglei evaded the attack with an incredible agility. In that very moment, he saw movements not far away approaching the 3-headed demon dog. As the tall shadows slowly walked out, it turned out to be a middle-aged man in a long suit jacket, with his hair back and wearing dark-rimmed glasses. Beside him, there was a group of supernatural beasts that were obviously condensed from supernatural powers. A giant ape that is 4 meters tall with red eyes, a fox with 6 tails and a silver-white body, a green bird with a blurry figure surrounded by whirlwinds, and a gray crow on his shoulder. The real yin-yang master of Kanon Temple, Jinguji Saikairo, an officer of the Eclipse Group. Liao Honglei immediately took on a fighting stance as Jinguji Saikairo stares at him with an impatient look. He leisurely pushed his dark-rimmed glasses and stated confidently, "Your ability seems to be specially used to restrain close combat. So why don't you fight me instead?" Meanwhile, on the southeast of the battlefield, Zhang Yi seemed to have been forgotten. This eerie situation was so calm that it was too scary. After seeing the disastrous defeat of the mutants on 2 separate battlefields, Zhu Zhang had already graded the members of the Eclipse Group to be as strong as the God Team. If Zhang Yi is forced to investigate further, it would be like asking him to die. Therefore, Zhu Zhang gave up on the idea altogether and decided to preserve what's left of the mutants from the outer cities. On the other hand, Zhang Yi, confused with this excessive calmness, began to secretly speculate what the reason for this abnormal situation was. Could it be that the people of Eclipse Moon were afraid of him? It should not be possible. Although he was very strong, his strength was estimated to be at a captain's level. And judging from the overall strength of the other party, there must be a powerful mutant of similar level. Could it be that they didn't detect me? Zhang Yi even had such a thought in his mind. Although this was a bit strange, excluding all impossibilities, the only explanation left was this biggest possibility. From time to time, battle reports from the other 2 places came through his communication equipment. And after learning that the mutants from the other 2 teams were completely destroyed and more than half of them were killed, he knew that he could not continue to hide. The situation was worse than he imagined. Although Zhang Yi didn't want to expose his strength, if this operation fails because of his avoidance of the battle, it will be too much of a loss and a headache to deal with if his strength was exposed later on. No one wants to see such an outcome. With his ability, even if he encounters a strong opponent, it will be no problem to take Liang Yu and Flower away as soon as possible. After Zhang Yi thought of this, he decided to give up on the plan of waiting and take the initiative to attack. However, he would not fight an unprepared battle. Zhang Yi placed his sniper rifle back into his alternate space and casually grabbed Flower into his arms. Thinking of Chen Xiaoxiao and Peng Li who had left before, a mischievous smile helplessly crept on his lips. "Flower," he called out. "Do you remember the smell of those two women just now? Can you find them?" Flower happily meowed and nodded slightly. Flower could still trace them because their departure wasn't long ago. "That's very good. Let's follow them." Sensing a sudden shift in Zhang Yi's demeanor, Liang Yu curiously asked him if he had changed his mind. "The situation on the battlefield is changing rapidly, and the enemy is changing as well. So I have decided to change my stance too." Liang Yu then asked if Zhang Yi intends to contact Chen Xiaoxiao and Peng Li directly to inform them. Hearing this, Zhang Yi's mischievous smile grew even more. He helplessly replied that it couldn't be helped. Since the two didn't trust him, it was better to let them explore the way for them to reduce the risk factor. On the other side, far opposite them, the trio headed by Takashi Takizawa were also heading southeast. Since there was no mention of finding the enemy in the southeast in Mayumi Takeuchi's divination, Nanako Agatsuma's expression was a little solemn along the way. "This is the first time I've encountered such a situation. I hope it's just a false alarm." Upon hearing this, Tsukamoto Nobunaga disagrees, believing the opposite. "I have studied this country's ancient siege tactics," he explained. "Usually they adopt the method of surrounding from three sides and releasing one side, deliberately leaving a loophole as bait. In other words, the enemy's main force should be in this direction, waiting for a perfect ambush." Nanako Agatsuma's face became solemn upon hearing this news. "So we are the most dangerous side, right?" Tsukamoto Nobunaga nodded slightly. According to their military book, this is indeed true. Takashi Takizawa gave a wicked smile and stated casually, "In that case, doesn't it mean that we have to kill a lot of people?" Obviously, he wasn't the least bit worried about being killed. He told the two not to worry. Mayumi predicted his present fortune to be very auspicious. But before the two could say anything, the gray crow above their shoulders spoke up suddenly with the voice of Shishimono Satoru. Shishimono Satoru called their names and informed them that two enemies suddenly appeared in their direction. He suspects them to be people with special abilities from the Jiangnan region, so they needed to be very careful. As soon as they heard this, the expressions of Tsukamoto Nobunaga and the other two became serious. So, the moment he saw two figures approaching in their direction, his right hand subconsciously reached out and grasped the hilt of his sword. He wondered silently if these two figures were really members of the special forces of the Jiangnan district. At this time, Chen Xiaoxiao and Peng Li, unaware of their discovery, were cautiously moving step by step towards the depths of the fog. The encounter between the two parties was a little dramatic. The three members of the Eclipse group regarded them as members of the God team and did not dare to be careless. When Chen Xiaoxiao and Peng Li saw the three, they panicked. "Damn it," Peng Li cursed. "Why didn't they show up earlier rather than now? If they showed up earlier, at least Zhang Yi, Liang Yu and Flower would be around. If it was 5 people against 3, then they still have hope to delay for a while and wait for the support of the God team. But now there are only 2 of them, what can they do to delay the other side?" Peng Li's heart was pounding rapidly from fear. She casually whispered to Chen Xiaoxiao, "What should we do? We obviously can't win. Should we run away?" "No. Calm down." Chen Xiaoxiao decisively rejected her proposal. "If they run away, it will only make the other side realize their weakness. In that case, there will be no chance to escape. Since we have found their trace, this is already considered as part of the mission." Chen Xiaoxiao immediately opened the communication channel and informed Zhang Yi and the command center. "This is Chen Xiaoxiao and Peng Li. We found Eclipse Moon members in the southeast direction. A total of 3. Chen Xiaoxiao and Peng Li were completely alert. However, they also did not dare to attack or flee. They were extremely nervous, hoping that Zhang Yi or the members of the God team, who were closest to them, could come to rescue them. However, the people of Eclipse Moon noticed something unusual. Seeing their vigilant appearance, Tsukamoto Nobunaga became more determined in his thoughts. His ears moved slightly, and he heard the rapid heartbeats of the 2 people. That was the heartbeat caused by excessive tension. If these 2 people were really members of the special forces of the Jiangnan district headquarters, they would never react like this. Could they be just trash? Never mind, he suddenly resigned himself from thinking too much about this matter. After all, no matter what they are, they'll know after giving it a try. With this in mind, Tsukamoto Nobunaga unsheathed his sword and dashed forward, his movement through the air like lightning. The moment Chen Xiaoxiao and Peng Li realized that they were exposed, Their abilities were immediately activated and prepared for an attack at any time. 2 red lights appeared in Peng Li's hands and spread over Chen Xiaoxiao's entire body. Her priest ability improved Chen Xiaoxiao's strength, speed, defense, and quickly heal all her non-fatal injuries. Chen Xiaoxiao stood in front of Peng Li with 2 well-trained long legs. The bottom of the dark boots on her feet popped out a long blade with a clang. Facing Tsukamoto Nobunaga's simple and extremely fast sword, she performed the Brazilian war dance and blocked his attack with the blade of her right foot. The blades collided, and the huge clash directly bounced Chen Xiaoxiao with great force. But she landed gracefully from mid-air, and then danced nimbly on the snow. She began to turn quickly along Tsukamoto Nobunaga in her ice skates, looking for the right time to attack. "Oh," Tsukamoto Nobunaga stated lightly. He did not even try to catch Chen Xiaoxiao's trace, but slowly took a stance with his sword in hand. Within a field of 50 meters radius, his domain was activated. This is one of his abilities named Tianyuan. With himself as the center, this 50 meters radius was the domain of his sword. Chen Xiaoxiao danced quickly on the ice, looking for Tsukamoto Nobunaga's flaws. But upon finding none, she was completely stunned. Unexpectedly, this split-second distraction was enough for the samurai to end the fight. No one saw his attack clearly, only a white streak passed through the air. As the blade sliced Chen Xiaoxiao's body, her waist was neatly cut open. The cuts on her muscles and intestines were as smooth as a mirror. However, since the sword was so fast, she didn't even have time to feel the pain. Peng Li was also scared and her face turned pale. But fortunately for Chen Xiaoxiao, the 2 blessed rays in Peng Li's hands were still connected to her. Peng Li shouted and hurriedly began to heal Chen Xiaoxiao's fatal wound. Tsukamoto Nobunaga's sword was too fast, and the incision was neat, so it was also very fast to splice them together. Chen Xiaoxiao knelt on the ground with a pale face. Just now, the blood in her body ran cold. The cut on her lower abdomen was still there like something that was barely spliced together, making her worry that if she moved a little, the upper half of her body would fall off. Peng Li spoke nervously from behind. "Don't move anymore. Your injury is too serious. It will take time to heal." As she said this, they both knew that they didn't have time. They were at a dead end if help doesn't arrive in time. Turned out to be a small fry in the end. Tsukamoto Nobunaga sheathed his long sword with a bored look. He was so disappointed. He originally thought that he would encounter elites this time, but who would have thought that his opponents were so weak, not even worthy of him using his sword. Among the 13 people of Eclipse Moon, Tsukamoto Nobunaga was ranked number 2 in terms of combat power. "Hurry up and get rid of them," Nanako Agatsuma coldly stated as she yawned deeply. "Don't be in a hurry." Tsukamoto Nobunaga raised his head and looked into the distance. Perhaps the real opponent has just appeared. The mist rolled not far away, and 3 figures slowly walked out. They were members of the God Squad. The leading man, Xiao Tian, held a long, massive sword as heavy as a black door panel on his back. There was also a mysterious spell tattooed on his face, which looked extremely weird and gave anyone an unfathomable feeling. Peng Li and Chen Xiaoxiao saw them as if they've seen a savior. "You guys are finally here," Peng Li stated in excitement and relief. But at this moment also Zhang Yi and his team arrived. Originally, he wanted Chen Xiaoxiao and Peng Li to lead out the Eclipse Moon, and then he would take action to solve it. But he didn't expect that this time the people from the God Squad to arrive first. Xiao Tian glanced at Zhang Yi and said in a cold tone, "You guys have been wasting too much time, so the higher-ups ordered us to take over the battlefield. It just so happens that you can take these 2 useless women away. Take them and leave this place immediately. The next battle is no longer something that a person of your level can intervene in." Liang Yu didn't say anything after hearing this, but just glanced at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi's mouth curled up slightly. "Since the professionals are here, there is no need for us to stay. Let's just retreat." After saying that, he looked at Chen Xiaoxiao and Peng Li. His eyes naturally fell on the horrible wound on Chen Xiaoxiao's waist. "Can you still walk?" Chen Xiaoxiao had been holding on. After all, she was almost cut in half and this would take a long time to recover. She pursed her lips, a little embarrassed to look at Zhang Yi. At this moment, she regretted her blind decision. Zhang Yi's caution was justified. They all underestimated the strength of Eclipse Moon. Zhang Yi winked at Flower, who immediately leaped off his shoulder and transformed into her huge size beside Zhang Yi. Flower came to Chen Xiaoxiao and gently lay down. Peng Li quickly helped Chen Xiaoxiao on Flower's back. Then the team immediately left the scene without any further delay. After walking for a while, Zhang Yi heard Chen Xiaoxiao's weak voice, thanking him. Zhang Yi glanced at her. "No need to thank me, it's just a convenience." Chen Xiaoxiao's face was a little red. one because of internal injuries, and the other because of shame. Peng Li sighed with disappointment. We came here to carry out this mission, thinking we could make some contributions. But who could have thought that we would become a joke? The huge gap in strength made them realize the reality. But they couldn't be blamed for all this. After all, it was their first time fighting against a mutant with a huge gap in strength. The experience of being invincible in their own city made them overestimate their own strength. Liang Yu leaned close to Zhang Yi's ear and whispered, "Why didn't you take action just now? With your strength, it should not be a big problem to deal with them." This made Zhang Yi ask her if she really knows how strong the other party was. Liang Yu was stunned for a moment, then said, "No matter how strong they are, they can't be stronger than you, right? You are the one who can even kill Yuan Kongya." Zhang Yi replied calmly, "That's because I planned for a long time in advance, collected a huge amount of intelligence, and drove many people to be my pawns. In the end, I won with great difficulty. Remember, never underestimate any opponent. Don't judge your opponent based on instinct, and fight with others blindly and confidently. We came here only out of the last bit of morality in our hearts, not to show off or get any mission points. Now that the God Squad has taken action, let them fight to the death." Hearing all this, Liang Yu couldn't help but chuckled. "I really can't see through you anymore." Zhang Yi simply countered, "You don't need to see through me, just follow me in action." When they left, Tsukamoto Nobunaga and the other two didn't care at all. In their opinion, these people were just minions, and the members of the God team in front of them were the real opponents. But at this moment, the voice of Shishimono Satoru came from the gray crow above their shoulders, asking if they were okay. If they were, then they should reply immediately. The three felt puzzled because Shishimono Satoru's voice was very anxious, as if something big had happened. Tsukamoto Nobunaga responded in his usual bored tone. "We are fine. What happened?" After getting Tsukamoto Nobunaga's response, Shishimono Satoru breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Mayumi Takeuchi, who was holding her head with her hands not far away, with a look of confusion and fear on her face, and slowly told the three what just happened. "The three of you disappeared in Mayumi's divination." Mayumi Takeuchi, the 37th generation descendant of the Takeuchi family, the shrine maiden of the Eclipse group, was in deep self-doubt at this moment, because her most proud ability, the Takeuchi Amaki, had just lost its effect. It was as if something had forcibly erased her ability to predict anything from the southeast of Jiangning Square. "There must be something covering my eyes in that place," Mayumi Takeuchi stated worriedly. "It makes me unable to see clearly." At this moment, the biggest trump card of the Eclipse group, Mayumi Takeuchi, the shrine maiden who has the ability to predict and can help them avoid danger, felt like a deer in headlights. Once there is a problem with her ability, the entire Eclipse group will be unable to proceed forward on this foreign land. Fengguang Jin had an idea, and walked over to Shishimono Satoru and stated calmly, "Ask them what happened there just now." Shishimono Satoru conveyed Fengguang Jin's question truthfully. Shishimono Satoru calmly told Fengguang Jin everything Tsukamoto Nobunaga told him, from the first encounter with Chun Xiaoxiao and Peng Li to what happened now. A cold light flashed in Fengguang Jin's eyes. The moment you disappeared from Mayumi's vision was during the short time when those people appeared. So, the problem lies with them, especially the two people who came later and the strange beast. We must find them and kill them. Fengguang Jin understood that those people were the gaps in Mayumi Takeuchi's ability. And once the other party realized this, they would be in danger. Hearing this, Tsukamoto Nobunaga's lifeless eyes did not leave the three people in front of him for a moment, and he whispered to Takashi Takizawa and Nanako Agatsuma beside him, "Leave the three of them to me. You guys should go and kill those who escaped. Be sure to bring their heads back and show them to the team leader." Takashi Takizawa and Nanako Agatsuma understood the importance of the matter. "Okay, we'll leave it to you then. Just don't die." After Takashi Takizawa finished speaking, he left together with Nanako Agatsuma. A whirlwind swirled around Nanako Agatsuma the moment she activated her ability. She took Takashi Takizawa's hand, soared into the air, and chased in the direction where Zhang Yi and the others left. This scene directly annoyed Xiao Tianyi and the other two. Chasing and killing the mutants from the outer city in front of them, wouldn't it mean that they were not taken seriously at all? But just when they were about to intercept, a sharp sword slash passed between them and the couple. The cold sword energy sliced the ground into a deep gully several dozen meters long, and even made the three feel cold all over. Tsukamoto Nobunaga stared at them and said slowly, "Where are you three looking at? Your opponent is me." Xiao Tianyi stared at Tsukamoto Nobunaga with cold eyes, and the blue-haired teammate behind him asked casually, "What should we do? Should we go and chase them? Judging from the strength of those people just now, if we don't take action, they will definitely be killed. Xiao Tianyi kept his eyes on Tsukamoto Nobunaga and replied in a cold tone. It doesn't matter. Being able to use their lives to hold back 2 Eclipse Moon members is still a good deal. Our mission is to kill the members of Eclipse Moon. 3 against 1. Let's finish this quickly. Meanwhile, as Zhang Yi and his team were about to leave Jiangning Square, Flower's eyes flashed with a cautious light. She suddenly turned her head in the direction of their departure and alerted everyone. Soon, without its reminder, Zhang Yi and the others also felt the movement approaching from behind. Someone is chasing us, Zhang Yi said lightly. Sure enough, a moment later, Nanako Agatsuma and Takizawa Takashi was seen a few distance away in the air. After seeing the few people below, Takizawa Takashi showed a cruel smile. Hey, these bastards haven't gone far yet. Obviously, they didn't take Zhang Yi and the others seriously at all. After all, they have seen the strength of Chen Xiaoxiao and Peng Li. And according to the actions of the other party, Zhang Yi, Liang Yu and Flower are also mutants from the outer cities, not the elite of the God Squad. Especially when the God Squad appeared, they didn't say a word and chose to run away in disgrace. This further strengthened the thoughts of Nanako Agatsuma and Takizawa Takashi. These people are all low-level trash. They can kill them at will. Aren't you here to chase us? Why are you running? Takizawa Takashi said arrogantly to Zhang Yi and the others. While speaking, his fingers had already clamped on his coins. Facing the 2 Eclipse Moon members who suddenly crazed bloodlust, Liang Yu silently placed her hand on the handle of her dragon's roar. Zhang Yi immediately placed a hand in front of her and halted her actions. Seeing this, Liang Yu looked at Zhang Yi in confusion. But Zhang Yi said indifferently, "Your ability is not suitable for dealing with them. Let me do it. Besides, I don't have the time to waste with small fries." Zhang Yi held down Liang Yu, who wanted to take action, and walked forward slowly by himself. Such a scene fell into the eyes of Chen Xiaoxiao and Peng Li, who initially thought that Zhang Yi was going to betray and surrender to the enemy. With a playful look on his opponents' faces, Nanako Agatsuma wondered if Zhang Yi wanted to surrender. Suddenly, Takashi Takizawa's smile turned malicious. "It's a pity that we only need his head." As soon as the voice fell, Takashi Takizawa raised his hands, and a powerful lightning storm condensed around him, and finally gathered on his fingertips. With the addition of a powerful electromagnetic force, the 6 coins instantly penetrated the space between them, drew a long silver dragon in the air, and came close to Zhang Yi. However, the scene of Zhang Yi's body being penetrated like a hot knife slicing through butter did not appear, causing Takashi Takizawa's pupils to shrink suddenly. What just happened? The super electromagnetic gun with powerful destructive power disappeared completely within 3 meters in front of Zhang Yi. What kind of ability is this? Why did my attack disappear? Takashi Takizawa shouted with widened eyes, his expression of absolute disbelief, trying to comprehend what he just saw. Such a scene surprised the Eclipse Moon couple greatly. Nanako Agatsuma frowned slightly and stated calmly, "Seems that this guy has some tricks." Chen Xiaoxiao and Peng Li were also surprised. Peng Li questioned absent-mindedly, "Is this his spatial ability?" Chen Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, frowned slightly, although she also shared similar thoughts. She immediately realized that Zhang Yi's ability, although extremely powerful, was still useless in the long run if he can only just defend. Seeing his previous attack failed miserably, Takashi Takizawa was absolutely livid, and he wasted no time expressing it. He placed both hands inside his pockets, and after a brief clinking sound, he took out a handful of coins. A total of 8 coins were neatly placed in between his fingers. "Let's see if you can take this attack of mine." Takashi Takizawa smiled menacingly, and another yet powerful lightning storm condensed around his raised hands, then finally gathered on his fingertips. Takashi Takizawa launched the coins towards Zhang Yi, and with an identical power of a super electromagnetic gun, the power of each coin was countless times stronger than a bullet. In addition, it carries an electromagnetic power that was extremely strong, and could even penetrate the armor of a tank. The 8 coins were released simultaneously as one coin after another flew towards Zhang Yi like a string of cannonballs. Zhang Yi still stood there as cool as a cucumber, allowing Takashi Takizawa to attack him with everything he's got. In the air, these charged coins formed countless arcs of electricity like silver snakes, and silently sank into Zhang Yi's alternate space from 100 meters away without causing any ripples. After all the coins in his hand were shot out and actually disappeared without a trace, Takashi Takizawa was dumbfounded. The attack he was most proud of, which could even penetrate a tank. How come it has no effect on the guy in front of him? Nanako Agatsuma noticed something peculiar and stated curiously, "He absorbed all your attacks." She pointed to the area in front of Zhang Yi and continued knowingly, "Look, The coins disappeared into thin air. In other words, they were absorbed somewhere else. This guy is a space-based ability user. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, was not in the mood to indulge the two. He wasn't going to wait for them to finish speaking or figure out the ins and outs of his ability before taking action. Shortly after Takashi Takizawa's round of attack was over, he made his move very abruptly. Zhang Yi took a step forward and suddenly disappeared directly mid-step from the perspective of the Eclipse couple. When he reappeared, he was directly behind them, surprising the two yet again. Zhang Yi raised his right opened palm, aimed at the duo, and opened his dimensional door with a reversal effect. The countless whistling lightning that shot out of the dimensional door were like 100 silver snakes, accurately shooting back at the two. Nanako Agatsuma's ability made her very sensitive to air fluctuations. So the moment she sensed the danger, she had no time to remind her man and disappeared from the spot. Unfortunately, Takashi Takizawa didn't have such sensitivity or good speed. At this moment, he was like a deer caught in headlights, helplessly staring at his own attack in horror. He didn't even have time to dodge the series of super electromagnetic cannons before his body was beaten into a sieve. The power of the super electromagnetic cannon was indeed strong. When it penetrated his body, it was like a hot knife sinking into butter. His body was beaten to pieces and riddled with holes within a split second like a broken hornet's nest. Takashi Takizawa, a member of the Eclipse group, was killed instantly by Zhang Yi in one shot. Such a scene stunned Chen Xiaoxiao and Peng Li to their core. Were they seeing things? A member of the Eclipse group, whom they were extremely terrified to face, couldn't even take a single move from Zhang Yi. Was Zhang Yi always this strong? The two stared at Zhang Yi blankly, their jaws dropped in surprise. At this time, their brains were in a state of shutdown, especially Chen Xiaoxiao. She briefly lost the ability to think, but Liang Yu and Flower watched everything like it was just another Tuesday. After escaping the range of Zhang Yi's attack, Nanako Agatsuma saw her man being killed and felt heartbroken. She then shifted her gaze to Zhang Yi with hatred that could rival the intensity of the sun. Nanako Agatsuma angrily shouted in a shrill voice, "You bastard! I am going to fucking kill you!" Nanako Agatsuma, like Takashi Takizawa, originally thought killing these outer cities mutants was just a simple hunt, but she didn't expect that she would lose her husband's life. The next moment, her body suddenly disappeared from the spot she was and her figure became blurred, then invisible to the naked eye. A violent storm suddenly rolled up around Zhang Yi, and Nanako Agatsuma's figure was in this storm. A strange music also came from all directions seconds after. Unfortunately for her, Zhang Yi couldn't hear anything. He had created a perfect barrier around himself the moment the battle began. It can be said that there is a barrier of another world between him and the real world at this time. So all sounds were isolated, and all attacks contained in the melody of Nanako Agatsuma's shakuhachi were also absorbed by the other dimensional space. Zhang Yi took out two large silver pistols with dark patterns, raised them slowly, and pointed them at the nothingness in front of him. Nanako Agatsuma's speed was so fast that the ordinary eye couldn't keep up. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yi's body also underwent some changes. He was shaking slightly at a strange speed. To be precise, his movements became 20 times faster. Suddenly, accompanied by a bang, then another and another, the sound of rapid gunfire was barely audible. Zhang Yi did not save bullets and kept shooting relentlessly. He shot Nanako Agatsuma twice in her chest, making sure to hit her heart, once on her neck although she was dead at that point, and the rest was at random areas for the fun of it. The power of the White Owl was very huge, especially under the blessing of Zhang Yi's supernatural power. Each bullet directly broke through all her defenses and pierced her without any resistance. In the next moment, Nanako Agatsuma's body fell out of the wind barrier and dropped to the ground like a broken sack. Another member of Eclipse Group, Nanako Agatsuma, was killed instantly by Zhang Yi with 2 shots. Meanwhile, this scene was observed by Zhu Zhang and the others in real time at the Combat Command Center. Although there were too many battles happening simultaneously, if Zhu Zhang hadn't just seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. Zhang Yi killed 2 members of Eclipse Moon in less than 30 seconds. He absolutely did not doubt the strength of the Eclipse Moon couple, but knew that in the face of absolute gap in strength, the battle ended so quickly. But at this time on the projected screen, Zhang Yi was only seen cleaning the battlefield and collecting the bodies of Nanako Agatsuma and Takashi Takizawa into his alternate space. This was a battlefield and Zhang Yi was not in a hurry to absorb their essence. In fact, absorbing them will not improve much of his strength anyway, so why take the risk? Tu Yunlai was also surprised with this outcome. Since the start of the war, no battlefield has achieved effective results. The battle situation had been at a stalemate from the moment the Heavenly God team was dispatched. However, Zhang Yi, a mere mutant from the outer city, actually killed 2 Ronin of Eclipse Moon. Only Bailey Chongqing was not surprised but smiled knowingly. This guy always seems to create surprises for people. But at this moment, multiple alarms suddenly sounded in the combat command center. "Commander," a staff reported anxiously. "The situation on the northern front is not good. There are also problems on the western front. Liao Honglei is in trouble." Zhu Zheng's pupils shrank suddenly. How could this happen? "Where is Deng Shintong?" Tu Yunlai replied calmly. "He went out alone to directly destroy the opponent's main formation. Personally, I think there is nothing wrong with doing this. If the opponent's team leader is eliminated, Eclipse Moon will become a mess." Zhu Zheng's face was gloomy. If this is the case, even if the mission is completed, the Celestial God team will suffer heavy losses, which we cannot afford. With the Black Robe team recovering from their heavy losses in the last battle in Tianhai City, and the other 4 investigation teams performing various missions outside, a heavy loss from the God team will be a huge blow regardless of them winning against Eclipse Moon. When Zhu Zheng thought of this, his eyes suddenly fell on Zhang Yi in the footage and immediately lit up. "Isn't this guy the best helper?" Zhu Zheng immediately contacted Zhang Yi and gave him instructions. "Zhang Yi, don't retreat for now. Go to the nearest northern front to support immediately. The others can come back first." "Okay." Zhang Yi agreed lightly. He knew that the battle situation on the other 2 fronts was not ideal. And now that the main force of the God team has been dispatched, it is reasonable for him to go to help. After all, this was an order from above, and he can do it as long as it is not a life-threatening task. If it turns out to be, the God Squad can be his cannon fodder. Zhang Yi told Liang Yu to take everyone back first. He was going to the northern front. Liang Yu wasn't surprised. She knew the moment Zhang Yi exposed his strength, he will be targeted by the higher-ups. "Do you want me to go with you? The rest can leave by themselves." Zhang Yi shook his head. "Your current strength is not enough." Liang Yu's personal combat quality was very high, but in terms of the level of supernatural power, she was far behind. Although she was a Delta-level mutant, she has absorbed too little supernatural essence. She can fight against ordinary leaders of various factions. But compared with the vicious thugs like Eclipse Moon, it is hard to say. Zhang Yi's attitude made Liang Yu a little unhappy. As a master-level martial arts master, what she can't accept most is anyone looking down on her. Zhang Yi couldn't help laughing when he saw this. Liang Yu, who seemed indifferent at ordinary times, has this lovely side. "I know you understand the situation, so now is not the time to play around. Be obedient, okay?" Liang Yu pretended to be indifferent, but the gentle tone made her blush profusely. "Fine, I'll listen to you, but why are you being so gentle all of a sudden?" Zhang Yi said nothing and quietly left his team to the northern front, while Liang Yu just helplessly stared at his departing figure. When Takashi Takizawa and Nanako Agatsuma died, the person in charge of communication, Shishimono Satoru, felt it. He raised his head in surprise, his eyes surging with disbelief. Seeing him like this, Fengguangyu Wenjin asked if something was wrong. Takashi Takizawa and Nanako Agatsuma had died on the battlefield. Shishimono Satoru's voice was barely above a whisper. Fengguangyu Wenjin's pupils shrank suddenly. Even Mayumi Takeuchi, who had been kneeling on the ground and fortune-telling for everyone, screamed from behind. "Impossible! This is absolutely impossible. My divination can't go wrong. Today, both of them have good fortunes, so how could something go wrong?" Hearing this, Shishimono Satoru questioned curiously if what happened was related to the strange mutant who suddenly showed up earlier. Not long ago, from the perspective of these 3, a strange person appeared at the southeast of Jiangning Square, briefly hindering Mayumi Takeuchi's divination. Could it be that someone can really block Mayumi's divination? Fengguangyu Wenjin questioned through his gritted teeth. Shishimono Satoru carefully analyzed the situation according to his understanding. The existence of that person may be a distortion in Mayumi's divination. Nanako Agatsuma and Takashi Takizawa died because they were probably chasing that same person. Doesn't this mean that that person can distort the law of cause and effect? Mayumi Takeuchi's ability was Takeuchi Picture Scroll. It can predict a person's good and bad luck and their divination by extension. Since the establishment of the Eclipse Group, her predictions have never been wrong. But now, the prediction of Takeuchi Picture Scroll has actually deviated, rendering their biggest trump card ineffective. At this moment, the 2, including Mayumi Takeuchi, understood that it wasn't her prediction that failed. Instead, there is someone who can distort the results of her prediction. Mayumi Takeuchi covered her head and painfully stated, "There is someone who is beyond the realm of fate. I can't see his future, let alone predict anything about him." Fengguang Jin quickly knelt by Mayumi Takeuchi's side, slowly hugged her and comforted her softly. "It's okay, Mayumi. You've done a great job. As for that guy, I will definitely kill him for you." Mayumi Takeuchi slowly raised her head and looked at Fengguang Jin with weak and worried eyes. "But if that happens, some of our companions may die because my predictions about them are invalid. I can't see their future clearly." Fengguang Jin gave her a reassuring smile. "This is war. No matter what happens, it is our own choice and has nothing to do with you. So far, the direction of things was still under our control." He gently stroked her head and continued. "Sometimes you don't have to put such a big burden on yourself. I'm still here. In the past, they did rely too much on Mayumi Takeuchi's ability. But before her, they were extremely powerful mutants. So, if they can't see through fate, they simply had to kill it." A fierce fighting spirit burst out from the eyes of Fengguang Jin. Perhaps the journey was too smooth, so he was a little bored. But this unexpected development had finally made things exciting for him. Mayumi Takeuchi suddenly thought of something, and she hurriedly told Shishimono Satoru to call Hanakyo, because today's divination said that Naru's Hanakyo's fortune was bad luck. Due to this, Fengguang Jin made her stay in the vicinity of the main camp to be responsible for guarding the perimeter. According to common sense, if the enemy does not break through the outer team members, it is impossible to kill to the vicinity of the main camp. But before Shishimono Satoru could contact Naru's Hanakyo, a cold and lazy voice came from not far away. "Are you looking for her?" This sudden voice startled the three people of Eclipse Moon. But what's even more startling and disturbing was the half-dead woman in this person's left hand. Hanakyo. That's right. The cold and lazy voice was from the captain of the God Squad, Deng Shuntong, who was holding Naru's Hanakyo like some trash he picked up along the way. When Mayumi Takeuchi saw the woman in Deng Shuntong's hand, she couldn't help but shout in horror. And as Deng Shuntong tossed the lifeless body of Naru's Hanakyo aside, Fengguang Jin's eyes froze. Although Naru's Hanakyo's strength wasn't top tier in the entire Eclipse Moon, as a ninja, her skills in reconnaissance and escape were top-notch. But she didn't even have time to sound the alarm, and was killed by the man in front of them. If the opponent is this strong and confident to face them alone, then he can only be none other than the captain of the God team, Deng Shuntong. When Deng Shuntong heard Fengguang Jin mention his name, he smiled. "Oh, even you Japanese wanderers have heard of my name? It seems that you are not so uncivilized. Much better than the guys in the small seaside town." Meanwhile, all attention at the Combat Command Center was immediately focused on Deng Shuntong's side. Zhu Zhang even ordered for the footage to be enlarged to the maximum. Everyone understood that the fight between the team leader and the captain was the highlight of this battle. As long as the opponent's general can be killed, the battle will be completely over. If Fengguang Jin is defeated, Eclipse Moon will also be defeated and become a pile of loose sand. And the result of this battle will also affect the other battles on the battlefield. Their defeated general will directly affect the mentality and morale. If Deng Shuntong loses, well, the operation in Blizzard City will also be declared as a complete failure. It seems that I am lucky. There are actually 4 people from Eclipse Moon here. If I kill you 3, this farce should be declared over, right? So who is the general among you? Deng Shuntong's eyes swept over Fengguang Jin and the other 2, and finally he waved his hand indifferently. "It doesn't matter. You are all going to die anyway, so it wouldn't make much of a difference." Fengguang Jin lowered his head, and his body suddenly trembled. Deng Shuntong noticed this and was a bit surprised. "Are you so scared?" But unexpectedly, as Fengguang Jin's body trembled even more, he suddenly raised his head and laughed loudly like a madman. His eyes was filled with crazy excitement. "The captain of the God Squad is the highest level fighter in the Jiangnan region, right? If I kill you, those idiots in the Jiangnan region will never bother me anymore." Fengguang Jin stared at Deng Shuntong with a crazed expression. "You are going to die today. Anyway, before the fight starts," Shishimono Satoru quickly grabbed Mayumi Takeuchi, and the two hid not far away before they are caught in the crossfire. They were not combat-type mutants, and were not qualified to participate in this battle between captains and team leaders. With the strength of these 2 people, even if a little aftermath was released, it could kill them both instantly. So with that, the battle between the 2 generals was about to begin. On the Western Front, Bai Chunyu, Li Taichong and Luo Tianxiang were up against Dangu Yenin, Sakuraba Yuzuguang and Kurosawa Akira. Seeing a deputy captain of the Heavenly God Squad among the 3, Sakuraba Yuzuguang and Kurosawa Akira could no longer watch the show and silently joined Dangu Yenin. However, they kept a reasonable distance from him. It seems that even his teammates don't like to get too close to this monster. And the reason was that Dangu Yenin often confused friend from foe when he get too excited during battles, and loses control of his explosive power during the excitement. With the number of his companions who had been killed before being considerable, it was better to be cautious. Bai Chunyu immediately dropped the earlier half-assed smile on his face, and his expression suddenly became frighteningly cold. Let's make this a quick battle, shall we? We don't have much time to waste here. The moment he finished speaking, his whole body suddenly became illusory, and then very abruptly began to disintegrate. To be precise, he turned into countless white snowflakes. As Bai Chunyu changed, the temperature of the surrounding air seemed to drop a few degrees, completely annihilating the residual heat left after the bombing. Even the snow in the air became more and more dense, covering the entire battlefield. He disappeared. Dangu Yenin narrowed his eyes and stated the obvious, staring at his surroundings carefully. Suddenly, from 3 directions, a large group of blizzards attacked Dangu Yenin. Dangu Yenin clenched the dragonfly blade in his hand and slashed it horizontally around his body. But this kind of attack had no effect on the millions of snowflakes that had surrounded him within these few seconds. The next moment, he was directly submerged in this strange blizzard. Then, these millions of soft and white snowflakes turned into extremely sharp blades like countless 6-sided flying shuriken, and began to cut the entire body of Dangu Yenin mercilessly. This feeling was no different from being cut by 1,000 knives. Quite literally. Obviously, small wounds appeared all over his body, and blood flowed out freely. Not even his body, which was as strong as steel and iron, could withstand such intensive attacks. Dangu Yenin's face showed a painful look. He waved the dragonfly cutter in his hand frantically, but no matter how powerful he was and how sharp his weapon was, he could not cut thousands of snowflakes. Dangu Yenin roared, and a powerful momentum burst out from his body. He forcibly dispersed the flying snow all over the sky. However, in the surrounding space, there were more and more snowflakes, so his attacks were pointless. Bai Chunyu's incarnation of snow drifting in the world ability was specially used to restrain people like him who only had brute force. Dangu Yenin heard Bai Chunyu's cold voice echoing around. No matter how strong you are, can you break my snowflakes? Dangu Yenin was about to say something, when suddenly, Li Taichong, wearing his heavy armor and holding a huge anchor, rushed over like a humanoid titan, aiming the anchor at Dangu Yenin's head and smashing it down. Dangu Yenin hurriedly blocked it with the dragonfly blade, and the collision between the dragonfly blade and the anchor made a deafening sound, directly shattering the ground under their feet. Li Taichong used Bai Chunyu's snowflakes as a cover, but this surprise attack was still blocked by the opponent with one hand. Dangu Yenin showed his white fangs and laughed wildly when he noticed Li Taichong's solemn look. Your strength is pretty decent. This is getting really interesting. Bai Chunyu continued to attack Dangu Yenin's body with his countless flying snowflakes. Fortunately for Dangu Yenin, Sakuraba Yuzagwang stepped in at this moment. He opened his hands to aim at Dangu Yenin. Then suddenly, an invisible shock wave was released instantly. Bai Chunyu was about to continue his offensive assault, but suddenly found his body on the ground and his movements became extremely difficult. Is this gravity? This was Sakuraba Yuzagwang's ability with codename Gravity Field. He can enhance gravity indiscriminately within a fixed area. This ability had a significant impact on Bai Chunyu, indirectly restraining him. However, for the powerful Dangu Yenin, this degree of gravity field was not painful at all. Li Taichong also felt his hands and feet getting heavier. His body began to tremble slightly as he tried to resist with every fiber of his being, staring daggers at Dangu Yenin. Sakuraba Yuzagwang's gravity field greatly relieved the pressure on Dangu Yenin. And since it was not the first time that the two of them had cooperated, Dangu Yenin easily adapted to this sudden double gravity. But seeing Bai Chunyu and Li Taichong struggling, he grinned and did not intend to waste this opportunity. Dangu Yenin raised his dragonfly blade, and with all his might, aimed down at Li Taichong's head. As a Yokozuna, his fighting style was simple and very straightforward. Brutal force. Li Taichong realized he couldn't take the attack head-on, and quickly moved to the side. Fortunately for him, it seems he adjusted to the double gravity in time, and his movements had not decreased significantly although he was wearing a heavy armor. Anyway, the moment Li Taichong evaded the earlier attack, he was immediately forced to retreat a few meters due to a follow-up heavy diagonal slash from Dangu Yenin. Although Dangu Yenin was conceited, he had experienced Li Taichong's power and did not dare to take it easily. Li Taichong decided to fight at a distance in order to properly adapt under the gravity field. He was once a first-class martial arts performer and a master of using meteor hammers. After obtaining superpowers, he made up for his physical defects and truly became a powerful mutant. In terms of skills and strength, he was first class. Li Taichung met the sturdy and bear-like Yokozuna in front of him without any trace of fear. He believed in himself and his team, and after a couple of exchanges with the bear-like Yokozuna, he mastered the method of attacking under the double gravity and began to skillfully fight with Dangu Yenin. On the other hand, it seems Bai Chunyu's offensive was the most affected among the three. The gravity field was slightly fatal to his ability, so as he tries to get back on his feet, he instructed Luo Tianxiang to assist him in killing Sakuraba Yuzhuguang first. Luo Tianxiang agreed to this request, and although it was difficult for him to fly under the double gravity field, he effortlessly kicked the ground and immediately soared into the sky. In the air, he grew a pair of huge dark wings. Luo Tianxiang was an orc-type ability user with a rare animal genetic makeup named the Snow Mountain Thunder Falcon. Luo Tianxiang quickly flew hundreds of meters high, and even at such a long distance, he could clearly see everything on the ground. This is due to his eagle eye skill, which can dynamically capture everything moving on the ground. He locked onto the position of Sakuraba Yuzhuguang, opened his mouth and spat out lightning with an enormous intensity. But at the last second, Sakuraba Yuzhuguang strangely jumped back and actually retreated dozens of meters away. His body was light and fluttering, as if it had no mass. Apparently, in addition to being able to project gravity outward, the gravity field can also be applied to his body, greatly improving his strength and speed, and making him as light as a feather also. Luo Tianxiang let out a loud cry, and countless lightnings surrounded him in the air and struck the ground one after another, aiming at the entire area where Sakuraba Yuzhuguang was. But at that very moment also, Kurosawa Akira unexpectedly raised his huge hand cannon and aimed it at Luo Tianxiang in the air. He pulled the trigger without hesitation, and a golden light shot up into the sky, turning into a huge bright beam of light. Luo Tianxiang moved to the side and dodged the attack effortlessly in the air. As the king of the sky, his speed in the air was extremely fast, so this heavy hand cannon attack couldn't hit him. When Bai Chunyu saw this, he was about to turn into snowflakes to assist, but suddenly heard a cry for help from behind. "Deputy Captain, come and help me." The battle between Dagongui Yenjin and Li Taichung became more and more intense by every second. Dagongui Yenjin's attack method was extremely simple and crude. He just rushed to his opponent and forced Li Taichung to compete with him in strength. The heavy and sharp dragonfly blade kept smashing down in his hand. It was obviously a sharp weapon, but he used it as a blunt weapon. And since he wasn't particularly good at using weapons, he chose the dragonfly blade only because he admired the legendary warrior Honda Tadakatsu in Japan. But when fighting, he still felt that it was more convenient to use the heavy blade as a stick. Li Taichung was also angry. He held the anchor in both hands and chose to fight against Dagongui Yenjin head-on. But after the earlier exchange, he found something wrong. In terms of strength, he was not Dagongui Yenjin's opponent at all. Bai Chunyu saw this and was not surprised. After all, in terms of pure strength, the other party was second to none in the entire Eclipse organization, so he didn't expect Li Taichung to beat him. The reason why Li Taichung was brought here was to be able to hold him back from the front. The 3-meter-tall Tide Tiger form after the transformation made Dagongui Yenjin, who was a Yokozuna, almost invincible in the field of strength. The dragonfly blade chopped fiercely on the anchor. After just a few dozen collisions, Li Taichung felt that his hands were almost numb, and a chill run down his spine. After countless rounds, his legs finally lost their stability, and he fell to his knees with a dull thump. However, Dagongui Yenjin had no intention of stopping. Looking at the guy in front of him, who was wearing a heavy armor and struggling to hold on, the violent emotion within him arose to a fever pitch. He wanted to smash the coward hiding in the armor into a meat paste. Even though Li Taichung was wearing the armor tailored for him by Deng's industry, the gap in strength between the two sides was still too big. Although Li Taichung cried for help, his body moved very quickly along the ground, and the thick iron chain in his hand was thrown towards Dagongui Yenjin's left leg, trying to restrain him. Dagongui Yenjin lost his balance and fell to the ground the moment Li Taichung pulled the iron chain with all his might. But instead of using this opportunity to launch an attack, Li Taichung rather made a strategic retreat. Bai Chunyu quickly told Luo Tianxiang through the communication device to restrain the two guys behind, while he helps Li Taichung kill Dagongui Yenjin first. "Okay, leave them to me." Luo Tianxiang looked down at the ground from hundreds of meters high, and dozens of lightning bolts spewed out around him, shooting at Kurosawa Akira and Sakuraba Yuzhuguang. The two men were forced to retreat step by step, avoiding the lightning bolt with ease. Countless ice and snowstorms covered a large area in the air the moment Bai Chunyu arrived to offer his assistance. At this time, he had transformed into millions of snowflake flying shuriken, and began to cut Dagongui Yenjin's body mercilessly. But this time, Dagongui Yenjin neither panicked nor dodged. You still want to use the same trick against me? It's ridiculous. Dangu Yenin smiled, revealing a mouthful of cold white teeth. Then, in the continuous invasion of the blizzard, he raised his 3-meter-long dragonfly blade with both hands and spun it around at an extremely fast speed. Soon, 2 massive whirlwinds visible to the naked eye formed with him as the center. Chunyu did not expect that the bear-like Yokozuna would think of a way to deal with his ability so quickly. But at this time, if he cancels his transformation form, he would definitely be strangled by Dangu Yenin directly at close range. Don't even think about trapping me this way, Chunyu shouted through his gritted teeth as the snowstorm began to disperse into the distance. But the strong wind pressure formed an absolute pressure gap, and Chunyu, who was trying to escape, actually lost the ability to move and was ruthlessly pulled back. Cursing, Chunyu finally began to panic. Anyway, before Li Taichung could catch his breath to help him out, the surrounding snow was all condensed together by the artificially created whirlwind. Chunyu turned into a large mass of solid icicles and was firmly squeezed together by the wind pressure. Dangu Yenin jumped high in the air, grabbed this huge whirlwind-shaped icicle, and violently smashed it on the ground. Then into the depths of the earth, Chunyu felt all the strength in his body being emptied. At this point, he had no way to escape and was barely hanging on. Seeing this, Luo Tianxiang and Li Taichung began to panic. Chunyu was the main force among the 3 of them. Now that he was on the verge of death, the combat effectiveness of the 2 of them was obviously reduced significantly. Dangu Yenin turned to the terrified martial arts performer with a wide smile. Next, it's your turn. But before that, countless lightning bolts suddenly fell directly from the air on him. Dangu Yenin's speed was not his strongest suit, so he obviously couldn't avoid this kind of lightning attack. But as the lightning wandered on his body, it did not cause much damage. Dangu Yenin smiled coldly. This level of attack can't hurt me. Luo Tianxiang's lightning was just a bioelectricity transformed by his ability, not actual lightning. Hence, it didn't have the same amount of electrical intensity like a real lightning. Dangu Yenin smiled and suddenly made a strange gesture. He raised his dragonfly blade high in the air. His body bent slightly, and a golden energy radiated all over his body and his blade like he was accumulating strength. Luo Tianxiang's pupils shrank suddenly, and he had a bad premonition in his heart. He flapped his wings and wanted to fly, but it was too late. The moment the dragonfly blade directly sliced through space, the energy it released was so massive, so powerful and so fast that Luo Tianxiang couldn't dodge and was split open vertically through the middle. Li Taichung, feeling a sense of helplessness and anger, roared and picked up his huge anchor and made a mad dash forward. Chunyu was suppressed with one move, and Luo Tianxiang was split in half. Now he was alone. How could he compete with the 3 people in front of him? Dangu Yenin looked down at him from a high position, and his excited eyes were like a beast that had encountered a helpless prey. It has been too long since he had encountered this level of a strengthening mutant. In the past, the enemies were easily crushed into meatballs by him. Only Li Taichung had fought him in close combat and managed to hold out this long. Come on, kid. Let me see how long you can last. Li Taichung's forehead was covered with cold sweat as he rushed forward. He couldn't help feeling afraid but also knew he had no choice but to fight to the death at this point. He clenched his teeth and pushed a tiny button on the glove of his right hand. Immediately, a short needle appeared from the armor device on his arm and pierced his skin directly. It was Blizzard City's biotechnology drug, Compound Number 2. As explained a while back, C2 can allow him to burst out with great power in a short period of time. However, this drug is still in the experimental stage and has great side effects. The reason why it is allocated to the investigation team is to allow them to use it in desperate situations. So, even if Li Taichung survives the current crisis, he is likely to die in a short time. Unfortunately, reality didn't leave Li Taichung any time to think things over at this point, or perhaps he no longer gave a shit. The drug quickly entered his blood and flowed through his blood vessels. Suddenly, a strong burning feeling rose from Li Taichung's body. He felt like he was about to explode. This unstable, powerful force was almost burning him to death inwardly, so he urgently needed to find a place to release it. Unexpectedly, what better target can surpass his current opponent? When Dangu Yenin saw Li Taichung's crazed expression, his smile and excitement grew more and more to the point that he explicitly warned his companions behind him. You two shouldn't come over here. I want to fight him one-on-one. In the short distance left, Dangu Yenin, with his dragon blade in hand, roared and met Li Taichung head-on. Then, a shocking sound of explosions and weapons colliding resounded through the sky. Such a scene was clearly observed at the Combat Command Center. Staring at the projected screen with a gloomy expression, Zhu Zhang was literally crunching his teeth at this moment. His predicament wasn't that the Heavenly God team lost, but his issue lies with how quickly they lost and was completely crushed. That was what he was finding it difficult to accept. Obviously, they have used the best personnel allocation method. Anyway, as the scene shifts back to the battlefield, only a minute had passed and the place had quieted down tremendously, although blood and flesh were everywhere. Luo Tianxiang's head was held in the hand of Sakuraba Yuziguang. Bai Chunyu's lifeless body was buried a few meters in the ice and snow, and Li Taichung's body was scattered all over the place. A foot here, a severed arm there. The entire scene was gruesome and appalling. Using C2, he constantly broke through his limits and exploded in this high-intensity battle. So with that, the Celestial God team on the Western Front was completely defeated. Dangu Yenjin's eyes were a little disappointed. It's over so soon. What a pity. I haven't felt this happy in a long time. The heavy gunner, Kurosawa Akira, added calmly that the outcome of the battle was already determined. Miss Takeuchi's divination had never been wrong. Meanwhile, at the edge of the Northern Front, Zhu Zhang contacted Zhang Yi and gave him a status update. Deng Shintong has already sneaked into the Eclipse Moon Group's headquarters. The Western Front has been completely wiped out. But the Northern Front needs to hold on to give Deng Shintong enough time to kill the Eclipse Moon Group's leader. If Deng Shintong can succeed in beheading the Eclipse Moon Group's leader, we will be the winners of today's battle. Hearing this, Zhang Yi rushed towards the Northern Front without the aid of his double door. He needed to settle his thoughts before he arrives on the battlefield. The two colliding forces should come from Deng Shintong and the leader of the Eclipse team, right? Should I go over and provide support at that end? Forget it. If the people from the Eclipse Group headquarters are able to restrain me, it would be a waste of time. I might as well use Deng Shintong as bait to test the strength of their team leader. On the Northern Front, the situation has reversed. The second-in-command of the Eclipse Moon Group, Jinguji Saikairo, had joined the battle after the defeat of Kamaya Negemichi and Shinichiro Akutsu. He brought 5 Shikigami with him. When Liao Honglei saw Jinguji Saikairo appear on the battlefield, his face showed a proud fighting spirit. The Onmyoji of Japan? Interesting. You stole the unorthodox method from my country, and now you plan to use it against me. Do you really think you can win? Jinguji Saikairo could understand Liao Honglei's ridicule of him through the translation function both parties have on themselves at all times. Jinguji Saikairo simply smiled and replied calmly, I remember there is an old saying in your country. A disciple need not be inferior to the teacher, and the teacher need not be better than the disciple. It seems that you have all forgotten this saying. He stared at Liao Honglei and said word by word, We have found something better. Really? Then let me see it for myself. Liao Honglei suddenly rushed towards Jinguji Saikairo. His figure was as fast as lightning. On the other hand, Jinguji Saikairo simply waved his left hand, and the giant ape Kanemaru rushed towards Liao Honglei, simultaneously blocking his path towards the Onmyoji of Japan. At the same time, the three-headed demon dog Akamaru was also attacking Liao Honglei from another direction. Liao Honglei calmly observed everything around him. The three-headed dog and the giant ape seem to be melee-type Shikigami, but there are also foxes, green birds, and gray crows beside him. That gray crow has been found in everyone in Eclipse Moon, but I haven't seen it show any combat capabilities. It should be a support type. Liao Honglei basically made a judgment based on his observations so far. He reacted very quickly and punched Kanemaru in front of him. The power of the 100 Steps Divine Fist sent out shockwaves through the air, and the next moment, an invisible wave slowly appeared, directly tearing a huge hole in Kanemaru's abdomen. But immediately, a reddish light appeared inside Kanemaru's huge body, repairing the wound to his original state. Kanemaru roared and launched towards Liao Honglei with raised fists, intending to smash down on his head. Liao Honglei immediately felt like a mountain was pressing down on his head. He dodged Kanemaru's attack with his nimble movements. But the ground where he just stood broke into pieces with a loud boom. Its power was so huge that it was jaw-dropping, and it was definitely at a Delta-level enhanced mutant. Liao Honglei realized in that moment that Kanemaru was not a living being. Otherwise, within 100 steps, almost no living creature could take his punch without any injury. The only explanation could be that these creatures were something condensed by supernatural power. Liao Honglei's expression became solemn. This was the first time he was facing such an opponent. And the worst part was that he didn't know how to destroy the enemy. Anyway, Jinguji Saikairo's Shikigami did not give Liao Honglei any moment of respite. As Kanemaru and the deputy captain faced off, Akamaru spewed a massive magma beam, directly melting the entire path Liao Honglei was. Liao Honglei glanced at Jinguji Saikairo in the distance. He had a plan in mind. Since he didn't know how to quickly deal with the numerous Shikigami, wouldn't it be better to just kill the Onmyoji? But this is easier said than done. Not only was the silver six-tailed fox Jinmaru and the green bird Amaru besieging Jinguji Saikairo, but Kanemaru and Akamaru was also watching his every move. But just when Liao Honglei was struggling, a reminder from the combat command center sounded in his ears. Liao Honglei, the Shikigami in the Inyang magic art needs to be condensed with talismans as the core. As long as you can destroy the talismans, you can kill the Shikigami. Although Liao Honglei was reminded of this, he was not particularly thrilled. The reason was that the giant beasts in front of him were so massive, and the talismans were only the size of a palm. How can he find these so-called cores and destroy them? Resigning at this point, Liao Honglei can only give it a try. He gritted his teeth, stood firmly in his horse stance, and aimed his right fist at Kanemaru's head and punched hard. The power of the 100-step divine fist directly reached its skull, and the head twisted instantly but did not explode. Kanemaru was the representative of strength among the 5 Shikigami of Jinguji Saikairo. Its strength and defense attributes were the strongest. In a short while, Kanemaru's head was restored to its original state. It howled, as if it was angry this time, and the speed of chasing Liao Honglei increased by more than a step. The talisman was not in its head. Jinguji Saikairo saw this scene and smiled contemptuously. Some people really watch too much anime and subconsciously thinks that the vital point would be in the heart or head. If they knew this, then Jinguji Saikairo certainly knew it too. So why would he place the talisman in places that are easy to guess? The 2 giant beasts, Kanemaru and Akamaru, surrounded Liao Honglei, but he dodged their joint attack with ease. Liao Honglei was not in a hurry, so he just simply evaded all their attacks with his agile body for an opening. It was clear as day that the 2 Shikigami had no way to deal with Liao Honglei. Of course, even without supernatural power, Liao Honglei was a great master of Bajikun. In addition, he was wearing a battle suit and weapons made by Deng's technology. So, if he was defeated by 2 mere Shikigami, how can he be worthy of being a deputy captain of the God Squad? Seeing that Kanemaru and Akamaru could not deal with Liao Honglei at all, Jinguji Saikairo waved his right hand, and the huge 6-tailed white fox next to him took a few steps forward. It raised its head, and its slender white neck stretched straight to the sky. Then, a ball surrounded by hazy pink light began to condense above its head, and slowly became the size of a cannonball. The next moment, the huge ball of light turned into a dazzling pink light and shot towards Liao Honglei. Its speed was so fast that it was difficult to catch with the naked eye, but Liao Honglei still managed to block the attack with his 100 steps divine fist. And the moment the 2 huge energies collided, a terrible explosion rang out seconds after. Unexpectedly, Liao Honglei used this as a smokescreen to actually close the gap between himself and Kanemaru's huge body, and fiercely hug its waist with both hands. In close combat, his 100 steps divine fist was even more powerful, which could directly penetrate all defenses and shatter any internal organs. Liao Honglei then began to exert force, aimed and twisted the middle of Kanemaru's waist, and tore it in half. The light in Kanemaru's body quickly dissipated, and a sudden miserable wail seemed to come from the depths of the earth. Then a talisman fell to the ground. Liao Honglei had not expected that Kanemaru's talisman would be hidden in such a position. However, this was also related to the success of his tactics. Liao Honglei picked up and broke Kanemaru's talisman in front of Jinguji Saikairo. The murderous intent in his eyes was released without any concealment. But Jinguji Saikairo just smiled and casually took out another talisman folded into the shape of a monkey from his pocket. Jinguji Saikairo silently chanted the spell, and then threw the talisman into the air. A faint reddish light enveloped the talisman, and then quickly generated an identical Kanemaru. This scene made Liao Honglei's pupils shrink suddenly because in this kind of attrition war, he is most likely to lose to Jinguji Saikairo. He knew that he couldn't waste time on the Shikigami, so he quickly took out a large pistol with his right hand, pointed it at Jinguji Saikairo, who was hundreds of meters away, and fired an origin bullet. As a strong man from the military, he was still accurate with his right hand. If Jinguji Saikairo represents the art, then the origin bullet is just his nemesis. Jinguji Saikairo frowned, and the green bird guarding him flapped its wings fiercely, creating a sudden gust of wind which rolled up in front of him. Although the origin bullet can break the magic, such a huge gust of wind still managed to slightly deviate the trajectory of the bullet. Jinguji Saikairo's eyes revealed a bit of caution. The origin bullet of the Jiangnan region, this thing has been mentioned to him before. If he is careless about this thing, he may be killed directly regardless of his current level. Keep attacking and kill him. Jinguji Saikairo raised his right hand and began to stimulate the power of the Shikigami. The colored light around the Shikigami became more dazzling as Akamaru and Kanemaru rushed towards Liao Honglei again. In such a situation, Liao Honglei was still able to remain calm. He had performed missions on the brink of life and death countless times, so this one was no different. He quickly came up with a battle plan in his mind, put away his pistol, and in a single swift motion, waved his left hand, and more than a dozen bombs were thrown in the air, scattering all over the battlefield. Jinguji Saikairo's eyes condensed, and the green bird quickly raised a strong wind to prevent these explosives from approaching. But the bombs took effect the moment they got close. However, contrary to Jinguji Saikairo's expectations, they did not produce a series of explosions, but burst out with dazzling white light so bright that he almost cried. It was a high-intensity flash bomb. The entire battlefield was too bright that Jinguji Saikairo could not see Liao Honglei's position. On the other hand, Liao Honglei, equipped with the latest various technology produced by Deng's technology, could avoid losing vision in a strong light environment. The effect created by this high-intensity flash bomb temporarily blinded Jinguji Saikairo as he made a run for it. But the moment the flash bomb lit up, Liao Honglei moved, his legs swelled up, and his speed increased to the extreme. It only took him 3 seconds to intercept Jinguji Saikairo. The moment Liao Honglei appeared in front of him, a cruel smile tugged on his lips. "You are dead." Unexpectedly, the fear on Jinguji Saikairo's face suddenly disappeared. He looked at Liao Honglei with a weird smile that could make a person's skin crawl. The corners of his mouth grew wider and wider, like it could even stretch to the back of his ears. Liao Honglei felt a chill ran down his spine, and he immediately realized that he had fallen into a trap. But it was too late at this point. He had no time to escape, because Jinguji Saikairo had already grasped his arms tightly. His body began to crack, and in a short moment he had lost his human form. His body was full of cracks, but from the cracks came a heart-pounding golden light. And as the golden light around Jinguji Saikairo suddenly became blazing, a violent explosion sounded throughout the entire Jiangning Square, attracting everyone's attention. At the combat command center, such a scene made Zhu Zheng's pupils shrink deeply, and he almost couldn't help the torrent of curses that was begging to express his absolute shock and frustration, because he saw Liao Honglei's body, completely battered and broken, lying lifelessly in a pool of his own blood, while the figure of Jinguji Saikairo had completely disappeared. But somewhere nearby inside the thick fog, the real Jinguji Saikairo silently lit a cigarette for himself, and wondered curiously why Liao Honglei would think an Onmyoji would be careless enough to appear in the center of the battlefield. Apparently, the one who appeared in Liao Honglei's vision before was not Jinguji Saikairo himself, but a puppet he made with a lot of explosives and talismans. From the very beginning, that was the trap he set for Liao Honglei. Otherwise, if he had only relied on those Shikigami, the chances of them killing the vice-captain of the God Squad was less to none. Also, this outcome was largely thanks to that person's information. Otherwise, directly facing a strong mutant like Liao Honglei would have surely be his permanent end. Anyway, back at the combat command center, the entire place was completely silent with no one daring to breathe. Almost everyone carefully and secretly looked at Zhu Zheng's expression, only to feel that there seemed to be a thick black cloud covering it. Both fronts were completely defeated, and 2 vice-captains of the God Squad died in battle. Such a tragic situation has been rare since the establishment of the Jiangnan region, especially when the investigation team facing this tragic situation ended up being the God Squad, which was ranked first on the scoreboard and had always had 100% mission completion rate. Zhu Zhang had no expression, but his eyes were surging. If he hadn't been in front of so many subordinates, he would have probably lost it in a memorable fashion. Meanwhile, on the projected screen, Kanemaru and Akamaru respectively tore and munched on the seriously injured and dying Liao Honglei, biting him bloodily and cruelly. The horrible scene made everyone at the combat command center look distorted. Clearly, they couldn't accept that such an existence would die in such a tragic way. Tu Yunlai spoke up in a deep voice. "Now, we can only rely on the outcome of the battle on Deng Shintong's side. As long as he can win, we will be the winners of this battle. However, if Deng Shintong loses, the consequences will definitely be unbearable for the Jiangnan region, because that would not only indicate the complete failure of this operation, it would also cause this incident to ferment in the outside world, causing a serious setback to the prestige of the Jiangnan region." Zhu Zheng's personal guard, Sun Lushuan, glanced at Zhu Zhang and then at several high-level figures in Blizzard City who were present, from Tu Yunlai to Lan Xinqing and then to Bailey Chongqing. When his eyes fell on Bailey Chongqing, they stayed a little longer before looking elsewhere. Sun Lushuan pushed his glasses and stared at the images on the surveillance footage with numerous doubts in his heart. However, some words were not appropriate to say now. After all, this battle was not completely over. But the current situation was indeed strange, mainly due to the fact that the Heavenly God team had lost on several fronts. Sun Luxuan was definitely convinced that there was a traitor among them. He just didn't know who it was or had any evidence to make any strong argument. The most important thing now is to only hope that Deng Shentong could come up with a gorgeous decapitation operation. After everything is settled, Sun Luxuan intend to have a word with Zhu Zheng. Back to the Western Front, Jinguji Saikairo slowly walked out of the fog and approached Kamaya Negemichi and Shinichiro Akutsu, who had almost lost their combat effectiveness. Their internal organs had been shattered by Liao Honglei. If it weren't for their strong bodies and vitality than ordinary people, they would have died on the spot. Jinguji Saikairo came over, took out the healing medicine from his pocket, and injected them each with a shot. What a mess! Jinguji Saikairo sighed helplessly. Kamaya Negemichi gritted his teeth and frowned in displeasure when he heard this. Are you mocking us? That's not the case. Jinguji Saikairo replied with a gentle tone. I was just thinking that if it weren't for that person's help, it would be too difficult for us to fight against the Jiangnan region with our own strength. In his usual mocking tone, Shinichiro Akutsu replied that it didn't matter. No matter how powerful the Jiangnan region was, they still lost to them, didn't they? Jinguji Saikairo glanced at him with a bit of disdain underneath his serious look. Don't forget, the foundation of the Jiangnan region is not just the God team. If we meet other investigation teams next time, we may not be able to win so easily. Shinichiro Akutsu chuckled. Whatever. As of now, we have won a great victory, haven't we? His tone became somewhat playful. Sure enough, Miss Takeuchi's divination was right. My fortune today was quite good. Even if I get hurt, I will be back to full health in a few days. But at that very moment, Zhang Yi, who hadn't been paid much attention to, arrived near the Western Front. And before Shinichiro Akutsu could wipe that fucking smug smile off his face, Kamaya Negemichi suddenly shouted for him to watch out. Hearing this, Jinguji Saikairo's eyes tightened, and he immediately summoned Kanemaru to protect himself. Shinichiro Akutsu also sensed the danger approaching, but it was too late at this point, because he was completely unable to avoid the attack. A silver bullet pierced through his forehead and exit from the back of his head. Shinichiro Akutsu, another member of the Eclipse group, was killed instantly by Zhang Yi in one shot. Seeing Shinichiro Akutsu's lifeless body, Kamaya Negemichi shouted that there was an ambush. He lowered his entire body even further to the ground, but this method still couldn't save his worthless life. Even with his head lowered by a hair's breadth to the ground, the holy silver bullet, representing the Reaper of Death, still penetrated his head, piercing directly into his cranial cavity from the top of his head. Of course, this was largely aided by Zhang Yi's space system skill, precision shooting. Another member of Eclipse Group, Kamaya Negemichi, was the third member to be killed instantly by Zhang Yi in one shot. Jinguji Saikairo's ability could not intercept Zhang Yi's bullets, so he could only watch the enemy kill his two teammates. You see, when Zhang Yi arrived at the Western Front, Liao Honglei had already been killed by Jinguji Saikairo. But he keenly discovered that there were two seriously injured and dying Eclipse Moon members on the battlefield. So why miss such a good opportunity? His decisive shots were aimed to finish off the enemy in a single attempt. And at such a range, even if he closes his eyes to shoot, the bullet will not deviate by a lot. What's more, his immediate targets were the two seriously injured Eclipse members. Anyway, after confirming the death of Kamaya Negemichi and Shinichiro Akutsu, Jinguji Saikairo did not hesitate at all, and decisively chose to retreat into the thick fog with the protection of the Shikigami. Seeing this, Zhang Yi, who was fully armed and had already deployed his two realms destruction skill, slowly walked over. He held two white owls in his hands, and his eyes swept across the entire battlefield sharply. Although the thick fog covered the battlefield, as a space-based mutant, he was very sensitive to air fluctuations. And as long as there are living creatures within 500 meters, even the sound of breathing can be sensed by him. Soon, he noticed several figures hiding in the thick fog not far from him. Suddenly, Kanemaru and Akamaru rushed out of the thick fog, attacking Zhang Yi from both sides simultaneously. Zhang Yi calmly paid attention to the movements around him and did not dodge, but simply spread his hands towards the two huge Shikigami rushing towards him. Kanemaru raised his fist as big as a casserole, roared and punched down, while Akamaru tried to spew a massive magma beam. But their combined efforts suddenly disappeared directly in the air. And right after, the two huge Shikigami also unknowingly ran into Zhang Yi's alternate space by themselves. Deep in the thick fog, Jinguji Saikairo was so scared that cold sweat ran down his forehead. Although he didn't know who Zhang Yi was and what his ability might be, he easily defeated two of his Shikigami with a single move. Obviously, the other party's ability was restraining him, After defeating Kanemaru and Akamaru, Zhang Yi stared at Jinguji Saikairo with a smile. The distance between the two sides was about 400 meters, which was just right. In his right eye, a distorted white light began to slowly emerge, and the terrifying power of space quickly gathered. At that moment, Jinguji Saikairo felt the crisis of death. Being an extremely cautious person by nature, Jinguji Saikairo decisively turned around and ran directly into the distance without a backward glance. This person is not simple, he anxiously thought. If I stay here any longer, I will die. I must report to the others and discuss countermeasures. At the Combat Command Center, it can be seen that Zhang Yi did not go deep into the thick fog to pursue, but planned to collect the spoils first. Although his eyes looked at the direction where Jinguji Saikairo left with some doubts. He didn't understand why the enemy didn't choose to continue fighting with him after he made a move, but chose to escape. Meanwhile, Tu Yunlai and the others, with the exception of Bailey Chongqing, were totally stunned. They never thought that, in the end, it was not the Celestial God team that made a contribution, but a mutant from the outer city. It can even be said that if Zhang Yi was not too stable, if he was a more radical mutant, the battle scene at this time would be more dazzling. Zhu Zheng murmured, a bit dazed by this revelation. I didn't expect that Zhang Yi would be so powerful. If I had known this, I would have let him take the lead. Lan Xinqing immediately interjected, stating that Zhang Yi just took advantage of Kamaya Naikamichi and Shinichiro Akutsu being injured. Zhu Zheng glanced at her dimly after hearing this. Don't forget that he also scared away Jinguji Saikairo, and he also killed the Eclipse Moon couple in seconds with his own strength. I even think that this guy's strength can compete with the deputy captain level figures. Hearing this, Lan Xinqing respectfully retorted in a cold tone. If he is really powerful, then why did he hide his strength before? If he had gone to support other fronts earlier, maybe the current situation would be completely different. Commander Zhu Zheng, I still think that although this person is strong, he is not completely loyal to Blizzard City. As soon as Lan Xinqing said this, she was suddenly met with a sneer from Bailey Chongqing. Obviously, this response was too harsh, especially given the current setting. In an angry demeanor, Lan Xinqing glanced at Bailey Chongqing and asked what he was laughing at. Bailey Chongqing just simply replied leisurely that it was nothing. I just think that we shouldn't hold a mutant from another city to the standards of Blizzard City. Lan Xinqing really couldn't refute this. She could only say that what Zhang Yi did was unacceptable. He had the ability to help his teammates, but he deliberately reserved his strength. The elites of Blizzard City would never do such a thing. Zhu Zheng stopped his secretary's unreasonable trouble before it got out of hand. At this moment, he was in no mood to listen to Lan Xinqing and Bailey Chongqing's bickering. The current problem was what he cares about most. Lan Xinqing quickly stopped talking about this matter, but immediately thought of another way. Now that we know that Zhang Yi has some strength, why not let him continue to fight with Eclipse Moon? In this way, he can also help other members of the Heavenly God team on the field. The battle on two fronts had already ended, and the one with Tsukamoto Nobunaga was not going smoothly. Moreover, Deng Shintong had already killed at the base camp of the Eclipse Moon group and had engaged with their leader. That battle will be the deciding factor in this operation. Zhu Zheng thought of all this for a moment and told Zhang Yi that his mission has been completed. He should withdraw from the battlefield. Commander! Lan Xinqing obviously disagrees and was shocked when she heard this. But Zhu Zheng ignored her protest and motioned for her to be quiet. Then, he calmly ended the communication with Zhang Yi, thinking that no matter how strong Zhang Yi was, he might only be at the level of deputy captain. He was close to the base camp of the Eclipse Moon, however, if they rashly asked him to help, he might even hinder Deng Shintong, so it would be better to let him come back directly. Zhu Zheng hopes to keep this good seedling. If possible, let Zhang Yi join Blizzard City, and maybe he will be a captain-level combat force in the future. Zhang Yi left Jiangning Square with the brilliant record of deleting 4 members of Eclipse Moon, although he was a little surprised by Zhu Zheng's orders. Zhang Yi originally thought that Zhu Zheng would let him continue to rush to the battlefield to provide assistance. The moment he got close to the armed helicopter, a medical soldier came to greet him. Zhang Yi just smiled and said he was fine. As Zhang Yi was about to enter the armed helicopter, he saw that it had been converted into a temporary intensive care unit. Yuan Hao was lying on a stretcher. His face was pale and weak, as if he was about to die, and his girlfriend Xia Lingling stood beside the stretcher with lifeless eyes, saying nothing, like a dead person. Zhang Yi saw the terrible wounds on her body and the flesh and blood that did not look like a living person, and understood why Xia Lingling was not counted back then. Zhang Yi went all the way back to the armed helicopter. Chen Xiaoxiao, who had almost recovered mainly after Peng Li's treatment, looked at Zhang Yi with a bit of awe in her eyes. Zhang Yi, did you complete the task? Chen Xiaoxiao asked cautiously. Zhang Yi thought about it and nodded slightly. I guess so. With the exception of Zhang Yi's team, everyone, including the medical staff and especially Mo Zhongning and Li Weihai, were shocked and couldn't help but look sideways. Apparently, the two were the only survivors in their team, and their team leader, Wu Shifeng, died on the way to the armed helicopter. Mo Zhongning murmured in disbelief. You don't tell us that you killed someone from Eclipse Moon. That's impossible. Those guys are as strong as monsters. Li Weihai even lowered his head and added, That's right. It's impossible. Only the people from the God Squad can fight against them. As for us, the mutants from the outer cities, we were just cannon fodder. Zhang Yi didn't plan to pay attention to them at first, but when he saw their desperate demeanor, he couldn't help but sneered. Oh, so are the people from Eclipse Moon really strong? Why don't I believe you? Is it because you guys are just too weak? As soon as these words came out, the few people who were already scared shitless by the Eclipse group became angry. Mo Zhongning questioned seriously, Zhang Yi, did you really meet the people from Eclipse Moon? Because if you did, you'll know how strong they are without anyone telling you. Li Weihai even added that he heard that there were no members of the Eclipse group on the southeast side, and that may have given Zhang Yi an unwarranted illusion. As for your so-called completion of supporting the Northern Front, I guess you just went there to provide assistance and shoot cold guns. Zhang Yi sighed, took a seat in his chair next to Liang Yu, and said in a gentle tone, Maybe it's really like what you said. I had an illusion and happened to meet 4 weak members of Eclipse Moon, and then took their lives. That's all. This statement changed the atmosphere instantly. Even Yuan Hao, who was lying weakly on the hospital bed, suddenly sat up and looked at Zhang Yi with doubts. What did you say? You really killed 4 members of Eclipse Moon? Chun Xiaoxiao and Peng Li also stared at Zhang Yi in astonishment from the background. 2 more dead members of Eclipse Moon meant that Zhang Yi, with his own strength, destroyed about 1/3 of Eclipse Moon. Zhang Yi was done talking and felt extremely lazy to explain anyway. He looked through the window at the center of Jiangning Square. Now, all he needed to do was wait for the result of the battle between Deng Shintong and the leader of the Eclipse group. Deng Shintong has the support of Blizzard City and Deng's group, so he should be quite powerful. It should be no problem. Meanwhile, as the scene shifted to the collision between the 2 captain-level mutants, Feng Guangyuanjin smiled and stared at Deng Shintong under his newsboy cap. As long as I can kill you here, I think the old men in Jiangnan region should be completely awakened. Deng Shintong smiled and beckoned him with a finger. You can try. Feng Guangyuanjin immediately dropped the earlier perfunctory smile on his face, and his expression suddenly became frighteningly cold. From the depths of his eyebrows, a bright red mark quickly emerged, and then extended along both sides of his cheeks, slowly forming dazzling stripes on his face. It was a colorful red, deep red to be precise, and there were mottled flashes of the starry sky. It was as if a stream of red galaxies was running in his skin. The bloody streaks gradually spread to his neck, the back of his hands, and finally covered his entire body. A breathtakingly powerful aura emerged around him. This was Feng Guangyuanjin's special ability with codename Phoenix. Feng Guangyuanjin's body was surrounded by red blood, and the temperature of the surrounding space rose rapidly, and large pieces of ice and snow began to melt. He didn't rush to attack, but simply antagonize his opponent not far away. Come on, show me your strength. Deng Shintong smiled and happily obliged. The next moment, his arms spread out to both sides, and what immediately followed after was an extremely holy and magnificent burst of white light in all directions with him as the center. This was Deng Shintong's co-primary ability with codename Praise of Light. Obviously, his ability was light, and he can give or deprive people from it. And under his world of nothingness skill, everyone except him will lose their sight, and can see nothing except a vast expanse of white light. Feng Guangyuanjin was currently experiencing this as the color in his pupils disappeared, and he seemed to be in a vast expanse of white space where nothing could be seen. Including his own body, he could not see anything. The entire battlefield was shrouded in white light, and this explosive light even distorted the surveillance footage that neither the Combat Command Center nor Feng Guangyuanjin could see what was happening. This was why no one has ever known Deng Shintong's true ability. However, Zhu Zhang has full confidence in Deng Shintong, because he was the highest masterpiece of the cooperation between the Jiangnan district and the Deng group. Whether it is ability, brains, or equipment, Deng Shintong is at the ultimate level. He was an idol created by the Jiangnan district, a godly symbol that the entire Jiangnan region have unwavering confidence in. Therefore, from the end of the world until now, any task performed by the God Squad has been completed perfectly. In a one-on-one situation, Deng Shintong has never lost. Anyway, with a mocking smile, Deng Shintong suddenly appeared in front of Feng Guangyuanjin with a raised fist. And although Feng Guangyuanjin had lost his vision, his fighting instinct was still active, and his keen intuition of danger alerted him of Deng Shintong's attack. So, empowered by the power of the phoenix, he accurately blocked Deng Shintong's attack again and again. But if he was half a beat behind, that attack could have been fatal. The blood-colored stripes on his body greatly increased his strength and speed. This surprised Deng Shintong a little. Interesting. It seems I have to increase my output then. Deng Shintong's smile became even stronger. Then, a sudden golden holy light enveloped Deng Shintong's body, making him look more glorious and majestic, like a god on earth. And in his eyes, a golden hexagram flashed in them. This was another skill named the Holy Body Blessing. It allows Deng Shintong to attach light to his entire body, making him an unstoppable existence in close combat. The power of light and the power of the phoenix blasted at close range, and Deng Shintong's speed became faster and faster, and his strength became more and more terrifying. At first, Feng Guangyuanjin could still react with his fighting instinct and take on Deng Shintong's moves. But slowly, even if he could capture Deng Shintong's moves, his body couldn't react. Even if his body reacted, his power level was completely crushed. Deng Shintong's fist penetrated Feng Guangyuanjin's defense, forcefully knocking his arms away and hitting him hard in the chest. Feng Guangyuanjin's chest was directly sunken, and a clear fist mark appeared. Deng Shintong smiled, grabbed Feng Guangyuanjin's arm with his left hand, and punched the wound with his right hand with infinite power. Feng Guangyuanjin tried to struggle desperately, but the serious injury on his chest made him unable to exert any strength. This time, Deng Shintong's fist went straight through his chest and pierced through his back. The smile on Deng Shintong's mouth slowly turned sinister as he started to mock Feng Guangyuanjin's pathetic state. Is the leader of the Eclipse group this vulnerable? Deng Shintong clearly sensed something amiss the moment he thought things over. Although the touch of Feng Guangyuanjin's body was extremely real, and he could clearly feel the beating of his internal organs. Surely the leader of the Eclipse group couldn't be defeated so easily, right? Unfortunately for him, he guessed correct, because right at that moment, Feng Guangyuanjin, who had been pierced in the chest, slowly raised his head and showed him a bloody smile. Then, the very next moment, his body suddenly started burning. Feng Guangyuanjin grabbed Deng Shintong's arm tightly, not letting him escape. The temperature of the red flames was so high that even Deng Shintong could not help but frown. Although he was wearing a battle suit made with the most advanced technology in Blizzard City, not even comparable to the combat uniforms of the other 5 major investigation teams. But even so, the flames produced by the spontaneous combustion of Feng Guangyuanjin still made him feel a sense of terrible danger. Deng Shintong felt that something was wrong with Feng Guangyuanjin's self-igniting flames. So without any hesitation, he tried his best to break free from his restraints and retreated far away. In the burning red flames, Feng Guangyuanjin was still smiling. Even though his body was already shaky, there was no fear on his face. What the hell is this? Deng Shintong put out the flame on his arm and stared at Feng Guangyuanjin cautiously. He knew that the ability of this Eclipse Moon leader was definitely more than what it seems. But so what? He has encountered more than one difficult opponent since he started fighting. In the burning flame, Feng Guangyuanjin's body slowly fell down. However, the flame burned more violently, and Deng Shintong heard a loud cry. The red flame turned into a fire phoenix. A moment later, another figure stood up from the charred body on the floor, and as the phoenix fire slowly dissipates, Feng Guangyuanjin walked forward, and as mind-boggling as it is, he was fully clothed with his previous attire. Feng Guangyuanjin was reborn from the ashes, exactly like a phoenix rising from his ashes, without any trace of injury on his body or any tear in his clothes. Unexpectedly, Deng Shintong's eyes showed a fierce look when he understood the situation he was in. He remembered very clearly that his punch pierced Feng Guangyuanjin's chest and almost shattered his heart. It was impossible for a human to survive with that level of injury. But why did this guy appear intact again? Is it because he didn't kill him with one blow? No matter. Deng Shintong licked Feng Guangyuanjin's blood on his right glove with a sadistic glee in his eyes. Then, it seems I have to kill you again. Hearing this, Feng Guangyuanjin smiled and wished him success. Deng Shintong, again, activated his World of Nothingness skill. Then, with the activation of his Holy Body Blessing, Deng Shintong was immediately surrounded by another brilliance of golden light, and his speed became extremely fast, as if he was the incarnation of light itself. Feng Guangyuanjin, who had just been reborn from the ashes, was approached by Deng Shintong again in a flash and punched so heavily that all his internal organs were shattered. Feng Guangyuanjin smiled at the corner of his mouth, and this time around, His eyes suddenly glowed with an extreme bright red like blood. Although his vision was deprived, he was smiling because he had a special way to predict Deng Shintong's attack. Meanwhile, Shishimono Satoru had hurriedly took Takeuchi Mayumi away from the battlefield. But just outside the white mist, the shrine maiden Mayumi Takeuchi slowly knelt on the ground and slowly cut her wrist. Large pieces of bright red blood flowed down and merged into the Takeuchi scroll in front of her. The nourishment of blood made the phoenix in the Takeuchi scroll more enriched and strange. The battle between the two top mutants was at a brief stalemate. Deng Shintong, who could deprive people of their sight, took the absolute initiative in this battle, and Fengguang Jin relied on his special abilities and passively defended. Although he also tried to launch an attack, he couldn't see it, which always slowed his rhythm by half a beat. Deng Shintong stared at Fengguang Jin, finally acknowledging his ability to be immortality. Even if he is hit in the vitals, it can be reborn through his phoenix fire. This ability is indeed a bit troublesome, because no matter how he is killed, Deng Shintong believes that unless every cell is destroyed simultaneously, the opponent can be resurrected again in a perfect form. Fengguang Jin spread his arms and apologized with a mocking smile. Sorry, but my biggest advantage is that I can't die. This situation was very grim, because a person who can't be killed can use all kinds of means to wear down any opponent. But Deng Shintong didn't care. He snorted lightly. Can't be killed? Then doesn't that mean I get to kill you a few more times? He didn't believe that there were people who couldn't be killed in this world. All carbon-based creatures can and will die. It's either he didn't find the life gate of Fengguang Jin, or the number of times this opponent of his had been killed was not enough. Regardless, he will keep killing until Fengguang Jin can no longer be reborn. Deng Shintong covered his left cheek with his left hand, and his voice suddenly turned icy cold. My teammates are still waiting for the news of my victory. I don't have so much time to waste here with you. So, how about we speed up the progress? Great Shumi, he shouted. Illusion. In a trance, Fengguang Jin's eyes regained their sight for the first time. He actually saw the distant figure of Deng Shintong in the white world. But before he could be happy, Deng Shintong's shadow was infinitely stretched along with the whole world. The scene around him began to change in a bizarre way. He saw the bustling city of Kyoto, and the next moment, he was back to the wilderness of Kagoshima. From the past to the present, from the countryside to the city, even the noise of worldly fireworks appeared in his ears. Is this an illusion? Although Fengguang Jin realized what was happening, he could not stop it. What his eyes saw and what his ears heard were all false things. Then, in an unexpected fashion, boom! Fengguang Jin's head exploded like a watermelon, unable to deal with Deng Shintong's attack at all. Back outside the mist, Mayumi Takeuchi's blood began to fade on the scroll, but she still did not hesitate to cut her wrist again. The weather was too cold, and the wound would coagulate quickly, so she had to cast witchcraft in this way frequently. Shishimono Satoru stared at this scene and felt a little distressed. If she keeps going on like this, her entire arm will be disabled. Even if she is a shrine maiden with extraordinary powers, she was no exception. But Mayumi Takeuchi did not hesitate at all. In her Takeuchi scroll, the phoenix, which represent Fengguang Jin, stood up, and after its rebirth, its condition had not diminished at all. No matter how many times he died, he could be reborn perfectly. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Deng Shintong frowned and made a rational judgment based on the knowledge he knew. He believes that even if Fengguang Jin's rebirth was an ability, it also requires the consumption of supernatural energy. Normally, the consumption depends on the severity of the damage. And judging by Fengguang Jin's repeated rebirth, the consumption of supernatural energy must be very large. Deng Shintong was not panicked at all. He firmly believes that as long as he kills Fengguang Jin a few more times, he will definitely make him disappear completely. Besides, compared with the numerous opponents he had encountered in the past, Fengguang Jin had no advantages in other aspects except his rebirth ability. Come on, let me see how many more times you can die. Deng Shintong came behind Fengguang Jin as fast as light, and his right leg was swung up like a long whip, aiming at the back of Fengguang Jin's head. And although Fengguang Jin was deprived of the ability of vision and hearing, he still accurately blocked Deng Shintong's attack effortlessly. You see, Deng Shintong can use his great Shumi illusion skill to influence an enemy's hearing, smell, and taste, replicating a synesthesia condition. So as long as the enemy is hit by this illusion, their mind are unable to differentiate anything, and their physical bodies also become completely defenseless. So in common sense, Fengguang Jin shouldn't be able to block the attack at all after being hit by an illusion. Deng Shintong couldn't figure out what Fengguang Jin relied on to block his attack. He quickly retracted his leg, aimed lower with his fist, and broke through Feng Guangyuanjin's defenses with a piercing punch. The punch was so fierce that it created a gaping hole on Feng Guangyuanjin's lower torso. There was no light in Feng Guangyuanjin's eyes, and his body lost all signs of life. Deng Shintong had a sneer on his lips, and his eyes were full of fighting spirit. He took out a dark pistol from his waist, rushed over before Feng Guangyuanjin was completely reborn, and shot him directly in the head. The pitch-black bullet was very different from the ordinary origin bullet and was specially used by Deng Shintong. It can not only destroy mutants, but also contains extremely terrifying genetic toxins. Once it enters the human body, it will quickly spread throughout the blood vessels and immediately corrode the target cells completely. After Feng Guangyuanjin was shot, his body quickly disintegrated and was reborn shortly after. Deng Shintong was not an impatient person, but this is the first time he'd encountered a mutant like Feng Guangyuanjin, who can't die no matter how he's killed. So naturally, doubts about whether Feng Guangyuanjin truly can't die started to creep in, but he immediately shut them down, believing that there must be a way. However, Deng Shintong knew if he continues to waste time with Feng Guangyuanjin, the result may not be what he wants most, so it was better to try to seal him. With his strength, it would be no problem for him to kill Feng Guangyuanjin many times, so he just needed a way to subdue him. He would then be taken back to the laboratory of the region and handed over to the scientific research department to analyze slowly. There would always be a way to deal with him. Thinking of this, Deng Shintong began to change his combat strategy. He took out a cutting-edge biotechnology rope and quickly tied up Feng Guangyuanjin during the resurrection process. Obviously, he had no power to resist at this time. Deng Shintong pulled Feng Guangyuanjin with one hand and said coldly, "You're coming back with me to Blizzard City, you miscellaneous cultivator." However, at this moment, Feng Guangyuanjin, who was tied up tightly, suddenly laughed and stared at Deng Shintong with a crazed look. At first, the laughter was not loud, but soon it became more and more rampant, making Deng Shintong question his sudden behavior. "What are you laughing at now?" "Of course I have to laugh because I'm about to kill the captain of the famous God Squad." And without any sign or warning, Feng Guangyuanjin exploded very abruptly. And as pieces of his body and blood scattered in every direction, several pieces of his blood stained Deng Shintong's clothes and face due to his close proximity. Being a clean freak, Deng Shintong wasn't particularly pleased. However, before he could clean the blood stains, he suddenly felt that his entire body seemed to be burning with karmic fire. Deng Shintong was in great pain. He looked down and found that it was not an illusion, but his body was really burning. Like really fucking burning. Deng Shintong howled in pain as the surging flames engulfed his entire body, turning him into a man on fire. Quite literally, Deng Shintong tried his best to activate his holy body blessing to resist the burning of the flames, but it was of no use. The flames seems to be inextinguishable, and the reason he hadn't been burnt alive already was mainly due to his battle suit. After another rebirth, Feng Guangyuanjin was not surprised with the current outcome. This time, it's your turn to be reborn from the ashes. The power of the phoenix is not something that everyone can withstand. The blood of the phoenix is the most terrifying fire poison in the world. And after countless death cycles, Feng Guangyuanjin learned how to endure being burned to ashes by the blood in his body in order to control this power. At this time, Deng Shintong had to admit to himself that he couldn't continue fighting. No matter how hard he killed Feng Guangyuanjin, he would get up from the flames again, and then continue to fight him with a grin. Despair, incomparable despair enveloped Deng Shintong. Am I going to die here? On the edge of life and death, there was one thing he really tried to figure out. That is why he lost in this battle. Obviously, it wasn't that he's not strong enough, and even if he couldn't kill Feng Guangyuanjin, as long as he was well prepared, it should have been easy to seal him. But why did he feel that the other party seemed to know everything about him? And it even seems that this entire battle was a trap. With his ability, how can Feng Guangyuanjin fight him with his little tricks? Deng Shintong vaguely felt this entire outcome was far more than just a simple fortune-telling. Anyway, before he could think any further, Feng Guangyuanjin roared for him to die as he launched forward. He kneed Deng Shintong hard on the chest, trashing him across dozens of meters away. Deng Shintong smashed into a wall, denting it greatly as he fell directly into the ruins below. At this time, fresh blood gushed out of his mouth and his eyelids could hardly stay open. In the corner of his eye, he saw Feng Guangyuanjin grinning like a devil and walking towards him. "Oh, I get it now," Deng Shintong thought weakly. "I finally know what's going on. It turns out that from the very beginning, I was their target. But at least I have to bring the information back." At this point, he didn't even have the strength to stand up. Feng Guangyuanjin stood in front of him and stared down at him with the attitude of a winner. Deng Shentong closed his eyes, and a faint light flickered around his entire body. And just when Feng Guangyuanjin reached out and was about to take off his head, Deng Shentong's body exploded with a deafening boom. An extremely terrifying explosion sounded, directly destroying the entire warehouse and sweeping away the fog within a radius of about 1,000 meters. Obviously, being at the center of the explosion, Feng Guangyuanjin was killed again. Meanwhile, this dazzling and terrifying explosion made the combat command center of Blizzard City become dead silent. They understood what this explosion meant. You see, every captain-level mutant is given such a small high-energy bomb every time they leave on a mission. It was jointly developed by Deng's group and Blizzard City's Scientific Research Center, and it was very powerful. However, its existence is not to kill the enemy, but to self-destruct. The strength of a captain-level mutant is too strong, so when they die, it is necessary to ensure that their origin will not be swallowed by the enemy. Therefore, the appearance of this massive explosion meant that a captain-level mutant has fallen. And Deng Shentong, being the only captain-level mutant at that location, implies that he's dead, which also marked the complete failure of Blizzard City in this battle against the Eclipse Moon. Tu Yunlai clenched his teeth tightly. His eyes were sharp and full of anger, but he said nothing. And as for Bailey Chongqing, well, he was totally stunned that Deng Shentong actually chose to self-destruct. Although everyone was in shock, they secretly cast their eyes on the old man sitting in the middle of the room. And he was absolutely livid. Zhu Zheng's entire body was shaking, and he seems to have significantly aged very abruptly. His face was distorted to the point of being scary, with bloodshot eyes and clenched teeth. The knuckles of his hands had turned white for exerting too much force on the armrest of his chair. Zhu Zheng's heart was on the verge of collapse at this point. One of his most elite teams were wiped out in battle against a Ronin organization just like that. And to add insult to injury, this fucking Ronin organization is still rampant on his land like they own the freaking place. This incident will become the biggest stain in his military career, and it will be difficult to wash it clean. Lan Xinqing looked at Zhu Zhang with some concern. He knew very well how much of a blow this incident had dealt to Zhu Zhang. Zhu Zhang lowered his head and said word by word, "Immediately. Immediately order all troops to withdraw. Withdraw immediately." When he gave the order, the anger in his voice seemed to have been heavily suppressed, but his breathing, on the other hand, not so much. If he was not in front of so many people, shit would have been flying everywhere to vent his anger. But he couldn't do that because the battle was not over yet. He had to preserve his living strength. No matter how painful the failure is, as a commander, he couldn't be depressed or lose his marbles. Tu Yunlai calmly replied that the order had been received. Then, he immediately ordered the 2 armed helicopters to return immediately. When Tu Yunlai finished giving the order, Zhu Zhang could no longer control his anger. He stood up very abruptly and roared like a madman. "Prepare the god of death of love. Flatten the entire Jiangning city for me, and let those guys be completely buried with the members of the god team." Everyone was shocked but said nothing. The god of death of love, their ultimate weapon, they were finally going to use it. This proposal was suggested earlier, but Zhu Zhang rejected it back then. But the situation has changed, and Zhu Zhang realized that in the current Jiangnan region, if even the Heavenly God Squad could not eliminate the Eclipse Moon, then the only way to minimize the losses was to use the god of death of love. Otherwise, even if he sent more troops to encircle and suppress them, he would probably have to pay an extremely heavy price again. Anyway, a while after receiving Zhu Zheng's orders, Lan Xinqing, a bit anxious and terrified, told Zhu Zhang the god of death of love was ready. Although she and numerous others had expected such a day to come, this was the first time in the history of the country that such a weapon was about to be used. Meanwhile, at the center of Jiangning Square, Feng Guangyuanjin stood there, looking a little weak. Although he could be resurrected continuously, each resurrection required a great energy consumption. His immortality was not true immortality, but no one knows where his limit really is. "I'm the winner in the end. Bastard." Obviously, Deng Shentong's body had blown into pieces, leaving no remains. If Feng Guangyuanjin hadn't known Deng Shentong's ability in advance and hadn't been prepared, he would have definitely been sealed or died, although that's very unlikely. Sure enough, the captains of the investigation teams in Blizzard City are all monsters. Feng Guangyuanjin took a deep breath, and his body radiated red-hot flames, helping him resist the extremely cold temperature. In the distance, Mayumi Takeuchi, who had been kneeling on the ground performing her divination, suddenly covered her mouth and coughed violently. Shishimono Satoru hurriedly supported her body, and as a few streams of bright red blood flowed out from her fingers, Mayumi Takeuchi's face became paler and paler. At this time, even her skin began to become somewhat transparent, just like a patient who had lost too much blood. Blood kept flowing out of Mayumi Takeuchi's mouth. Shishimono Satoru knew she must have overdrawn her blood while helping the team captain. At this point, her entire left arm, looking useless, was blue and purple due to continuous bleeding. As Shishimono Satoru helps her to her feet, she warns him urgently. "Quick! Tell everyone to leave here immediately. There is a very big danger coming." Seeing Mayumi Takeuchi's anxious expression, Shishimono Satoru immediately understood and told her not to worry. Then, he casually found a car and set off in Fengguangyi Wenjin's direction, who happens to meet them halfway. After listening to Shishimono Satoru's words, Fengguangyi Wenjin said without hesitation, "It seems that the other party is going to use weapons of mass destruction to wipe out everything in this vicinity. We need to leave here immediately." The Eclipse Moon members received Shishimono Satoru's signal and immediately rushed back. Fengguangyi Wenjin got inside the car to find Mayumi Takeuchi unconscious. Being a key figure among them, Fengguangyi Wenjin was in a hurry to find someone to heal her. Shortly after the rest came around, Fengguangyi Wenjin heard the sound of helicopter wings flapping in the distance. So as he looked up at the sky, he couldn't help but smile slightly. He had a hunch that he would definitely meet these guys again soon. Team leader, Jinguji Saikairo spoke up calmly. "We lost 5 people in this battle. What should we do next? Should we continue to move forward?" Such a result was unexpected by everyone. Because in the past, as long as they acted according to Mayumi Takeuchi's prediction, no one had ever died. But this time, they lost nearly half of their team members. Jinguji Saikairo was a little confused, but he had no way to ask Mayumi Takeuchi since she was unconscious. They could only follow her prediction and leave this hellhole first. Fengguangyi Wenjin's eyes immediately fell on Mayumi Takeuchi. For this battle, she overdrew too much strength that her arm might even be disabled. "No," he replied. "We also need to rest for a while. But this time, we are the winners." Although Fengguangyi Wenjin looked a little haggard at this time, his eyes were still filled with fanatical light. Blizzard City has been hit hard enough this time. They don't have any troops to use to deal with us at present. Next time, I plan to give them a bigger surprise. Jinguji Saikairo couldn't help but look at him sideways, his eyes full of disgust as always. "Oh really? What do you want to do now? We don't have any help." Fengguangyi Wenjin smiled mysteriously and replied that they will. "Our strength was highlighted in today's battle, so we shouldn't be afraid that no one will abandon that hopeless side for the bright side. Abandon Blizzard City and the Jiangnan region, and join us in our actions?" As the car sped at max speed, he suddenly began to laugh. His laughter grew louder and louder in the snowfield, and was blown away by the wind. In the opposite direction in the air, the armed helicopter took off with a rumble, and the fan blades rolled up snowflakes all over the sky. Staring outside the window, Zhang Yi couldn't help but frown as he thought of how abnormally quick their evacuation was. Everyone saw the explosion just now, and even felt the vibrations it brought. And right after, they were retreating like their lives depended on it. This didn't look like a victory. If Deng Shintong had won, this sudden and immediate retreat wouldn't be needed. Could it be that Deng Shintong had failed, or even died? Zhang Yi's scalp was a little numb. He couldn't imagine that the Jiangnan district would lose to Eclipse Moon twice in a row. In that case, the strength of the Eclipse group is really difficult to assess. After all, the ace troops of the Jiangnan region have all suffered at his hands. Zhang Yi could even predict how furious and crazy Zhu Zhang would be. Although all of this was just his guess, he couldn't pretend to be oblivious to everything that was happening before his eyes. Although, if a person like Deng Shintong had really died so easily, it would be too unreal. Liang Yu saw Zhang Yi's tensed look and couldn't help but whisper, "What's wrong?" Zhang Yi replied that it was nothing. They needed to wait quietly and return to Blizzard City first. The situation was unclear, so it was best not to speculate or discuss it. Fortunately, Liang Yu didn't say anything or dwell on the matter. After the 2 armed helicopters left the area of Jiangning City, the God of Death of Love was launched. And in exactly 2 minutes, a huge mushroom cloud rose in the center of Jiangning City. The terrifying temperature destroyed everything there, and the huge electromagnetic shock wave also caused several surrounding cities to temporarily fall into a state of communication and power stagnation. The explosion of the God of Death of Love immediately confirmed Zhang Yi's suspicion, and made the others realize that Deng Shintong and his team had failed. If they were not severely forced or left with no choice, Blizzard City would never use this ultimate weapon. I didn't expect them to be so strong. Mo Zhongning's eyes were a little blurred. Obviously, we are all mutants. Why is the gap so big? Mo Zhongning was at least a mutant who dominated a city, but he was almost crippled by Eclipse Moon. This feeling was too much of a blow to him. Li Weihai sighed and added, "They are not ordinary mutants. It is said that they kill and plunder everywhere in Kanto, and were considered the most ferocious bandit gang there. Li Weihai took a deep breath, and as he stared at the lingering radiation flames outside the window, he continued calmly. Anyway, I believe everything is over now. No matter how powerful they are, they cannot survive the god of death of love. Almost everyone agreed with this statement. Only Zhang Yi frowned and didn't comment. Liang Yu saw his worried look and asked curiously, "Why do you still look worried?" The headquarters had deployed the god of death of love. Even Yuan Kongya at the level of Epsilon couldn't have survived this, let alone the people of Eclipse Moon, right? Zhang Yi just simply replied that he suddenly has a feeling that makes him very uncomfortable. He feels that the people of Eclipse Moon won't die so easily. And this feeling comes from the information Zhang Yi collected about the Eclipse Moon group. They seem to have the ability to predict the future and can always predict the outcome of the war with the highest accuracy. So, can they even predict the appearance of the god of death of love? When the god of death of love took off, the whole world got the news, which also meant that this incident could not be concealed. This move immediately attracted the attention of major regional forces around the world. One of them even commented urgently, "My god!" Someone launched the god of death of love. Another also ordered for an immediate investigation of what really happened. Moments after, it was confirmed that the god of death of love came from Huashu country, specifically the Jiangnan region. It seems that the people in Jiangnan district can only use this trick to deal with the Eclipse group. Meanwhile, at the combat command center, Zhu Zheng's mood was extremely heavy. In the end, the god of death of love was used just because of a team of mutants. Even if they won, it was not glorious. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a staff immediately reported, almost shouting, "Commander, through our satellite monitoring, we found traces of Eclipse Moon. They escaped 10 minutes ago." Zhu Zheng's pupils shrank suddenly as he stood up in disbelief and asked, "Escaped? This is impossible, no matter how fast they escaped. How could they have predicted the explosion of the god of death of love and escape in time? After all, this was an impromptu decision he just made." With a gloomy expression, Lan Xinqing pointed to the surveillance footage and explained, "According to our satellite intelligence, they actually left the center of the explosion 10 minutes ago." Zhu Zheng felt his scalps tingling. What kind of monster is this? They can even avoid the god of death of love. Could it be that they really have a person with foresight who can predict in advance that we are going to use the god of death of love? Zhu Zheng sat back in his chair in a daze, as if half of his soul had been taken away. This time, he was completely ruined. And this action will reduce his personal prestige to an extremely low level, not to mention the prestige of the entire Jiangnan region. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as embarrassing. In the end, they only managed to kill 5 of their people, and Deng Shintong only killed 1 of the 5. The other 4 were... Wait! Zhu Zheng raised his head suddenly with a strange light in his eyes. He seemed to have found the best way to deal with Eclipse Moon. That's right, it was Zhang Yi. From the beginning, no one paid attention to him, but he killed 4 members of Eclipse Moon by himself, although 2 of them were suspected of picking up leaks. He scared off Eclipse Moon's second-in-command, Jinguji Saikairo. This proves that his strength was definitely not as simple as it seemed. At the very least, he must be at the vice-captain level or even the captain level. Zhu Zheng's eyes became sharp. He felt that he needed to have a good talk with his entire team of higher officials about this matter. It seems that Zhang Yi will become the key to destroying Eclipse Moon. However, regarding this battle, no one present today was allowed to disclose a single word to the outside world. Once a culprit is discovered, he will be stripped of his status as a Blizzard City resident and expelled from the country. As for the Deng family, I will go and talk to them in person. The staff were terrified when they heard the news, although they believed such a huge defeat really can't be concealed from everyone. No one could argue and agreed whether it was out of fear or duty, it didn't matter. Meanwhile, on the Deng's family side, Deng Yuanbua got the news of Deng Shintong's death ahead of time, and as Lian Cheng, the Deng family's most trusted housekeeper, respectfully told Deng Yuanbua that he had responded to the people at the headquarters according to his instructions. Deng Yuanbua just nodded slowly. A while earlier, Zhu Zheng called and expressed his gratitude and condolences to Deng Yuanbua on behalf of Blizzard City. Although Lian Cheng was the one who picked up the call, he informed Zhu Zheng that he would convey everything to Deng Yuanbua. Anyway, seeing his master's demeanor, Lian Cheng asked in confusion, "Sir, there are many strange things in this operation. The failure was too complete, and with the strength of the young master, even if he was defeated, he should not have died in the battle. Why did you agree to cooperate with them in making decisions? Aren't you being too gentle with them?" Such a result was indeed unacceptable to Deng Yuanbua and Lian Cheng. The Heavenly God team had never lost a battle, and their members were all top-notch mutants. How could they die at the hands of a mere group of ronin? Lian Cheng couldn't help but have a conspiracy theory in mind. Could it be that someone deliberately targeted and killed Deng Shintong? After all, there are undercurrents in Blizzard City now. And as the designated successor of the Deng family, Deng Shintong was first class in both ability and popularity. Almost everyone understood that Deng Shintong was the strong contender selected by the Deng family to compete for the next commander of Blizzard City. Deng Yuanbua narrowed his eyes. His expression, which held a malicious meaning, were hidden in the dim morning light. No matter what, the Jiangnan region cannot be in chaos. We share the same fate with them after all. So if there is chaos in Blizzard City, it will be difficult for the Deng family to remain unscathed. I will carefully investigate the matter related to my nephew. But for now, we have to help stabilize the region. Lian Cheng heard this and respectfully apologized. I apologize for being short-sighted, sir. I will follow your instructions. No matter how sad he was, Deng Yuanbua, as the head of the Deng family, needed to be responsible for the entire family. It is undoubtedly stupid to tear up with the regional headquarters now. However, this matter will never end until he gets to the bottom of everything. It seems everybody needs to pray Deng Yuanbua finds out who is collaborating with the Eclipse Moon group. Otherwise, not even Zhu Zhang would be able to bear the freaking consequences.